Topstep opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
Well, I'm glad that you've been waiting, and we are ready here. Welcome back. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to TopstepTV, and I'd like to say hello to everybody here. Of course, a lot of action here in our chat so far, and that's a little reminder: participate, be part of the team here today. If you are in chat, to say that, hey, you know what? Let's get ready for a big day here. We are in almost halfway through December already, and lots going on here. We got a big week next week, lots going on this week, but I'd like to say that this is opening call, and he's Muselec, and I'm Robitussin, and this is going to be a great week. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our good friend, trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, the Hoagland. Good morning, John. Welcome back, my friend.
Hey, thanks, Eddie. Good to see you. Hope you had a nice weekend. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. And welcome to the opening call. Well, Monday, December the 9th is always, our focus is always going to be on seeking accurate context in these markets, always remembering risk management and remaining patient in our trading. I see our good friend Dan Trader, first one in the chat. Bear goes long. Good morning. Lacey says good morning as well. Art, one time. Anastasios, Yabbersmack, Man Cave, Scott Martins, John Jones, Rick Quas, Leaders Only. There's a new name. Good morning to you, Early Bird, Mike Godfrey, Nick Nichols Slippers, and Mazia is top of the list. I see it, but welcome to all of you. We're all very happy that you are here.
Of course. All right. We've got some news here. We're going to get to that. Like I said, lots going on here today. But we're going to start it out here. U.S. stock futures have started this new week in a relatively muted fashion as investors like you and me await the release of key inflation data. The Dow was down about 55 or 0.1%, while the S&P climbed 2 to 0.1%, and the NASDAQ rose by about 40. Good old Gale Sayers, 4.2%. Now, the S&P and NASDAQ, if you remember correctly, closed at fresh record highs this past Friday, rising around 1%, and over about 3% for the week. Dow Jones Industrial Average underperformed, closing the week down 0.6. Shame, shame, shame. U.S. Federal Reserve widely expected to cut rates next week as the November non-farm payroll report showed underlying weakness in the labor market, as even job growth rebounded from an October reading that was depressed due to strikes and hurricanes. Friends over in China, the inflation dropping, showing some economic weakness. China's consumer inflation shrank more than expected in November, falling to a 5-month low, as recent stimulus measured did little to offset the stubborn inflationary trend. That's what I've got so far here, John, and I'm sure you've got a lot more to share with our friends. What do you got?
Well, as far as economic numbers due out today, it's a little bit thin this fine Monday, 9 o'clock this morning, and wholesale inventory and sales are due out at 10 o'clock. The New York Fed inflation expectation, 10:30, 3-month and 6-month bill auctions are due out, and that's really the only thing I see on the docket for the day today. But as the week goes on, we get a little bit more information coming out. Tomorrow, productivity numbers come out, 3-note auction. Not a lot going on tomorrow, but Wednesday and Thursday will be the more important days as far as economic information coming out. With Wednesday at 7:30 Central Chicago time, we have the CPI numbers coming out, as and as always, the EIA Petroleum Status Report, 4-month bill auction, 10-year note auction, and a Treasury statement at 1 p.m. This is not the FOMC. This is just a Treasury statement, usually not very impactful. Thursday, jobless claims, or jobless clams, as I like to call them, at 7:30 Central Time. Also, PPI final demand due out at 7:30, also Central Chicago time. We've got the EIA natural gas report at 9:30, a couple of more bill auctions throughout the day. Friday ends up, again, very thin as far as economic numbers are concerned. import-export prices and Baker Hughes rig count only on Friday. As far as the VIX this morning, it's up 5% this morning, but still 1342. Very low VIX number there. It was a little higher than it was on Friday at this time, which was 1311. The dollar down a little bit this morning, 105.93, but still a little bit higher than it was Friday at this time, which was at 105.55. And the yield on the 10-year holding steadily above 4% at 4.18%, was 4.16% on Friday at this time. So that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers for the day and throughout the week. Eddie, back to you. Where's your crude, dude?
Dude, boy, a lot of numbers there, Johnny. Crude prices rising today as the overthrow of the Assad regime in Syria introduced greater uncertainty to the oil-rich Middle East, although concerns over weakness demand did persist. We do see here crude just tagging its high a little while ago at 68.44. Earlier in the session, 66.98 was the low. So we are seeing that. Crude futures climbing 1.3%, and Brent rose 1.1. Now, Syrian rebels announced on the state television yesterday they had ousted Assad, raising fears and a new wave of instability in the region, already gripped by war. However, gains have been tempered by the weak Chinese inflation figures, rising more concerns about the economic growth in the world's largest crude importer. So, yeah, lots going on here in the news. We're going to be eyes on the prize here, watching the wire. Anything that does affect the markets, we will try to get that out ASAP. Now we've got a new tip of the week here from Topstep. And what could that be? Yes, have a trading plan. You know, having a trading plan is so crucial for success in the markets. It serves as a roadmap. You want to make sure that you've got that roadmap. This is going to help you make objective, disciplined, and consistent decisions. One of the things here provides structure and discipline. We talk about that all the time. Avoid emotional decisions. Markets are unpredictable, right? And emotions like fear and greed can cloud judgment. So a trading plan keeps you focused, keeps you on track. And if you don't have one, good luck. Good luck on that. You're improvising. So, Johnny, what else do we have here for our tip of the week? Having a trading plan.
Tip of the week. I mean, you're a trader. This is your business. This is your profession. This is your practice. You don't have a plan for your business or your practice. You're just kind of hanging out there in the wind. So certainly do treat your trading activities as a business. Have a plan for that business. If you are going to be opening a business and looking to borrow money to open a business, you are most certainly going to have to present them with a very succinct trading plan. Always think about, what belongs on that trading plan. Everything from important account numbers and telephone numbers to how you're going to address the day, your homework that you're doing, looking for specific setups and opportunities in the marketplace should all be part of your trading plan. And the last thing I want to say about that today is where do you stop in your trading plan? What's a great day? What's a bad day? Where do you stop? Where do you say, okay, this is best day I've had. I'm going to just take this and walk away, start again tomorrow. Or what about the other side? Well, this is not working out for me. When do I say that's enough for today? Tomorrow is another day. These markets are opportunity generating machines. I can always come back tomorrow. And that's one of the things the trading plan should help you do, is to always trade for tomorrow. Come here the next day. So good trading plan, always going to be very important in your success in trading.
And remember, too, this is, if you consider this your business, you're the CEO, you're the boss man, you're the boss woman. All right. You need to have a plan. Every successful business has a plan. So think about that one. But anyway, we got Coach Dakota and Jerome going to be joining us for Fast Markets. But right now, I'll give you a little more details on that later. But right now, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today? Check out
All
this
right,
chart.
as always, starting this session here with the daily and the S&Ps, obviously. The upside auction has performed well, especially, particularly in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We've seen some decent open interest increasing on the way up. Volume, however, might be becoming a little bit of an issue as far as some of the SPY SPX and New York volume is concerned. It seems to be kind of falling off a little bit at higher pricing. We still added an additional 5,700 in open interest on Friday in the S&Ps. A little kind of question as to what direction that came in, especially now that the fact we're coming into rollover. We are right at the front end of rollover in the equities. Volume and open interest on the front month and the next month are going to be a little bit blurry. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult. And just to remind everybody, rollover periods of time tend to be different. Markets act a little bit different. They go too far. They don't go far enough. It's always a kind of a strange time to trade during rollover. If you're new to this, you may notice that in the coming days and in the next week here in the equities. So with knowing that it's rollover again, volume, open interest getting a little bit blurry, we do see that the upside auction is intact. It is doing well. Just do remember it's rollover. And if we don't have any bad news, the market is going to probably continue to grind to the upside. That's just what the equities do. If there's no bad news, there's that natural drift to the upside, as the vast majority of stock eating public is trading buy side only. Any uncertainty, any major uncertainty, anything that goes wrong, any bad news can topple this rally to some degree. It could create a vicious pullback. What is a vicious pullback? Well, we can see back here we had a nice big rally, and as soon as something broke, the pullback was vicious. Of course, buyers always seem to come in and start the next leg to the upside, but you can go back in this chart over and over again and say, okay, well, the market was rallying, fell off a little bit. The pullback was vicious, vicious, vicious. Pullbacks tend to be vicious. It doesn't necessarily mean that the high is in forever, of course, but just be cautious of that. This thing could just continue to grind higher. We all know how resilient these markets are. It just takes a little bit of bad news to throw shade on things, and then things can change relatively quickly. What are we looking at as far as the 30-minute chart? I'm of course sitting here talking about if something bad should happen, what it can do to the markets. But as I remind everybody often, please remember to pray for peace, and hopefully nothing bad will happen. Friday's session in the S&Ps, the opening range was initially the low of the regular trading hour session. We put in a weak or poor high. There's no excess on this high, although that is the all-time high. And it did happen during regular trading hour session. So with a lack of excess on that high, I would look for that not to be a lasting high. Unfortunately, we also had a weak low or a poor low on the low from Friday, which we would also expect that to be revisited at some point, which it was last night. Last night's low came in very close to the structure break to the upside that we experienced on the 4th of December. That was Wednesday. The market held above it, looked below it, didn't really settle below that level. Friday's low came back to that level. Last night's low came back to that level. Seems to be a pretty good support level, but the more often it's visited, the less likely it is to hold. Just keep that in mind as the day goes on. Do we have any overnight inventory in this market? No, we really don't. We're opening in range. We're opening in value. The one thing that I want to mention, especially in the S&Ps, is we've been seeing that most breaks are being bought. On Thursday, the rally was sold. On Friday, the rally was sold. Does that indicate that the open interest that came in on those days is more to the short side? Just something to think about. The profile again, Friday in the S&Ps was a normal variation, relatively neutral trade, neutral day with no excess on either side of the market. And lack of excess indicates there's more information coming to us in the S&Ps. The NASDAQ, however, was a little bit of a different story yesterday. Got a little Poll here. How excited are we to have Andre back? I know I'm very excited to have Andre back. Always good to see my good friend here. We're going to have a lot of fun with him today. Daily chart. Again, the auction performing relatively well, even in the front month futures, which is in rollover. Volume held up pretty well. There was a much stronger day on Friday in the NASDAQ than it was in the S&Ps. That open interest and increased by about 1,800. So the open interest increases are kind of getting smaller and smaller. But again, it's now going to be very blurry because of rollover. The open interest is moving from the December contract to the March contract. The major players have different ways that they do that. They leg, they spread, they do all different kinds of things to move those positions from the December contract to the March contract. And again, it makes the markets act a little bit weird. If you think that the markets are acting a little bit weird, you're not going to be alone in that thought. No bad news? Well, maybe we consolidate a little bit here during rollover. I think that the major players would prefer a consolidation to happen during rollover. It makes their life and their rollover a little bit easier to handle. But we don't get to choose that. If there's no bad news, well, maybe we'll just see these markets kind of rotate a little bit and maybe continue to push to the upside. So Friday, the structure break on the 4th, same structure break we saw in the S&Ps, put in the low. Opening range was the dead ass low on Friday. The market rallied very quickly to the upside and then just hung in the upper third of the profile. That created a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, which is not supported by the increase in open interest. Short covering would usually decrease open interest. So we still saw probably some more buyers, and I would say more aggressive buyers in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps on Friday, creating that P-shaped profile. Do we have any overnight inventory? Well, the market opened, let's call it around 21,650. We're a little bit lower than that. I'm calling this kind of mixed to short overnight inventory. Nothing too crazy. We're not going to be opening with any gaps. We're not going to be opening with any deep inventory in either direction in the equities. The market is opening in range and in value from Friday's session. So again, that says, well, if there's not a big change in value between Friday and today, let's try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Some days when you say that, it's the right thing. Some days when you say that, like Friday, the market just rips right out of that value and just continues one way or another. We'll see how that plays out today on fast markets. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude. All right. So the daily chart, we've been range bound technically for quite some time. Let's just call it 2 months. And in just this 2 months, I mean, we could look back further and see probably a little bit more range bound activity, but in the last 2 months, the extremes have been relatively set. We talked last week and a lot lately about how rotational markets go from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. Well, we're just coming off one of those lows. 66.90 is weekly kickoff low. It tested down relatively close to that on Friday. We opened the overnight session and we've been basically leaving this area, this low area behind. We're still in rotational range bound trade. Range bound rules apply. If you get the opportunity to buy it near the low, you buy it near the low. Why? Because it lets you limit risk. If you get the opportunity to sell it near the high, you sell it near the high. Why? Because it allows you the opportunity to limit risk. Breakouts, substantial breakouts with volume, momentum, and participation should be gone with. Okay. So if we did break down below this and we started to see some time and volume and interest in participating below that level, that could be an unfailed or a successful breakout where we could see the market moving lower. We're not seeing that today. We're still very range bound, so range bound rules apply. It's going to complicate things a little bit for us in the regular trading hour session. However, so here's that test down near weekly kickoff low last week. Overnight, not really a good test of it, but we do have overnight inventory to the long side. We are opening with a gap from the high from Friday, which was 67.75. We had a previous gap that we've sort of filled during the overnight session, and now we're back up in the previous Thursday's range. We've tested to the Thursday point of control to almost to the tick, 68.43. These points of control are very often targeted in future sessions, as this one was. So the question then becomes, do we reject range and value from Thursday's session? Do we come back and fill this gap in regular trading hour session? That's my first question here. But overall, because we've rejected weekly kickoff low and we're still range bound, at this time, I would be looking for opportunities potentially for longs as long as we can continue to hold this 66.90 weekly kickoff low. What about gold? Well, gold is in a very, very strange, but I think opportunity filled situation. We've been watching gold very indecisive since the 26th of November. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, day 10. Are we going to break out of this range? Weekly kickoff levels have been closing in on price for 2 weeks now. They're very, very tight. 26.84 is weekly kickoff high, 26.39 remains weekly kickoff low for the third week. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This market has been looking for new information. Now, when we talk about range bound to breakout opportunities, we're witnessing one of those possible opportunities now. We've been range bound. We've got some longer time frame important inflection levels in the weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. Yes, they're very close to last week's high and low. They're not based on that. However, so there is some confluence between the weekly kickoff high and last week's high, which was, weekly kickoffs 26.84. Last week's high is 26.82. So there is some confluence there. As long as we hold price above this level, it may be indicating that we are now beginning to reject this previous area of balance, and the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. We facilitated a whole lot of trade in this range bound activity. We spent a lot of time there. Therefore, we have facilitated a lot of trade. The market seems to be looking for opportunities to facilitate trade at other prices. Right now, if we continue this breakout, this could be a substantial breakout, because during this balance area, we increased open interest by quite a bit, by quite a lot of open interest. Just looking at this, we lost about 500 in open interest on Friday. Volume was okay. It wasn't great. Very range boundy volume. So this is going to create, I think, some volatility and some decent opportunities. If we accept above weekly kickoff high here, 26.84, this market could see some decent legs to the upside. If this turns out to be a failed daily upside auction, then the rotation back to the low of range would come back into play. Right now, as long as we're holding above that level, we're seeing potential acceptance of higher pricing and the market seeking higher levels to facilitate trade. It is going to be a fascinating day. Here's the 30-minute chart, just quickly here. All right, so the very small range on Friday, overnight inventory was long up against an important inflection level. When overnight inventory is long, they're looking for longer time frame traders to come in and continue to push the market higher. Are they succeeding? Are they succeeding in that? At this point, it would look like that, right? I mean, we've got the 720 open. We're above that weekly kickoff high. We had some decent volume on this push to the upside, not tremendous, but some decent volume. But so far, our overnight inventory traders are very happy with the price action that has been happening this far. If we do see longer time frame buyers, we see new buyers coming into this market above this level. Again, it could create a potentially big breakout upside trade. This is all context. This is all hypothesis. There is no guarantees of anything, folks. Anything can happen. ACH. On that note, we're going to take our deep breath. We're going to remind ourselves to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in our trading today. And always remember to pray for peace, everybody. I'm very excited to have our good friend Andre back in the loving arms of TopstepTV. We're going to see him very shortly. So don't forget, pray for peace, folks. Let's have a good day.
That's right. Andre is back in the saddle here, and coming up here for Fast Markets, we got Coach Dakota. Jerome is here. I see him in the green room. Now, Coach Dakota hit his $5,000 daily loss limit on Friday. We're going to find out what he's looking for in this week. Also, Jerome, number 34 on the list, and of course, Coach Dakota, number 2 on our profit list. Been working hard to keep his winners bigger than his losers. Last week, Jerome's biggest day was over $7,000, almost $8,000, and his biggest losing day was just a little over 3. So we're going to take a little time out. We will be right back. So
stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You got that right. All right, let's put Andre on your favorite horse. And give it up. Good morning, Andre. Welcome back, partner.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome back. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. This is TopstepTV. I'm so excited to be back. I'm a little nervous, not going to lie, but hey, we are now open. We got Jerome in the house. We got Dakota in the house. Hoag in the house as well. God, how do I do this? I say, Hoag, what are we seeing here on the open? What's up, Hoag?
Oh, it's good to have you back, Andre. We missed you. Everybody missed you. Lots of comments on the chat. Where's Andre? Where's Andre? Well, there's Andre. He's back. He's back. Yay.
I'm here.
NASDAQ, I mean, what a strong day yesterday. Much stronger than the S&Ps, opening in range and in value. Usually tells me to try and stay patient, look for better trade locations. Yep. I see Dakota's got the bull. He's probably thinking, where do we buy it? I don't disagree with that. We do have a little bit of uncertainty in the markets with what happened in Syria over the weekend, but I don't think that's going to heavily affect things. We don't have a lot of economic numbers due out that are really going to affect these markets. So we're seeing some early sellers coming in this. S&P's same situation, opening in range and in value, pretty much near the low of the range from yesterday in the S&Ps, or Friday from the S&Ps. S&Ps were so much weaker. We're seeing NVIDIA, I think, getting smushed here on the open. NVIDIA down 3% here on the open. So you see if we can find some basing in NVIDIA, maybe someplace to base in the NASDAQ and look for a good trade location as the day goes on. And that's what I'm thinking.
Hey, back to you, Andre. Hey, the good sound. Oh, what's up, Dakota? I haven't seen you in a minute. Dakota, what is this beast behind you? It looks like a bull. It looks like a bear. Is it a hybrid of the two? What are we looking at, Dakota?
Yeah, Coach Robert gave it to me through the team. They sent it, and it's a little bit of mix. We've been seeing some mixed days, not bullish, not bearish, kind of mixed. So this would be it. So I'm not flipping back and forth. I'm neutral.
Just to count the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing lots of
Trade
consolidation.
of the day today is going to be gold.
Ooh, Hoagland's gold.
Oh,
Okay,
new
cool.
highs. New highs in gold. Also,
Gold.
RTY just tagging a new high.
I see.
Pulling back strong.
Right. All right, Jerome. Good to see you. I haven't seen you about a week or so. How are things going? Number 34 on the board, I see. Trading well. $7,000 last week. How's it going, Jerome? What are your thoughts going into this day and into this week?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back, Andre. You've been missed. Thank you for having me again today. Excited for this Monday. So today, kind of Coach Dakota, waiting for signals on the market. I tried some shorts overnight, but didn't go on my way. I've been a bit unlucky to the points almost. But process over profits, right? Starting last week, I started to implement my new strategy, as I was saying. And I had a nice week. Despite having a couple losses, I ended up on profits. So this month will be mostly focused on my side on process over profits, gathering enough data and check if my last 3 months of analysis and interpretation of my activity has been profitable and successful. So yeah, very excited for this month, this whole week, and especially this day with all that has been happening this weekend. Not great news, right? Following also the United Healthcare CEO murder. So many news have been going on. So it's a sort of special day, special week. So hands-on for the moment, and we'll find opportunities.
Love it.
I think Andre froze.
Coming out of Monday here, tilt pretty calm here, 50-50 basically across the board. So we're just watching, but I like my Russell and my Dow playing together today again. Keep an eye on
Apparently,
that.
we did lose Andre. Let me show you about the gold trade.
Oh yeah.
So we
Hoop says regarding gold, China is buying gold back after 6 months away. Thanks, Hoop.
Well, it may have something to do with this because we've been so indecisive and range bound on the daily chart here. We're looking for an opportunity to see a breakout outside of this. Weekly kickoff high 2684. We saw that breakout happen here right after the open. So far, we're still continuing to one time frame higher. So there's a pretty decent opportunity for those that were awake and ready to take that breakout above that 2684 level. As long as we hold above that, we could see this thing. We could see this thing grow some real legs to the upside. It's all about acceptance, participation, volume, and continuation. Well, I'll be monitoring for that for us, everybody. And I'm not seeing too much here as far as opportunities in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps yet. Jerome, you got any ideas on something to do here?
I like your gold analysis, especially with your level. Did you say 2683, 84?
84, yeah, it's weekly kickoff high.
Yes, and that's also the high of September 26th. The high of September 26th, and that's the highest point we had until October 9th. So and then the move back up, right? So I think this is a key level indeed, and we can see some pretty decent movement. Gold is already up 36 points for the day.
Mm-hmm.
But we can have another extra 30 points to the upside, right? What would give us 30 points from here? Yeah, we would almost reach 2700, 2703, which is the next sort of resistance level. So long on gold can look good today. If we see a sort of reversal pattern, we could try some shorts, but I like the long idea. Also, a lot of people will try to short this, right? Since it had already a huge move up. And so if we continue going up, we will eat like Pac-Man, these very stop losses. So I think we can have a very decent move up indeed. So yeah, gold can be the trade of the day. I like it. On the NASDAQ and the S&P though, I have a couple levels, but I think yeah, it's pretty much rangy, so the low level would be 594 on the NASDAQ for me. And the biggest one would be 21,670 and half. So as long as we don't break and close above or below one of these two, I think we're going to range, even if they are pretty big ranges. We need to see some activity.
What was that upper level again?
21,670 and half.
21,670 half.
Right. Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking, Hoag. Now we are cooking. I already lost. Internet connection. I am back. Anyways,
it's Monday. It's Monday.
Oh, come on.
You stay back in a while. You gotta feel like that. So
a little rusty. Got to knock the cobwebs off the internet here, but yeah. So Hoag, catch me up to speed about last week. Anything notable? I see Bitcoin making new all-time highs, NASDAQ making all-time highs. We just grinding higher, or you said range bound, but it does look like we're making new highs. What catch me up to speed from last week, Hoag? Anything? There's anything notable?
I mean, if we want to look at the S&P, the broader of the indices, the upside auction still looks good. I mean, it still looks strong. We added a bunch of open interest all week last week. We are coming into rollover, though, Andre. Remember that.
Great.
Rollover tends to create range-bound markets, and we seem to be kind of 1, 2, 3, maybe the third day in range. It's largely inside the range from Thursday. But the equities are doing what they do. They go from bottom left to top right. If anything changes in that, we're still seeing crude oil as a range-bound market. Take a look at the daily chart, Andre, just to get you caught up on the bigger picture.
Thank you.
We've got weekly kickoff from last week. Weekly kickoff low is 66.90. Last week's low was 66.98. That took us to the low of the lower extreme. Today we see the market kind of bouncing off of that, and this is what range markets do. They go from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, low to high, back and forth until there's some sort of a breakout. We see that in gold here on the daily chart, and we're seeing a potential breakout above that, because here's what gold did for the last 2 weeks. Basically low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, potential breakout on the daily chart. So equities, we know, Andre, that we've got 2 weeks until we got one more week. A week from this coming Wednesday is the FOMC meeting. Yes. You weren't around to go pick up the beige book for us this last week, but
missed it.
We did send an intern to do that.
Excellent. Did they retrieve it?
Or did they? It's getting you caught up a little bit.
Thank you, man. What a trading buddy to have. So I love about this place. Get a quick Cliff Notes. That might be a dated reference right there. Get a quick Cliff Notes recap as to what happened last week. Hoag and I know what Cliff Notes is. I'm not sure Dakota knows what Cliff Notes is. Yes, it did.
Went over my head, Andre.
Yes, Cliff Notes. Look it up sometime.
Went over my head.
It was like a cheat sheet for books. It turned like 300-page book into about a 40-page book. They used to sell them in Walgreens. Yes.
By Cliff Flavin.
Yeah, there it is. The hardcover of the beige book. Okay, well, I did see some buying here in the NASDAQ. We bottomed out 21,582. Last trade 21,612. Jerome looking for a level at 21,670, 670 and a half. Looking at. Hey, Ho, you did say gold is the trade of the day. Why did you say that again? Is that just because of the potential for the breakout?
Yeah. I mean, even the week before you left, I was saying gold is a very interesting market. Gold is a very interesting market, and that was part of the reason is because it was so indecisive, right? You see lots of short little bodies on these daily bars and lots of long shadows. Very indecisive. The weekly kickoff low has remained the same for the last 3 weeks, but the weekly kickoff high keeps coming down. And, today on Monday, we're starting to see a potential break of balance, which, basic balance rules is you fade the extremes. And if there's a breakouts that shows signs of continuation, you go with it. So, Dolby's probably like chomping at the bit about this because he loves to trade those range bound trades. When you get the breakout, you have to try and go with it. A lot of breakouts fail. I'm not going to tell you it's a kind of a low probability trade, but if this breakout does start to grow some legs, if you're long at weekly kickoff high 2684 or 2685, somewhere in that area, you're looking pretty good right now. And we're seeing some continuing buying coming into this market. It's a range. A lot of open interest increased in this range. Don't kid yourself. This was not a liquidation. This was an increase in energy in this market, and with that increase in energy, and if this breakout does continue, it could be very substantial. Look at all the space we've got above here. A lot of space.
Hoag, that's the exact same trade I was talking about last night in gold. Just we've been consolidating a lot, and my preference is going to just be wait till the breakout and then possibly buy a retest rather than trying to time the breakout. So I was looking at the same thing, consolidation. We can consolidate longer in gold. And it was gold and crude oil. Both have been kind of hands off for me for a few weeks now. And that's kind of the same feeling I'm getting now in NASDAQ. We are violently unchanged. We've went a whole lot of nowhere here. And we are still going nowhere. We're kind of consolidating back and forth. To start the market open, we were down like 30 points, immediate rejection of these 80s, 50 points rally, and now we're kind of back right where we were. I'm not seeing any trades. This is a consolidation market, the Adobe special where, buy low, sell high, and see if you could catch some reversals near areas of resistance and support. Other than that, not much is really happening. Remember, trading is definitely optional, and it's okay to wait and see and look for better setups. I'm honestly kind of looking for the short side. Ironically enough, looking to see if we can
bear
catch
bull.
A move.
Bear bull. Bull bear bull.
Just call it a bell.
There was a bar in Chicago called Bull and Bear a long time ago. Anyways, looking at gold. Gold keeps pushing higher here. 26.95.
Short five the NASDAQ.
Right.
I like the short. I like the short as well.
What's your level?
Same time, I like the long on gold, but let's focus on the short first.
We'll see. We'll see how this one plays out. Risking about 30 points. I might close this one out sooner if we could. We find momentum into these 30s. Risking about 30.
House is not in that trade yet.
Look for us to go back and at least test maybe lows of this open. Maybe we could get that breakdown that I was looking for Friday into these 520s. We'll see. We'll see here.
What price did you get to go to?
What's that?
What we got 612, short from 612.
Yeah, I got 12 3/4. 12 3/4.
All right. House has not joined you in this. Do you like this for the house and at better trade location?
I do like this for the house.
I think we can join him.
Short 3.
What price do we get, Hoag?
621.
621. Short 621.
And your risk is above the high of the day so far?
Yeah, my risk is 644. But we'll see how this trade goes. I'll shout out if I close out early because this trade can very well be a more short-lived trade than letting it run all the way to the stop.
That's a Dakota special right there.
We got session VWAP at 632, 633. I'd like to see it hold there. That's on the 3-minute chart.
Yeah, this is getting way too much momentum than I want to see. That's okay. We'll see. We'll see how this resistance.
There's a good chance we start to flush from here, but we'll see. The 15-minute upper range has been built, so we'll see. The S&P almost like broke it,
Go ahead.
but no, I'm good. Thanks. Sorry.
There's a
All right, we got
possibility
long-
to add.
Long.
There's possibility to add right here. But I'm not going to add. I'm not going to add. My short's from 612.
First trade of the week here. Dakota and
First
House
trade of the week.
are short. Yes, someone in the chat, John, say we're not going to address the issues from last night with Topstep X. We will in just one moment. Of course, you know here, Topstep, we will make you whole. I can do it right now, I guess, while these guys are in this trade. Please jump in if something pops in. Yeah, it's yesterday on the reopen. Topstep X had some issues from 5 p.m. Central to 5:32 p.m. Central. We're working with our partner on a resolution. We'll make sure that it's made right for anyone that was affected. Of course, stay tuned. We're working behind the scenes in real time. We'll give you updates as we get them. But our tech team and partners are working behind the scenes to make it right for all those that are affected. You got it, Riyadh.
Thank you,
So
Andre.
Dakota, you were, just a few minutes prior to taking this trade saying, I'm not seeing anything, not seeing anything, not seeing anything. And then you're in a position. What changed?
So the way that the price action was acting, where we went all the way down, all the way back up to start the open, and then we started to just hesitate around here into these 12s, these 16s, and it looked like there's a decent chance to come back and test these lows of maybe 580s, 570s, and then possibly come down and test these 560s. This might be one of those trades where maybe it stops me out and then we rotate and go lower. But if we take a look at Friday's and last week's price action, these 630s was acting as a major resistance. This was Friday. This is kind of ironically the same zone I was short on Friday, where we ran stops, consolidated. We consolidated for a while around these 630, 640, 650 level. And then overnight we rallied up, tested 700. Immediate rejection, and then consolidating around here again. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do. Maybe we're chopping around here quite often, and this isn't the best location now. Obviously, with the power of hindsight, it's always easier to say whether something's good or bad. But I'm expecting more consolidation, more chop. And with the way this price structure has been, that major rejection overnight, I was looking for a deeper pullback. Maybe, like I said, at least a test of these 80s again, which, we didn't get it. That's okay. If I wasn't in a short, I would probably jump in here. So either or, I would be jumping in a short with my stop at like 44 or 45. So
quick update real quick about those trades from yesterday. Again, 5 p.m. Central to 5:35 p.m. Central. We'll be deleting all negative trades for those that were impacted between, again, 5 p.m. Central and 5:35 p.m. Central. Thank you for your patience as we continue to investigate further. But yes,
always making it right. I told traders last night. The traders were pretty vocal last night during flow markets. Yeah. I was like, I'm not really worried. Every time I've seen any hiccup, any issues, it's just a matter of time, being patient, waiting to daytime is able to make it whole.
Hey, Johnny, real quick, rollover questions coming up here in chat a lot. What are we rolling over this week?
Good
dog. I just got stopped out, minus 31 points on that one.
Okay.
Yep. We are also stopped out. Loss 1434.
If it sets up again, I will be short again. If we do see consolidation, I will be it, because I'm playing this as a range bound market.
I think the entry was great. It didn't just flush at this moment, so I would have taken the same short in my opinion. So nice trade anyway.
There you go. Process over profits. I like hearing that. Jerome, I want to look into your strategy.
I'm back in short. Sorry to interrupt. I'm back in short. 643.
How many times, Dakota?
All right, we're with you.
Five minis. Stop 657. Stop at 657.
657. Tight stop 57. All right.
A good thing is we didn't reach. Go ahead.
Hoag, what price did we get? House account short 3 from 21,006.
641.
641. Last trade 635. 635. Dakota short 643s. Let's see if we can push here. To the downside. ES staying weaker of the two. NASDAQ stronger of between the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Last trade in the NASDAQ 21,635. Jerome, you were saying.
Yes, I was saying we didn't go to 659 and half. So this is the next level sort of ranging resistance I have. So it doesn't mean anything, but it means that buyers try to push the price up. They failed here, and we're getting a gain below the range, below 635 in the orders. So this is a sort of confirmation of bearish movement, because for the moment, at least, we couldn't push back up. So the re-entry on the short is beautiful, Coach Dakota. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's one of those where you always wish your entry was where your stop loss was. Run some stops and then come right back around. I'm back in it.
It's almost like we should plan that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sometimes you feel like that, right, Hoag? But then when the trade works out without running your stop, then you're like, oh man, But the process over profits, right? Like if we do end up rotating back down to the 90s, sure, I'm going to make some money. It's not going to be the exact like the amount I should have with the original trade, because you take a loss first. But that's what it is. The trade set up there, and I said, like, okay, I stopped out. If it sets up again, I'm going to get back in. And sure enough, we had that false breakout, consolidated. And as soon as we broke right back below into these 43s, got right back in. I don't mind taking this trade setup again. Look for the rotation back down to these 80s, 90s.
80s, 90s, like it. Again, house account short 3 from 21,641. Dakota short 5. NASDAQ minis from 21,643. Last trade in the NASDAQ 21,626. And you see pinned at the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. You make sure you have those up. I missed looking at those all last week. I got them up. Make some real estate on your screen. And Topstep daily levels pinned at the top of the chat. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen right now, you see hashtag Fast Markets. Also use the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV X, and we will turn that cool submissions around back to you this afternoon in Power Hour. Still hitting all my marks right now. Eddie, took a quick peek at the board, the docket for today. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar, if anything, on this Monday?
Hello. In about 2 minutes, I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning. We got minor numbers coming out here, wholesale inventories, employment trends. Coming up at 10:30, we got a 3-month, 6-month. Also, the New York Fed 1 consumer inflation expectation. That's probably the biggest number we got all day. And that is about it, Andre. And I'm going to pass this back to you, my friend.
Passing it back to me like Caleb Williams could not do yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Big difficulties passing yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. Now, I mean,
running for his life.
Andre, Andre, you're the one that needs setting those bear. What do you want to call it?
What?
Bear jabs.
Bear jabs. They stink.
I don't need to anymore.
You
guys are doing it yourself.
We sure are, Dakota. We don't need help with that. We don't need help with that, Hoag. We are just the doormat of the NFC North.
I like the shorts here because. Sorry.
No, please.
No, go ahead.
Look, because the S&P is at the low of its opening range on the 15-minute time frame, and the S&P is on the high range of this opening range. So we could say yes, there is a divergence, but for me, there's more chances we go to the downside rather than to the upside. Of course, anything can happen because we're losing sorts of key levels on the S&P. The biggest key level is 6,100. So if we don't reclaim it quick, it could mean buyers are getting exhausted and we have sellers in control. And if we break below 6,090.75 on the S&P, I can see a quick flush, aggressive flush on the downside, and the NASDAQ would rip more to the downside. But let's see what happens here. The NASDAQ is breaking the high of its opening range. But if it fails to break, we can see a big sell-off. Because when it fails, you usually have a huge move on the opposite side of a breakout.
Yeah.
But this divergence is interesting.
My one big fear, Jerome, is we run up to the 70 that you're looking at, like to this like 60s to 70s, and then we turn around and flush, because this was a level of resistance that we shown on the 8th that has me a little bit worried, where we could run to those 60s, 70s, and then turn around. But I see and I agree with everything that you're saying right there.
5 minutes
Nvidia
remaining.
is coming off its lows right now. It was down about 3%. It's off that low by about 1% now. It's down at 1.9% now. So we're seeing a little bit of a push up in Nvidia. That, you know, maybe a little bit of the problem with the NASDAQ rolling over for us here. But to answer Eddie's question, if you're wondering what is in rollover, what has rolled over, treasuries have rolled over to the March contract. We have currencies rollover. You should still be trading the December contract, and the equities are in rollover. But again, you should still be trading the December contracts for now. We'll let you know in the equities and the currencies when you should probably roll over. And of course, on Top Step X, it's going to roll over for you. You won't have to worry about that. But those are the ones that are in rollover right now.
There is a 3-bar reversal that just got formed here on the 5-minute chart here in the NASDAQ. We break below 622. So if I wasn't in a short already, I would still be trying to look to get triggered in right now at 622, 21,622. It was is that 3-bar reversal. So yeah, good news for the short so far.
Yes.
Let's see if we could get momentum, some follow through, and a run down to these lows. But it's a messy market this morning. Lots of consolidation.
Josh in the chat asking, not addressing issues all last night. Are we not addressing those? Josh, as we just said, we are aware of the problems from 5 p.m. the reopen to 5:35 p.m. Central Time, and we will be deleting all negative trades on all of those that were affected from the issues yesterday evening.
Here we go. So NASDAQ broke the previous lows. S&P didn't yet, but that's better for the short, right? Because the lag is on our side. So now we would like to see S&P push down 90 and break below it. Once we have that, it's going to be a decent move. We can as well bounce from it, right? But we'll see.
619, 620s now. Dakota, do you have a downside target, or do you trail a stop on this type of trade?
So I am going to be trailing this stop. I'm actually going to tighten my stop up just a little bit to 52s, 52 quarter. I'm going to be trying to be a little bit quicker than I was on Friday when I was in the I was up 40 points. So what happened was I was in a short, basically around the same zone, and I was patient. Finally went in my direction. I was up 40 points, 5 minis, $40,000 or 4,000. And the market just dropped really quick. And by the time I moved my mouse to take some profit, the market already bounced 30 points against me.
Oh, no.
And it happened fast. And so I'm going to have my mouse on the join bid and close some at profit if we do get something similar, because speed is not going to be an excuse for me today. Friday.
Oh, the NASDAQ. Yes, the NASDAQ.
I remember that. That was vicious.
Yeah,
Hey, you've got about 30 seconds here on this minor number. Just a little heads up.
Thank you, buddy. Love being back here, man. Everyone watching out for each other. 6. Got trade buddies catch up to speed real quick. Got number 2 and number 34 on the Top Step big board in the house. Jerome and Dakota kicking off this week. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,620. Last trade in ES, 60.93. And like Eddie said, we got a number in about 7 seconds. So Eddie, you said some minor numbers.
Still inventories. We're looking at a 0.2%. And hey, they got it. 0.2%. Congratulations. Also, wholesale inventory is coming in at negative 0.1%. Minor. Next up, we got those 6-month and 3-month bill auctions at 10:30.
Right.
Minor. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. They got what they wanted. Take a look at the tilt here. 50-50 across the board. Those trading the micro Bitcoin. Got an 84% long lean there.
So we have the new 4-hour candle that's just got opened. So I won't be afraid if we have a push to the upside, because it can be the creation of the top wick before reversing back down, right? So unless we see a huge move that brings us up, the short still plays good.
Good.
Yeah, we did get that 3-bar reversal. We got the break below 622, and sometimes we do see just that. We see a little bit of a push before continuation down. So I want to see that continuation down.
Now it's reversing.
And yeah,
Ooh,
here we go. We
Rome
just
called
seen
it. Look at that.
Nice work,
I just
man.
got my
Nice
check.
work.
Good
Ask
stuff,
and you
guys.
shall
The 4-hour candle opening
Nice
at
Hoag.
10 a.m. is it like 9 a.m. is always like that. You always have a sort of weak creation. Sometimes the week lasts for 2 hours. You can have a push up for 2 hours but slow, and then on the third hour, boom, you have a 1 hour 120 points move on the opposite side. So if you're patient enough to wait for this move, because it doesn't happen every time, you can get rewarded quickly. But we can see buyers are stepping in here just after the flush. The good thing is, for the moment, we have a sort of box of consolidation on the S&P. So let's say it's between 94 and 91.5. So as long as we don't close above this box, so 94, we would stay bearish, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing any continuation below 622. 3-bar reversal for me was at 622. I need to see continuation down below that for me to feel confident and move my stop and eliminate risk. This 630 level was resistance. It looks like most of the pre-market, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. And let's see if this stays resistance, because it became resistance, 1, 2 times here. And so far, so good. These 630s are becoming resistance, and a break below, say, 614 can look very promising for the Bears.
Yes, completely agreed. Okay, here we go. If we break below 610, I think it could not stop. Because we have a
610, looking for a
huge
push.
range here.
Push beneath 610. Last trade, 617, 21,617. Jerome looking for a push beneath 610.
Thing is, the S&P is not pushing down yet.
Oh, it's not.
So we'll see. Today is the kind of day you understand there's a lag, a gap, a divergence, whatever you want to call it, between S&P and NASDAQ. So when this happens, I don't know what it means. I just know I have to be careful, right? Because sometimes you have moves that are not reproduced. So let's see what happens. I think this box will play well on the S&P. We'll watch if we have a closure below. And I still have this level, so 90.75 on the S&P. And we want to see this level get broken. So the NASDAQ can break below like 610, 620 as well. But this is holding pretty well, Coach Dakota.
Yeah, still not seeing that continuation of momentum. Just like how those 630s was resistance, these, 08s, 012 is support. Like, this was the consolidation, the range that we were seeing pre-market. And you're seeing that continue to be support and resistance right here in the New York session, where resistance, support, nothing yet. Like I said, if we can see some follow through, some breakdown, this is going to be in a good position. And if we do, let's say because nothing's guaranteed, this market could still go straight up and stop me out. If we can break through and find some momentum, then I'll move my stop. And I think this is a good area of resistance. And I love to see these areas of resistance, support or resistance, and key point in areas to move my stop loss. So far, so good. We'll see how this market continues. Lots of consolidation and chop. Rough price action if you're not a range trader.
Yes, indeed, Dakota. Hey, real quick, crude making new highs on the day, $68.54. Last trade, $68.57. High of the day. Gold grinding higher, just beneath $2,700. Last trade, $26.98. MBT on the move. Shout out to Coach Hoop. I saw that in the chat. Let's trade in the MBT, micro Bitcoin, that is $100,680. My goodness. All right. We got the house account short. Last trade in the NASDAQ is 21,622. House account short from 641s. Jerome wants to push beneath 610. Then we can really hit the cruise button
Just
there.
bought one for the break.
I like it. Oh, boy. Glad we got that going. Bought one for the break. Very good. Let's see this.
And to feed the market.
Yes, you do.
Now it thinks I'm long. It's going lower.
Oh, I've been doing that.
I like that,
forever.
Hoag. I like that.
It works, man. I don't care what they say. It works, Hoag. they don't teach that shit
So
anywhere.
far,
but it
so
works.
good.
There's
Yeah,
a nice
got
box on the NASDAQ as well. Strangely, it's bigger than the S&P. So this is 5-minute time frame on the left side, and on the right side, it's 30-minute time frame. So we can see since 5 hours. So this is a 5-hour move window. You can see the NASDAQ just, of course, it broke below, but it's closing inside the range, right? So I'm very interested to see where and how the closure outside of the box will happen. Of course, if it's below, it's better for the trade, right? But there is a good chance we have a very aggressive move on both sides once we break this zone. Because this is the zone of interest, right? You can see the price always comes back in, always closes back in. See the S&P? It bounced right on the bottom of the box, almost, so 91, 92 level. So price keeps ranging in here. So let's see how long it ranges. But once we break, expect a huge move, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even on a smaller frame, like a 100-tick chart, I'm not liking any of the movements, because you can see here where we made a low, we tried to break it, and we only broke it by like 1 or 2 points, and then we just tried to do it again, and it's not a lot. So there's not momentum to the downside on these moves where we're failing. We are, technically these are lower lows, right? Low, lower low, lower low. But there's no momentum to the downside, and you can see it's kind of similar to where this has been support, all pre-market. What I want to see is momentum, where we break and we don't just make a new low by a few points and then reject and go back up and just consolidate and be choppy. As a breakout trader, looking for a decent move, we need to see that momentum. We need to see, not only do we break with, what do you call it? Momentum. We break with a reason, and we see like
we
10-point
break with
move.
Gusto, conviction. Run this thing down. Anyways, all right, we guys, let's go. I'll keep an eye on this trade. Please jump in if anything does change while we manage this trade. But right now, I'm bringing in JD. Haven't talked to my man in a minute. Got some stats. What's up, JD?
What is up, Dre? Good to have you back. Excellent. It's Monday, which means
hit me.
It's positive Monday. Today, guys. Today we climb hills and we find our own paths. Today we whoop ass with both hands. It's positive Monday. That is from Dan Tompkins, your local Chicago Logan Square legend. Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone.
Love it.
All right, let's take a look at Friday's top live funded P&Ls. All of these traders were trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Big numbers coming out of the live accounts. We got Joshua putting up $30,000. Pierce putting up over 15 grand. Daniel, close to 9,000. Jake R, number 3 on the leaderboard. We had him on Thursday last week. Put up another $6,500 in his live funded account. And Joseph, just about $6,000. So some pretty decent numbers coming from our live funded traders. These are live traders trading real money in the real live markets, guys. We do have an honorable mention. Rips is down there in 8th place.
Nice.
4,200 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. So shout out to Rips there.
S&P breaking the box to a downside. Sorry to interrupt.
Jerome was looking for.
So we'll see.
Doctor, here comes your spot.
A good
yes,
doctor.
sir.
90s. Here we go.
Here we go. Let's see if we have the momentum we've been waiting for.
The momentum. NASDAQ needs to follow along.
We got crude 75% long here.
Ooh, nice
75% in the money here.
Crude's pushing higher.
So we got the first closure outside of the box on the S&P. And now we're breaking the opening range, 15 minutes opening range to the downside. So at 90.75. So momentum here is pretty much normal, but we need to see if we can close below to accept price structure, right? Because we're going into the 90s, so that would mean we rejected 6100, and we are potentially open to go back to the 6080s, right? Which is the next sort of psychological level. If we're not, I mean, we'll go back to the 6100s, but the closure above or below 90.75 of this 5-minute candle and the others will be sort of essential to catch the move. Perhaps it's just a little flush and then we're going to go back up, right? Because the NASDAQ didn't flush the same way the S&P did. So we still need to monitor this. NASDAQ is still on its box. The low of the box is 608. The level Coach Dakota had as well. So I'm pretty confident if we can break below 608 and close, we'll have the momentum we're waiting for. I mean, hopefully.
It's testing. It's trying it now. Here we go.
7th Street. Jerome, now 606 is. Here we go.
Damn, Jerome, keep talking.
Yeah, Jerome, don't stop, man. That was great.
The S&P is breaking as well. We still have 3 minutes left, so we need to be patient. But I like this. I like this because we're trying to mirror this sort of pull. And on the S&P, we're basically breaking structure here. On the 4-hour, yeah, we have a nice 4-hour. The last 4-hour on the S&P was doji. So it's, I mean, I won't say it doesn't happen, but it's very rare to have 2 doji candle in a row. And after a 4-hour doji candle, you usually have a strong move, whatever side it is, right? So hopefully it's going to be on our side, but I won't be surprised if we visit back 86 and 79.25. So yeah, conservative zone for the S&P will be between 79 and 86 if we keep going below.
Yeah, still not the momentum that I want to see. We broke it and then we stopped, and now we're hesitating. So still no momentum this morning. It's a consolidation for sure. Choppy. We broke it this time. I mean, at least it was at least by a little bit more, but no momentum, no follow through, no continuation. Still a little bit choppy. We broke through that support, like you said, like 08, and nothing. No follow through yet.
We've been seeing the S&P for the last couple of sessions representing as the weaker of the two markets. And one little caveat in the NASDAQ is the opening range remains the dead ass low.
This is true. What's that price, Hoag?
What's the opening range you see? Yeah.
Dead ass low.
Well, the opening range low, 582. The high, 620. So 38-point opening range.
582.
But it's still below the day.
Highs in Russell, new highs in crude, new highs in gold.
1 minute left. 1 minute left for the candle to close.
Jerome, really quick. I see we have 133,000 subscribers here on Topstep YouTube channel. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Got number 34, number 2 on the Topstep big board. Train live with you here on Topstep TV. So give us a like, give us a follow. Really appreciate it.
Come on, guys. This is our community. Let's hit the like button and subscribe button. We're taking energy and time to be all together here. So let's go. Let's do it, babies.
Thank you, Jerome. I like that. Enthusiasm on a Monday. There we go. Quick 100 likes right
Actually,
there.
you just got me to like it.
There you go. We got Hoag liking it. Dakota, have you liked it? Dakota, have you clicked like today?
Every day. I did now, Andre.
You almost forgot. Basking in the glory of the Bears' loss.
This gold long played very well.
Yes.
Come on,
I can see gold going to 2680. This is the next level I have. And every time gold hit 2616, it went back up to the high of the range. So this is a pretty big range, but this is a 4-hour range, and you can see almost when you break it down, it's more obvious. But every time price went to 2680 and went back below 2617. It tried to go to the upper side of the range. So we broke here, we broke below, we retested it, we broke below, and then we came back in. Whoop, sorry. We came here, and then here you can see up at this level, perfect almost. Here, we failed to go to this level. So price tried to go back to the low of the range, but failed to go there. So price decided to range, and today decided to make the bounce. So I won't be surprised, as we discussed with Hoag earlier, if we have a break and a push to 85, and if not, we'll see a push to the 2700s. I mean, I won't be surprised, even 2720. It would need a huge move, but it's possible. It's less likely, but it's very much possible. But expect a huge area of interest around 2680 here.
One of the things that makes me believe that this gold move is not over, we're at the highs on negative delta. Naysayers are still coming in. We're gonna eat those shorts, like you said, Pac-Man. And
here we go on NASDAQ.
Here we go, NASDAQ.
Oh,
Who's breaking his
600. If we can get through some momentum through 600. Still holding that short from 643.
So, yeah, Dakota.
And keep it. Keep it. You gotta keep it.
Hey, this coming over the wire here. Philippines Mount
breaking it by a few points.
Mount Kalan erupting, sending hundreds to shelters as homes are blanketed with ash. Let's our thoughts and prayers for those people in the Philippines.
Yikes!
Yeah, man.
Come on, NASDAQ.
Pray for him.
NASDAQ is sleeping. We should have shorted the S&P.
S&Ps are breaking. Spoos have woken up to the downside. S&Ps, I should say, woken up to the downside.
Still, again, every time we break lower, it's just been by just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. No momentum.
But
where
the S&P
like you see this morning,
momentum.
We broke with conviction. This is a pure breakout where we broke support and we just made a lot of momentum. Now. So yeah, well, we broke it by a point.
Come on.
Back up to 611.
That's crazy.
612.
Like
it's the consolidation, man. It's this NASDAQ can do this. It could cause a lot of frustration. It could test patience in both directions, right? So you can imagine traders who are both long, both short. Maybe they have stop losses. We run some stops, run a stop, run a few more stops, run that, run it. And it could be extremely frustrating, this type of market, for traders who are looking for, a long continuation higher or a short continuation lower. The traders that are able to take advantage of this type of price action are the ones that like consolidation, who buy on the low, sell on the high, and they keep doing that because this is very frustrating when you're in a trade or when you're looking for a breakout. Breakout trades are not the best in this type of market.
Roll over.
Sellers back in the market here. Gold, crude, and our friend the Russell.
Rusty. Missed you, Eddie.
We had a nice bounce from 86 on the S&P, 86.25. We'll see. Perhaps late buyers coming in.
Buyers, yep. Buyers just stepped in at 21,600 level in the NASDAQ. We popped about 20 points there, but we've come back to 21,608. Again, maybe see if we get these 600s, another test. Knock on the door. Low of the day in the NASDAQ, 21,582. Hoag was talking about that was also the dead-ass low of the opening range, 21,582. Last trade, we're about 25 points above that right now in the NASDAQ. Like Jerome was saying, the S&Ps, the ES, definitely the weaker, looking for a push. We did get break beneath those 90s. Last trade, 6088, 6,088.
Let's see if we can break below.
What up, Eddie?
Hey, Coach Hoop's talking about the ES right now. You just mentioned it. So I was telling my team the ATR and the ES is about a half of what normally on the daily. And he says, make it some range extension, but need to stay patient. Thanks, Coach Hoop.
Out to Hoop.
That was another good example where we had a 20-point bounce I mean, there is probably a lot of shorts that just closed their position out, right? Where we just bounced, ran a bunch of stops right back down to the consolidation that we've been seeing. It's going down into the right ever so slightly. Rough. It's a really choppy market. Seeing traders get chopped out of this over and over again in both directions.
I won't be surprised. I mean, of course it can happen, but I won't be surprised if we have this 30-minute candle on the NASDAQ closing outside of the box. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 30-minute candles closing in the box. So we can have an extra 9, of course, anything can happen. But the more we have, the more I believe the percentage rate of getting out of this box increases. So since we are at the bottom of this range, we have 8 minutes left. So we'll see. The S&P had a decent move to the downside, but the NASDAQ didn't follow. And when this happens, I don't really like it, because you can have a huge move like Coach Dakota said to the upside or whatever direction, 20, 30 points move, and instantly the reverse move. So I believe the best way is either to have conviction in your trade or to trail your stop. Whatever your strategy is, if you want to see money, take money, do it. If you want to believe that we're going to range and we're going to have a direction being chosen, and you want to keep your conviction high, then keep your trade. Don't move anything, but follow your plan. If your plan is to trail or to put stops at break even or whatnot, just do it and go with the market's conditions, because ranging market is takes a lot of mental capital, like Coach Dakota said. Like it's boring. It plays with your emotions, with your thinking process. You're thinking, oh, I'm going long, I'm going short, I'm going long, I'm going short, I don't know what to do. And then you're like, oh, I'm going long. And it messes with your decision-making process. So pick a side and don't move from it. That would be my best advice for today.
Yeah, or just stay out of the markets. Just stay out of this markets until you have better market condition. We set the time and time again. Trading is definitely optional. If you don't have a market that allows you to follow your process and feel comfortable following your process, then just don't trade it. There's always another day. There's always another time, and trading is one of those games where you control when you put your money into the markets.
I just bought another one for the trading gods.
I like it, man.
Just
go.
Thank you.
Dakota says thank you, Hoag.
Thank you. Last time it worked. We just
think we're long.
Positions sometimes.
I'm here to help.
Yes. Eddie coming your way here in a hot second. Yes, market thinks we're long now.
Yeah, we got a nice 10-point sell-off right there off that.
Trick them here.
Keep buying one for the market.
Test these 21,600s. Can we get in the 599s? We got to the 599s.
The only reason I did it is because we're still holding that opening range at the low of the day in the NASDAQ. If we do break below it and we get some continuation, I'm still short one.
Yes, sir.
Which is fair.
Still short one, I should say.
The market heard you. It definitely heard you. Okay, one more momentum down. I'm getting out at the bid now. If we could get a little bit more of a push lower into these lower 90s, 80s, then I'll be getting out at the bid. But is this going to be one of those another frustrating things where we break it of 1 or 2 points and then we rally right back up? So far it is.
600s, 21,600 the price.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, and we'll see.
Yep. That will establish the initial balance as well.
Yes, indeed. And if we close outside of this box, I mean ACH, we can go back inside it, but there's a big chance buyers capitulate. The S&P
there we go.
Is magneting this level. This is the area I highlighted earlier in the session. So if we go down, the price will want to get in this range. So we'll see. We can get in it and bounce from it, right? So we'll see. I'm pretty confident on this short still. It's a pretty
now,
nice
Russell,
short.
big sellers here, heavy downside.
You got the Dow there, Dow handy there, Eddie? I do not have the Dow chart up. Is Dow looking bearish as well? I'm not currently looking.
Got a
At the
44,
YM.
696
Closed out
last.
of one. Closed out of one at 91. Closed out of one right there at 91. We are seeing
Trade.
that momentum finally. And so I'm going to be taking profits down here near this low. I'm going to close out of some of this position here in these lower 90s, upper 80s, as I said, because now we're seeing that momentum. And I'm going to close out a couple right there. Close out a couple. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my stop to the next resistance point, which what we see.
Nice hold.
Hold. And
Nice
so
job, fellas. Patience.
frustrating
patience.
market, but that's patience, right? Where it sucks because I already had that one loser, but you can't cry over spilled milk. One loser, and now I'm sitting in with, closed out some of that for 50 points, holding on to 3 contracts, still up about 52 points on this. But that first trade was minus 30. That's the beautiful thing about high risk rewards, where you could catch a nice, 5-to-1 risk reward like I was. Like, this is a good 5-to-1 risk
I
reward.
would kill one more here at 75. I would
pushing.
one more at 75. But
There goes the IB low.
Yep.
Or the opening range low. Where'd you put your CYA?
632. 632.
Beautiful
Now 6.
flush.
Yes. New lows in.
So now
the
we're
S&P.
in the zone on the S&P.
You're welcome. I fed
Wow.
the trading gods.
100%.
Host another one at 72. Yeah, you did.
They
Host.
thought we were long. They thought we were long, Hoag. We tricked them.
Let's buy 5 more. Let's buy 5 more.
I really pushed this low. Now we long. 21,572. Last trade in the NASDAQ. Put in some new lows, about 3 ticks, 3 points lower. 21,570. New lows. Dakota, how many are you short, or are you completely flat now?
I closed another one out at 72. I'm short 2 at 643, so up about 65 points.
Yeah. All right, we got some paper here in the S&P. Shout out to the chat. We got 1,400 offered at 70. I'm sorry, 60.87 quarter. 60.87 quarter offered 1,400 times. Thank you to the chat. Duncan, thank you for pointing that out. Big size in the ES. About 3 points higher than what we're trading right now. Again, 1,400 offered at 60.87. Short one.
This is the kind of day where you practice also your intrapersonal trading skills, I would say, such as patience, for example. And this is very important. So this wasn't the kind of position we have a huge momentum on our side, but we had to wait. And thankfully, it's been on our side. But this is the kind of day you have to keep your position and believe in what's going to happen. Coach Dakota got stopped really quick, but then kept his idea, and the setup was still right. So he re-entered as.
Ooh, wow.
So we're flushing here. I'm going to stop talking. Or keep talking. I don't know.
I just closed out another one at 54.
Keep talking.
I just closed out of one more. And now I have one runner that I could trail. Up 95 points on this one.
100-point banger incoming. 100-point banger incoming.
I mean, drop the mic and enjoy your day.
We'll see what everyone said. I had some fun on Twitter over the weekend, if you guys didn't notice.
Drop the mic.
What was that?
Sorry, what did you say?
So the Twitter or X and all the fun conversations that is being had on their social media.
So you had a rant coming on there,
crazy
Dakota.
Happening.
I did have a rant, Andre.
Touch on that here. Let's touch on the rant. Go ahead. Let's touch on it right now. You got a good winning trade.
I don't mind. I'm not going to rant here, but there's a lot of
people
that understand things incorrectly, where you know this more than anybody, Andre, because you've been on here with me all the time trading. Since day one, I have always been for single live account traders, right?
Yeah.
Always. Ever since I started Topstep, it's been
Pro Ball.
Single live traders. That is the end goal. Now, a simulated environment is absolutely amazing. I'm for simulated trading. It's very good. It's the right way to learn. It's the right way to practice. And Topstep and other prop firms have been really good at providing that type of environment and using it as a stepping stone to get to a live account. Now, what pisses me off, Andre, is when we have traders out there that, brag and are extremely loud, and they talk so much about how much money they're making in these simulated environments, and they try and tell traders and sell everything, and it's very, very difficult for a new trader to kind of understand why. And I just simply ask the question, why is this person in a simulated account? Why are we in a simulated account? If we're still learning, then okay, great. If you're in a simulated account, well, why hasn't the firm you worked for or trading with moved you to a live account? And if so, then what has happened, right? And that's simply it, because you can't just send money to a prop firm and start trading a live account. You have to go through the process, which I've been blessed by Topstep to work with Topstep and go through that same process as everybody else has, and continue to grow and hopefully lead by example. Because at the beginning of the year, we all know what happened, where I was happy being quiet, working with Coach Jay and the other coaches coaching, and then I have some fun in the conversation where those that do, those that can't teach, and so of course that lit a fire and kind of got me. It's like, okay, I'll show, right? I could also do this, but that's not the main point. That's not the main goal. The main goal is to be, become better traders. It's you versus you. It's never you versus anybody else. And it's only fair to just ask those types of questions. Like, why trade in a simulated environment? Now, don't get me wrong. If you could tell me I could trade in a simulated account and just continue to get payouts for the rest of my life, I will. I could trade 1,000 lots, scalp 3 points without any slippage in simulated accounts, and just get profit of it, just like they do at the floor days, right? Where you could just say, sell 1,000 at one point, buy 1,000 2 points later and make bank. But we all know that's not real in terms of a simulated account versus a live account. So I had that fun rant. I enjoy the conversation. I love the conversation.
Name names, Dakota.
I welcome all the opinions. That's what makes this industry grow, is conversations like that. Regardless of whether you're very against it, regardless of whether you're for that, it's progress. It's constructive conversation. It's fun to have, and that's what we need to do as an industry to grow together.
All right, we're still breaking here in the S&P 6082. I'll let the chat name the names. We don't need to do that. The chat will do it for us.
I'll never name names. Going about individuals is wrong. It's more of a general conversation, Andre. I'll never name names. When people start resorting to personal attacks, it's not cool. Just like, you've lost cool. the war already. It's about having that constructive conversations. Nothing personal against anybody. And it's about spreading kindness, growing, being nice to each other, and negative comments are not for me.
Good vibes, Hoag. Good vibes only, man.
Good vibes.
Speaking of good vibes, I missed this guy the last week. I want to bring him in. E-Money, Kid Comedy. Eddie, come on in. You got some announcements? What's happening, my man?
Oh yeah. Yes, indeed. Do you call it Twitter or do you call it X? I call it Twix. I'm going to have that candy bar right now for breakfast. But make sure you're following us. TopstepTV on Twitter or X or Twix, whatever you want to call it, to catch some commentary, big announcements, and much, much more. Also, who's not a member of our Topstep Discord? Well, shame on you. Get your butt over there. We've got over 100,000 members strong plus. And remember, it's a great place to talk to traders. And I know there's some people that are like, oh, there's some idiots in there. But hey, we got moderators that do take care of that. We filter that stuff out. We're very good at that. So meet some trading buddies. You got a trading buddy? You want a trading buddy? You want to talk to somebody about the same market you're trading? Connect with our coaches. That's a great place to talk to Coach Paul, to Coach Vince, Coach Ray, Coach Jay. They're all in there. So get your butt over there. We're going to put the links, both of those, for our Topstep X or Twitter or Twix, and of course our Discord channel here in the chat. I'm going to give this Back to you, Andre. Thank you.
Twix, man. Where do you come up with this stuff, dude? Where do you come up with this?
It comes from my water
I did move
pipe.
my CYA to 579. 579 CYA for me.
All right, excellent stuff. Hoag, we're a quick update on the house account position. House account is short from 641, correct?
Yep.
Short one.
Just a one lot runner.
Love it.
Same.
All the shorts can thank Hoag for tricking the market into thinking we were long. Nope, we were actually short.
Yep. Somebody had to sacrifice something.
That's right. Take one for the team. Look at the crude here. Hoop is keeping an eye on crude. Hey, look at micro Bitcoin, MBT.
I think we need to get Jerome talking again because he makes the market break.
Agreed, Jerome. What are your thoughts on the NASDAQ going lower, Jerome?
Well, I like that. No, just kidding. If I could add one single element to what Coach Dakota said, and
Please.
I don't want to enter in all these talks, etc. First, because I'm not entitled to, and second, because I'm not in a position in which my speech will make much sense, in my humble opinion. So what I just want to say is, in life in general, I believe a lot of people try to see and check if grass is greener on the other side, right? But one thing I got and I understood clearly in this life is that grass is greener where you water it. So focus on
Love that.
where you want to be, and you will see everything will flourish. So don't chase the shiny stuff because you won't find any water there. You already have your field in front of you, whatever it is, right? So put energy in it, put focus on it, and you will see magic will happen. So that was my 2 cents for the topic before, but see, I started to speak, and the NASDAQ started to flush,
Hoag.
right?
It worked, Hoag. Hoag, it worked.
Yeah, love that. Love that,
Unbelievable.
Jerome. That is one of the best things. You can put that on a t-shirt. Grass is always greener where you water it.
Where you water it.
I
That
love
is the
that.
quote of the day right there, folks.
Fantastic.
The grass is greener where you water it. Great job, Jerome.
I'm going to go ahead and close this one out.
Our lot filled.
Hoag.
NASDAQ.
So plus 117. So 117 points for me, closed, flat. That's where I was
Whoa.
targeting. I was targeting this
That's
area
a monster trade.
support and resistance.
Yes. Super chill
Went from
trade.
down 31 points to positive 44 points.
Can we get a P&L update, Dakota?
4,430.
Nice job. Hoag, can we get a P&L update for the house account? New trade, new lows coming here in the NASDAQ. Hoag, we get P&L there.
We went from down 1438 to plus 1827 on that trade.
Nice swings, guys. Nice
job.
swings. One winner, one loser. The winning trade outweighed the losing trade.
Sheesh.
Sheesh is right, Jerome. Talking dirty to the market. The market just wants to keep breaking after Jerome said the grass is greener where you water it. I absolutely love that. I'm going to write that on a sticky note and post it. I'll have it around my screen, my monitor right now. But last trade, 21,512 in the NASDAQ. Look at the ES, 6077. Putting in new lows there.
Is the house count still short?
We broke
go
the
flat.
79 level on the S&P. So now it's only God knows where we're going. So we hit my levels. So now I don't know. So now we already did our job, right? So we can lock ourselves.
That was the trade of the day right there.
That was the trade. Very nice.
I mean, we caught more than 100 points. So it's worth 3 or
Huge.
4 trading trades. I mean, it's beautiful. How long did it take? When did we enter the position?
I was just going to ask.
Around 8:45, right? Something like that.
Correct. So I entered around like 840, got stopped out for minus 30 points at first, right? So minus 30 points for me. And then as soon as I got stopped out, we got back in right around, about 845, 850 is when we got back into the short.
Yep.
And from there, it was that an hour? Yeah, just about an hour.
It's about an hour. Yes, great hold times.
Wonderful.
Great risk management. Great trade management. Great conversation. Oh, great way to trick the market. Jerome talked to the market. That's what we do here.
Yeah, he did.
TopstepTV. That's what we do here at Topstep TV. We're coming up to 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Bitcoin seeing sellers coming in, new lows on the day there. Yeah, nice. Yeah. New lows just put in there 98,235. By the day, 100,000. Well, yeah, we are above 100,000 this morning. Sellers ever since. $3,000 lower there in micro Bitcoin. MBT is the symbol.
Oh, Bitcoin is flushing. Wow.
It's flushing. Seeing some buyers step in here. Got about a 30-point bounce here in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 21,543. 543. Dakota short, or just sorry, Dakota flat. House account flat. Negative to positive. 2 trades. Very good. Very cool to see. Gold did touch that $2,700 level that Jerome and Hoag were talking about. We're about $3 beneath that right now.
Look at that bounce.
Yeah. It's an ounce. About a 40-point bounce in the NASDAQ. Nice cover, fellas. And buyers are coming in here. Let's see if they can push this. Yeah,
That's jab, man.
Yeah, 100%.
We're fully out, right? On the house account as well. Fully out.
Oh, yeah. We're flat.
Wonderful.
Yeah, this could be a
EJ.
pretty deep
Shout out to
failed
EJ.
downside auction here.
If anybody needs me to talk, hit me up, and we're gonna make this.
Hit me up.
The market listens to the doctor.
The good doctor is in the house.
It knows what's good for it.
Yes, it does. Take your medicine, market.
Well, I know what's good for you, yeah, but for the market, that I'm not sure.
We are about almost coming in at a 60-point bounce here. Hoag saying it was a vicious bounce indeed. We bottomed out in the S&P or the NASDAQ, I should say, bottomed out 21,509. In the blink of an eye, we're now trading 21,565. Just like that. Nice cover, fellas. All the shorts are scrambling right now to get out. Profit taking. We'll see if we can push it. This might be the pop to sell.
We did get a 3-bar reversal to the long side. Everyone taking a long trade. I mean, a 3-bar reversal would be official at 557. I was not looking to take a long, but yeah, a long. That was a valid trade. Actually, I missed that one, Andre, because we were at a level of this was major resistance, right? This is major resistance Friday, and last week this 250. This was the target I was looking at Friday. Was while I was watching and trying to catch a move like this on Friday. It didn't happen. That's why I took the loss. Now we got there, and we got this nice 3-bar reversal at this zone, right? Everything's zones. It's not exact. And if we take a look when we did break out, we had this resistance. This is a little bit more accurate, where this was the resistance, right? Test, pullback, then that's where we broke. And, if the market's going to reverse, sure enough, we did get down there into these, 540s, mid 500s, got this nice 3-bar reversal that probably would have triggered me in at 557s. But the risk is probably too much for me, just because the top and bottom of that candle is going to be 50 points. And I'm not going to be willing to risk 50 points on a trade like this, unless it gave me an opportunity to get in at a better risk reward, which I don't know, because it's hindsight, right? That would be hindsight. Now with hindsight, yeah, maybe I could have been able to catch this consolidation and then reversal. Not saying I would be in long at 515, but yeah, there's a possibility that if I was looking at, could have found it.
Look at the tilt here. Nothing really leaning heavy one way or another. Crude about 69% long in the crude. Nice. Average price of $68.13. Last trade $68.88. About 70 cents in the money there. Shout out to all the longs in the crude. Seller stepped in.
Does the body or the wick make it official? I've seen traders use both. I've seen traders say that if as soon as we cross, they say it's an official 3-bar reversal. Some traders will wait for the next candlestick to close above it. Some traders
we got 1,000 lot here in the fellas. 1,000 lot in the yes, 1,000 lot on the bid. 60.77 bid 1,000 times. 60.77 half, I should say. Bid 1,000 times, about 2 points off of where we're trading right now to the downside.
Do I see it?
Sorry,
The
the offer got pulled.
No.
Did it?
Offer got pulled.
Yeah.
It's still
Offer
there.
got
It's still
pulled.
there. It's still there at 7,750.
Yeah, that's the bid. It was bid before we had a offer 1,000 times at 60.87, 68. Shout out to Duncan in the chat. Here we go. See if it gets filled. 60.77 half, 1,000 on the bid, 1,100 to be specific. See if this thing gets filled. Market likes to gravitate towards a big size like this. Hoag, you watching time and sales? See if this thing's just gobbled up Pac-Man style.
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. Let's trade 60, 78 quarter. Again, we're about 3 ticks beneath. 3 ticks above, I should say. 1,000 lot sitting on there. Shout out to Duncan in the chat. Duncan all over these big orders, the size orders, paper orders, sometimes you call them.
If ES starts to dump, it's going to be painful for those in long positions. Actually, the ES didn't want to close here above 83. So this was a level I was watching when the ES was at the 90s, right? So we broke below it. We tried to break through it, but we couldn't. We failed, and now we're going below 80s. So 6,080s is a sort of psychological level. So if we don't reclaim it and keep pushing price higher, that would means, in my understanding so far, sort of capitulation of buyers, exhaustion,
Right.
and so sellers keeping. See, I'm speaking and the ES is dumping, so
they trade,
I'm gonna
Hoag?
keep speaking and it's.
Oh yeah, they traded.
It's gonna dump.
Yeah. Every time you speak, Jerome, it just keeps going lower.
I know.
Next time before you speak,
You only
let
get
me
this at
know.
Topstep TV. We got market whispers here. No, we're just kidding. We're just kidding. But it's just been a.
So the next level is 73. And I would expect some reaction around this level because this is the sort of 4-hour level on which we had activity here. And if we break below it with momentum, the next stop would be between 70 and 67. So we'll see how much momentum we're getting. The big resistance would be 67.5 because this is the place we have a lot of activity here. So around December, beginning of December, so last week. So if price wants to go lower, it will try to visit these levels, I believe. If not, we will need a bounce. But this thing told me that market would likely more have reasons to go down. I mean, we would want to visit the levels below it rather than above because we failed here. So we had a push of 4.5 points on the S&P that was very quick, and we had the reverse movement. So that's 9 points, right? Back and forth. So 9 points of S&P plus the closure red, so 9.5 points. So that means sellers were in majority, were in control, and so we saw it right after with this movement. So let's see how price reacts around this box, around 69, 65. Yeah. So 67.5 is like the B level. Yes, sir.
Doctor, is that box that you're looking at the gap between Tuesday and Wednesday's session ranges?
Perhaps it's a gap. It's not how I call it. For me, it's a zone of interest, an area of interest in which you have a lot of wicks. So if this is defined as a gap, yes, indeed. But I won't be sure about that. The terminology, I mean.
So it's another way of looking at the same area there. That's I like that kind of confluence.
I noticed that wicks tend to act like magnets. So not every time, but most of the time, the areas like these ones tend to act like magnets. And you made me smile, Coach Dakota, because sometimes I have an idea and the idea is valid the day after I'm having this idea. And I'm like, dang, I had it like too early, right? Sometimes you're early on some moves. And so perhaps we'll not visit this area today, but tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure this is the area where buyers would want to step in because it's a previous resistance, right? A resistance that's turned sort of support here, but we need to confirm the support area, right? So price would need to come back here and buyers would step in. So we could conclude that, okay, price came back in this area. We had buyers stepping in. So this is a support confirmation. But if it's not, then the next stop will be, like below 60.
We got to
So,
pull up in the chat
Listen
here.
to Dr. J. Dr. J.
You got
all the good
Dr.
stuff.
J. Eddie's
Jay.
on fire this morning. Eddie is on fire. Dr. J, Jerome, if you're wondering who Dr. J is, was a very famous basketball player back in the 80s, 1980s. Was his nickname Dr.
Oh,
A lot of
didn't
us
know
grew
that.
up emulating him. Yes.
Yes.
Let me Google it.
Yes. Julius Irving was the name. We'll stick.
Oh,
We got
Julius
to pull up here in the
Irving.
chat. Julius Irving.
Well,
Yes,
I need
popular.
some time to get his haircut, but yeah, in a couple years.
The afro. Yes. That was actually Michael Jordan's favorite basketball player growing up. That was Michael Jordan's idol.
Oh, wow.
Basketball player. Yes. We got to pull up in the chat. Did you catch this NQ short? No, it never bet against America. Oh, pull is down. Now you see it. Now you don't. Things are moving fast here at Topstep TV. Got Jerome in the house, number 34 on the big board. Dakota on the house, in the house as well as number 2 on the big board. I'll give you a little rant here or there. Very polite rants, I must say. Don't come for Dakota, man.
Yeah.
Dakota.
Some people, it doesn't even qualify as
No.
a rant, Andre.
I know. So, the rant master in general is not here today. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. I believe he is in transit right now. In transit.
Mm.
We get him back here. Nothing looking here. Nothing on
Next-
the tilt right now.
No.
I'd like to
Next
see us
time,
maybe
9
get back
minutes
to
are gonna
these
be heavy.
440s.
8 minutes. 440s? Oh yeah, I like it. I have 448. I can clearly see us get through it.
Yeah,
Low
if
on
we
the
get
ES.
down to these 440s or 480s,
NASDAQ.
I'll look for long.
The NASDAQ, right, Coach Dakota?
Yeah, correct, NASDAQ. Or if we get a bounce, maybe I'll look for another short in these 580s.
Well,
580s. Right. Last trade 21,520. 520 low today. 21,509. Top of the hour coming up in about 8 minutes. Jerome said S&P is the weaker of the two. S&Ps are weighing this market down.
Yeah, I believe we'll have a 1 hour closure that's going to be heavy. So volume started to come in. So usually when hourly candle or about to close, so the last 5 to 10 minutes, sometimes less than 5, but usually 5 to 10. Not every time, but I'd say 70% roughly of the times, you have heavy moves, either to the upside reversing the candle or to the downside continuing the movement. So let's see what happens here.
We got Alondra Torres in the chat says, keep talking, Jerome, please. Please keep talking. The chat wants you to keep talking. Half the chat, put up a poll.
They want me to
How many
keep
people want
talking?
Jerome to keep
Okay.
talking? How many people don't want Jerome to keep talking? That's
But
the
I have
new
a request. How many
New tills.
people do we have? 50, 100, something like that?
Yes.
So if you want to keep me talking, you gotta hit the like button, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
We also have 900 on X. There's 900 on X live.
Wow. Hello, X.
There you go.
Twix. Hello, Twix.
Give Dr. J the ball.
Twix, Jerome, you like that? That one got me good.
I
man.
love that. I love that.
You call it Twitter? Do you call it X or you just call it Twix? So good, man. Yeah, put up a poll. Do you want Jerome to keep speaking or do you not want Jerome to keep speaking?
People are liking, so I gotta keep speaking to honor my word, right?
That's true.
They're gonna dislike the video then. So what we want to see is we
Okay,
want to
short.
wait for the closure.
Yes.
No.
You're short?
Just
Right now.
short on as soon as you start speaking, just short.
Oh, got you. So
eat-
yeah, we
eat
want to
CS
see
in
the
the chat.
closure, how it
Yes, please.
closes. So usually the movements we have before the closure are either fake outs or movements to make people get stopped out. So I'm monitoring the S&P on the left side and the NASDAQ on the right side on the 1 hour
Thumbs up.
time frame. And I'm going to check how it closes. I want to see the S&P perhaps break the previous lows. So that would be 71 and a quarter. But that would need us a lot of volume. So we would need sort of 2.5 points in 5 minutes. That's possible. That's likely to happen. We had a doji candle here on the S&P, and on the NASDAQ, we had a red candle. So not doji, but the S&P is the king. So we're going to follow that. So expect 80% chance of having a heavy move on this 5 minutes candle. I don't know which side it's going to go, so I'm going to keep speaking so it's going to the downside. But yeah, we can expect a huge move because of the hourly candle. What I would love to see is a closure below 70.75. That's going to be hard to get, guys, because these are big levels. The market is watching, not especially ourselves as retail traders. So if we get there, expect huge movements. We can have a strong bounce with a very powerful week, or we can have a strong continuation candle that's ripping through this area. So if you're in a position, be careful, brace yourselves, and prepare for the movement.
I like this comment coming from chat. I keep getting confused with Jerome and Paul talking.
they both make the market move, Eddie. They both move the markets.
Yeah, I wasn't joking. That short would have paid.
We got pull up in the chat. Yeah, come on back.
Do we have to say good afternoon?
We got pull up in the chat real quick. Jerome, do you want Jerome to keep speaking? Do you want Jerome? 86% say yes, we want Jerome to keep speaking. 15% say no, I've been long all day. Just push. Yes.
Thank you,
all right,
guys.
real quick.
I love you.
Everyone's flat right now. Everyone's flat. If you guys do take a trade, please jump in. But I got James waiting in the wings here. We got some news. We got some more announcements coming in the pipeline. Here you go, James. Good to see you, man. How are things?
Good morning, Andre. Things are good. Jack is out this week, so you're going to be hearing the news from me. No one better to deliver news, hot-hitting topics. Although, so we can speak more intelligently about it, I think JD will be bringing you market news. And for me, we get entertainment news. And what's more entertaining than this first bit? Coach Jay, over the weekend, specifically Friday, passed his Series 3.
Yes. Yeah, baby. Good job.
So congrats to you, Coach Jay. We're excited you did it. You know, you shared your story about not passing the first time, going back to the books, hitting it hard. And like you said, you closed the loop. If you saw the full tweet, he quotes the tweet where he says he didn't pass and talks about the challenges that he faced through that. So congrats, Coach Jay. But I bring you not just one, but 2 Series 3 passes today. The other one is from one of our traders in the chat. He goes by CL Trader. He sent in his test results, but in order to not dox him even a little bit, I just cropped it to the results pass. So congrats, CL Trader. He sent in a very nice email about wanting to pass on his Series 3 study guide. So we're going to reach back out to you and we'll try and get that moving. On to other news. This morning, the Golden Globe nominations dropped. Mindy Kaling got up there and did her thing and announced them. We have a lot of stuff coming in here. Where is my article? Emilia Perez, the film out of Cannes, quickly picked up by Netflix, has a lot to sing and dance about. They're raking in 10 nominations for Best Actor, Best Director, Best Supporting Actress. The Brutalist, a film by A24, also raked in a lot of noms. And the Golden Globes also cover TV. One of television's most boring nights, the Golden Globes, but it's a pretty good indicator for who might win the Oscars. I hate the Golden Globes. I think the Golden Globes are one of those boring award shows on television.
That's the one they get drunk at, right, James? They get all hammered.
Yeah, they get wasted. They come up on stage and they're like, "I won this award. Now hear me about war in other countries." And you're an actor. I'm an actor, so I know. Yeah. Anyway, best TV shows include Abbott Elementary, The Bear, The Gentleman, Hacks, Only Murders in the Building, Squid Game. I don't know if that's the remake. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Diplomat.
Yeah.
Tons of other good stuff. So be sure to tune in and tune out early. Those things go on for hours.
Oh, hell no.
Hell yes. Our next story is, are you struggling to buy that special someone in your life? Something sweet, perfect, and smells like chicken? Well, good news for you. KFC introduces a new line of scented candles from Homesick Candle Company.
Oh, come
That's
on.
right. If you want your home to smell like a buttery biscuit or the bucket of chicken, you can now buy them for your loved one for Christmas. What a better way to say Merry Christmas than to make it smell like all of those fresh spices and herbs. They're also selling a what are those things called? Air freshener for your car. So you're hanging on your windshield.
Come on. Who asked for that?
You didn't love the sweaty, greasy smell of KFC already. Good news for you. And finally,
calories.
No calories there, just all delicious smell. Our last story is actually something might be a little bit more interactive once I do some more research. But Miami Heat player Jimmy Butler has started his own coffee company, and he actually started it back in 2020 during the NBA bubble. He would sell cups of coffee, sizes small, medium, and large, all priced at $20 each to everybody else on all the teams. He says he started it as a way to get as much money from the other players as he could, but what turned into a side project. Yeah, he says, I was just trying to hustle all the other guys. I knew people had cash and no one was using it because of COVID, so I decided to take that cash, is what he said.
Smart.
Wow.
I think when he explained it, they only gave him nominations of 20s, right?
Yeah.
And so
That's all they carry.
you couldn't charge anything less either.
Could charge anything less or more. So everything was $20. But what started as that has now grown into Miami's first brick and mortar coffee shop for Big Face Coffee. And you can also buy it online. So Andre, anyone else listening on the show, maybe some coffee might be showing up soon.
Hey,
we could do a little on-air taste test to see if Jimmy Butler's coffee is good or not.
Butler. Just opened a bar here in Chicago last summer, actually. Country bar.
Yeah, guys,
Giddy up.
So
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
Well, that's all I got for you now. JD will be back with some more market-moving news. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Of course, the title of today's show is Thank You, My NASDAQ. Stay tuned to Power Hour. Get those guesses in. What is James referring to? James makes the titles of those shows every day. Thank you, my NASDAQ. There's also a little, James, do you have a hint, James, while I got you there, James? Do you have a hint? What?
This song is mostly not in English. There's some English in it, but the majority of the song is not in English.
Thank you.
Man,
Those
NASDAQ's
guesses
getting
in.
crushed.
Mhm.
500. We just broke through 500.
Well, yes, we did.
If only we had a runner.
We had a runner in D last year, 21,503. Dakota did say we broke the 500s. 21,495 did print in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Crude seeing a bit of a pullback. Down about 40 cents off the highs. $68.88. High of the day. North selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. Now we're beneath 500s last trade. 21,496. 60 70s in the S&Ps. Both new lows on the day.
Yep.
S&P getting in the box soon.
What price is that again, Jerome?
69. Like roughly. I
60s.
mean, the box is a sort of average, but the big level I have is 67.5. So I want to see how it reacts within this range when it crosses it and if, but especially this level. Sorry, 67.5.
67. Okay, 67 halves. Last trade, 60, 68.
So now we're in the box. There's a nice flush. This is a very beautiful sort of trend morning, but everything is sort of, a nice day. You can analyze the chart and see the points it rejects or it bounces from and pick a position. I've seen people in the chat saying I keep bragging and not taking position. It's just because I already hit my daily loss limit, guys. But otherwise, I would have been in a position. So no worries on that side. I'm not speaking not to take any position. So
who's saying this, Jerome?
Here,
who's saying that?
I don't know. I've seen some people. I guess they don't have any more water to put on their grass, right?
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. Yes.
You're out of water.
Water your own grass. Don't water our grass. Water your grass. Don't be on it either. Don't let the dogs on our grass.
That you've had. Every analysis has been spot on, matching what I'm looking at as well in the market. So very similar with what we're looking at. So great.
I love that.
NASDAQ's down to the initial balance low from Friday, which was the opening range low from Friday. That level is 486. Interesting spot here.
Yes, it is. This is a zone where it was, there was nice resistance. Then it became support again on the 5th, support and resistance again near the 5th around noon. And then it became resistance on the 6th, and then support and resistance. So this is a key zone. So I'm not going to be surprised if buyers step in around here, trying to push this up, or at
36.
least have a bit of a pullback. The next level I see is going to be right here, what we talked about, Jerome, in these 440s. This next level.
545 is today's initial balance low, so that is right at that 40 level. Nice little area there for a potential execution.
Great stuff, Hoag.
There's Jay in the chat.
Hey, congrats, Jay. Jay was hot.
Even
for a fact,
I mean, it's
Jay was
a
hot after
very
the first time.
risky entry, but even a short here could be a nice entry.
Why do you say that, Jerome?
I mean, I'm not saying we should short, but assuming we broke here and we rejected, assuming we reject here and we are rejected this area, we just
what's here? What's price? What's price?
Here is 75 on the S&P and 83.75 earlier. So now we bounced from 68.50 on the S&P right here, but the market doesn't want to go back up, right? The market is like, okay, let me see what's happening on the downside. Told you some key levels are acting like magnet. I mean, whether I'm right or wrong, I've noticed that. And pick any chart, put the 4-hour time frame, check where the most wicks are, and watch out how price gets to it. So today it's on the downside. It could have been on the upside, and if it was to the upside, I would have identified no levels because we are at all-time high, right? So it's easier on the downside, but that's what price action tells us, right? This is basic price action. So sometimes it doesn't work, but today is likely the kind of days we can follow price action very clearly, and we can see it's getting back into the box, and NASDAQ is getting to Coach Dakota's levels, so the 450s, 440s. So see, a short was a good entry there. We flushed like
it was. What have you keep talking? It keeps going
you keep
down.
talking, Jerome.
I mean, I just told. Next time I come, please remind me to short, and that's.
He's watering the shorts grass.
J-Main in the chat says, keep talking. J-Main, his last trade 68 in the S&P's 21,472. Last trade in the NASDAQ.
I'm Jerome Dowell.
Well, yeah. The French version, right?
Yes,
exactly.
We. Last trade 21,472. See a bit of a bounce here in micro Bitcoin. Popped about $400. Boy, those swings are vicious in the Bitcoin. Look at the crude, $68.65 last trade. High of the day, $68.88. Gold, we are beneath 2,700. Again, high of the day, $2,700. About $9 beneath that. Last trade, $26.91 in the gold. Coming up to the top. Oh, top hour has
people saying, "Do not stop talking." I gotta breathe, guys. I love you.
Jerome, you crack me up, man. You are funny.
So we have the second bounce within the box. So what's interesting to notice is, will we have a 5-minute closure outside of the box or inside? If we have a closure inside the box, that would mean it's more likely that the next 5-minute candle will break below, but that doesn't mean anything. We can same time have a very huge 5-minute candle bouncing up. So I'm just going to keep talking for the next 40 seconds so this candle keeps ripping down and closes inside the box. But the NASDAQ has a better activity. At the beginning of the session, we could have said that NASDAQ was behind the S&P, sort of, because we saw the S&P at the low of its opening range, while the NASDAQ was at the high of its opening range, right? So now NASDAQ kept the lead, and it's flushing. I mean, let's keep talking. It's flushing.
You can't even say it with a straight face, Jerome. Even you're laughing at this.
I'm laughing.
Now, when we get long, let's just kick you out. So let's kick you out.
Exactly. So we are ripping the 67.5 level. So now, okay, that is wonderful. We have a closure inside the box. That's the first closure since last week. So what we want to see now is a very strong push below this box to possibly target 54.5 or 51 on the S&P. And now on the NASDAQ, we hit the target of Coach Dakota and I, so 440, 450. So we added like another 70 points to the initial trade, if only we had a runner, but we won't get frustrated, right? We take what the market gives us. So here what's going to happen is that we have the 15-minute candle as well. And we've had 3 15-minute candle closing outside of the Bollinger Bands. That's the white candles here. So it is more likely, ACH of course, but it is more likely we have a 15-minute candle, the next one, ranging. Perhaps the 45 next minutes will be ranging in the box. But perhaps we will break below, but I won't be surprised if we have 15 minutes of consolidation and then the market is like, okay, let's go for another leg down and then we break it down. Because if we don't see a huge move, either breaking above the box or below, that means the market is not ready to leave this area, right? So remember, we said this is a huge level. Not us only is watching, right? So we were expecting buyers to come in this zone, right? So we are having them. The question is this enough? Is this enough? Do we have enough buyers? Is this incoming move, powerful enough to break above and say that price action is getting respected? And so we have to reverse sort of V-shape, or price will be like, no, I want to target lower, sellers are in control. So whether you think we already flushed 30 points more on the day, we can flush another extra 20, right? So of course it is less likely, but ACH. So let's see what happens in this box for the next 15 minutes. I'm very curious.
Okay, you stop talking. Now we could bounce here.
The chat's loving this, by the way. The chat is absolutely loving this. The new Jerome indicator.
We filled the gap in the S&Ps, by the way.
What gap?
The gap is filled.
Okay.
Tuesday to Wednesday's session gap. This purple box I got on my chart here closed at 6,066.
6. All right.
There's a naked point of control down below that at 6,059.5 that can act as a magnet. But with that gap close, just like Dr. Jerome is saying, you're going to find buyers down there. If those buyers can take over and turn the market the other direction, grand. But that is something that has been missing, particularly in the S&Ps for the last few sessions. We've been kind of rejecting higher pricing and kind of missing those strong buyers that have been picking up every opportunity for longs when it's cheap. Looks like it may be happening now, though. Look at this.
Mm-hmm. They come
yeah, Jerome just stopped talking. Now we're finding some buyers.
Yes, right.
It's ironic, but I mean, this is the 440s, 450s
Twilight
levels.
Zone.
Seriously, Eddie.
That gap is still available down in the NASDAQ, down below in the NASDAQ. That same Tuesday to Wednesday gap goes 388 down to 289. 21,388 down to 289 is that same gap that we just filled in the S&Ps. S&Ps have been presenting as weaker.
Nothing showing on the tilt right now. See a little bit of a bounce, about 5-point bounce in the ES. We bottomed out at 6,065. 6,065 low day there. Let's trade 6,069.5. Bit of a bounce here. 30-point bounce in the NASDAQ. A lot of these bounces have been sold, though. Like Jerome's saying.
Momentum is to the downside.
It's very, very orderly sell-off, though, Hoag. Would you call this a technical sell-off? Inertia.
Yeah.
Gap fill?
I talked a little bit about it on the opening call about the upside auction in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ has been very good. It's been supported by increases in open interest. It's been strong. Volume has come off a little bit, and the increase in open interest has come off a little bit. And the fact that we're coming into rollover has a tendency to make the market a little bit more range bound. So, without saying, be careful for a pullback, and that might be what we're starting to see right now. Here's the daily chart. So we've seen pretty good price action on this, push to the upside. We started to kind of show a little bit of balance Friday and Thursday and Friday. Those are the days when the buyers just kind of had trouble kind of supporting price. It was a much weaker day in the S&P than in the NASDAQ. So this is kind of what I was talking about is, this market could consolidate. It could use a little bit of a pullback to even out inventory before moving higher. And again, remember in rollover, the market tends to be range bound. Here's a perfect example of a rollover range in gold. We rolled from the December contract to the February contract, and while that roll was going, very indecisive, very range bound. Well, the rollover's pretty much over now, and we're going to see if we can see continued buying coming into this market. But so technical, yeah, I think this is a technical pullback. I think we just got too long. We need to adjust inventory, and once that inventory is adjusted, then the next leg will be chosen, whether it's up or down. We do have the FOMC meeting next Wednesday, so a lot of people are just going to be kind of waiting around for that.
FOMC. Let's take a quick peek at the Fed Watch tool. We have a 89% chance, as of now, 89% chance for another 25 basis point cut. That is December 18th is the next FOMC meeting. But yes, 89% chance. Probability, I should say. Probability of another 25 basis point cut. With that being said, I got JD waiting in the wings. JD's got some stat pack number 2 coming. Hold on, Jerome. Real quick, Jerome. Bring in JD. If you guys do take a trade, please jump in. Of course, markets over everything here at Topstep, TopstepTV as well. But
I mean,
JD,
I might get long
man.
if JD steps in and
JD's the bull.
JD, are you? And we might be seeing a 3-bar reversal here if we could break through 477. If we break through 477, it'd be a 3-bar reversal after reaching a nice level of support. So I think this is just watch and see mode for me. I am tempted to get long here at 477, 478, but being patient. Let's watch. No trades for me yet.
I'm with you, Dakota. Let's get long together. All right.
Come on, JD.
Let's take a look at last week's live funded payout leaders. These are last week's totals, not just from Friday, weekly totals. We got Rafa, our boy, number 1 on the big board, $108,000 in payouts from his live funded account. Kai Chun, hearing his name quite a bit lately, took another $36,000 in payouts. Derek, Anthony, and Prince also with decent numbers. $20,450 for Derek, $20,250 for Anthony, and $18,103 for Prince. Little piece of news. I'm not sure how much this was discussed earlier today, but we got NVIDIA down more than 3.5% right now.
Sure is.
When this was taken, hang on, I got an accurate screenshot. Came from we're down 3.24% right now, and it's all based off of a Chinese antitrust lawsuit against NVIDIA. Has this been you guys been seeing this coming across your wires or anything? From Yahoo Finance, the government believes NVIDIA's $7 billion purchase of an Israeli computer networking equipment maker may have violated Beijing's anti-monopoly rules. This comes ahead of right before the new administration is going to take over here in the United States. We got a quote from Nigel Green, CEO of the DeVere Group, saying that this is definitely a flex. It's sending a strong message that it won't hesitate to push back, and NVIDIA's targeting is a harbinger of more aggressive measures to come. So they're sending a signal to the new administration, possibly, that they are not looking to take any shit from us. But we'll see what happens next.
Oh, boy.
Does any
so good?
Is this the tip of the iceberg?
Where are they going to find other chips? Where are you going to find those chips at? I mean, yeah.
I like the barbecued NVIDIA chips.
Right. I do. I'm a jalapeno guy, Hoag. I love them. They're delicious.
In the same article, about a week ago, the Biden administration implemented a round of semiconductor export restrictions aimed at limiting China's access to advanced chips. So, this is definitely some pushback. We'll see what happens. All right.
Just
some news for you.
That long would have paid, Andre.
It would.
Yeah, just there we go. Nice 3-bar reversal. It supports. JD comes in, transitions. We don't have Jerome talking the market down, and yeah, we're 20 points higher from the top of that 3-bar reversal. Let's
Good
see
afternoon.
how this plays out. I think we could have him step in now and see if we could push this market down, because this is a nice area for resistance. And so if we're going to short this market, if traders are looking for this market to continue down, this could be a good area to short here in these 490s.
We do have 74% long. But the tilt. Go ahead, Eddie. I think you were going to say what I was about to say. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what? Real quick here, just want to say, hey, we went to the payouts. JD did the payouts here. I want to let everybody know that, hey, if you have paid yourself out here at Topstep $5,000 or more, doesn't have to be all one sum. You can add up to 5,000 or more. You are eligible for our payout club. There it is. Just put the link in the tab here. Remember, every day on Topstep TV, we're going to be putting this link in there. And can we get the hat and the pin picture up there real quick? But this is it. That's the link. If you've paid yourself out here at Topstep, you are eligible for that hat and that pin. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. Yes, Eddie. I thought you were going to also say we got ES. We got heavy tilts here in the ES and the NASDAQ. 73% long in the NASDAQ, 74% long in the ES. It's moving right now. Buyers coming in, like Dakota said. Looking at this 21,500 level in the NASDAQ. Bottom out at 21,436. We're about 60 points off those lows. European close coming here in about 8 minutes.
What's your thoughts on this market up here at 510s?
I know what you want him to say, Dakota. I know what you want Jerome to say. Okay, let's see what your background is, Dakota.
I'm thinking the box we had on the S&P was beautiful. And that's what's difficult in trading as well. So not breaking this box is a very bullish signal, and breaking this box is a very bearish signal. So we didn't know what was going to happen, right? But we expected a very strong reaction on this box, right? And we called it. And I said, that's the level I'm looking for. And I'm expecting buyers to step in. I can swear I wasn't expecting heavy buyers to step in. But what I noticed through couple fast market sessions with you, Coach Dakota and Hoag, is that when I have a level that is in confluence with you guys, especially with you, Hoag, we have reversal levels in common. So you had this level for the gap, for example. I had this level for other reason, for my perception of the market. And this is the third time I think it happens in 3 weeks. So I have a level, you have a level for different reasons, and it's a perfect reversal level. And it happened with Coach Dakota as well. So I think there's a sort of correlating pattern here. So in the future, I will try a reversal on a sort of area we'll have as confluence like today. So this is something I will keep in mind. But overall, my thoughts, we've had a very nice bounce around 430, 450 level. And we've had a 15-minute candle that's closing in 6 minutes. So it's either we're going to have a strong push up, flipping the 30-minute candle, and then, but the S&P already flipped. So that could be a reversal. That's actually a reversal structure. The thing is, if people will get trapped, they're going to get trapped in the next 30 minutes. I mean, the next 30-minute candle. So I would like to wait for the 30-minute candle, the actual one, to close, to see if we have more bullish movements during the last 5 minutes or not. And then we'll see. Perhaps sellers are waiting for buyers to take over. Perhaps we have a very clean reversal. Right now, we are at the sort of key level on the S&P. And so you can see here the weeks we had here. And on the NASDAQ, we had a couple weeks here, right? Here, and here.
Yep.
So on the local zone, you can see these are the areas price liked. So magnet, you see wicks, you think magnet. It doesn't work every time, but most of the time it works. You see wicks, magnet. So now we can break above, or this is a sort of technical pullback on the local side, and then we break
like
below
what I was talking about.
again on a push. But we can as well make another leg down, build, print a double bottom, sort of, and then go back up, right? So we need to see if strong sellers start to step in right here, not right now, but for the next 5 to 10 minutes. That could perhaps mean that was a technical pullback like you described. We need some liquidity. We need to stop some shorts that were heavy and kept their positions opened. So that's perhaps the movement. If we want to see a continuation of reversal, we want to see at least sort of 20 points push from the NASDAQ to reach 528. If we fail to reach 528 and half on the NASDAQ and close above, I don't see buyers, at least for now, getting control back. But if we are, that's most likely a reversal.
Hey, London closed in about 3 minutes here, folks. London's closed
on point today. Take a look at that tilt. A quick update there. Did see 75% long in the NASDAQ and S&Ps. Paired back a bit, 65% long in the NASDAQ. Now, we do continue to grind higher. I did see Coach Hoop in the chat saying this could be some shorts hovering going into, like you just said, London closed. London closed in about 3 minutes.
Got me wondering if we finally found the buyers, if we finally got cheap enough for them.
There you go, Hoag.
Nice reversal here, though.
Yeah, we need to see the closure, but yeah, beautiful.
Actually, I like the fact that you look at the 30-minute chart as well. I do like that.
Always try to get from the higher time frame and break it down, because sometimes we get blind, right? If you're the 1 minute and you're zoomed out like that, you don't see nothing, right? You see nothing is happening. But when you zoom out and you put yourself on the 4-hour time frame and you remove all the drawings, you can see more clearly what's happening, right? So yeah, it's very important to go back to the higher time frame. Two minutes left.
2 minutes to Euro close. And we got a little VIP check-in. Coach Paul coming at you on the other side of that close.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Coach Paul? I see you there. Co-star at the buzzer. Make sure to check that out.
There he is.
Coach Jay as well. Freshly passed Series 3. Shout out to Coach Jay. Coach Jay was hot when he did not pass the first time. Sure you that? Very, very explicit language. Was not pleased with himself, but came back strong, closed the loop. Check out Coach Jay, Coach Paul at the buzzer.
I'm short. 508.
Let me get talking then.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Joe. What's your thoughts on this? Speak away.
Well, so we have 50 seconds left for the closure. And look at my boxes. We have to wait for the closure. The S&P broke above, but has not yet closed above. The candle is not finished, but we can see the NASDAQ below the box. So the low of the range of my box is roughly 506. And the high of the box of the S&P is roughly 75.75. So 15 seconds left. We need to see if it's closing within the box for the NASDAQ and above for the S&P. We'll need to wait. Keep in mind that the next 30-minute candle is going to open. So we can have a 10, 15 points to the upside and then a strong reversal, because we need the wick to be printed, right? The wick. You don't have any wick here, right? So it is less likely we have a wickless candle, a candle without top wick, but statistics tell us that we are likely to have a wick. So let's see if this is a top wick or if we're going to have the push to the upside. It is more likely we're going to have a top wick because of the structure and the momentum to the downside we've been witnessing since this morning. But if we have a reversal, it's going to happen here as well because we need the continuation of the reversal. So watching what's going to happen within the next 30 minutes. But as long as we re-break above and close above 514 for the NASDAQ, I think the reversal is still in play. As long as we don't close below 506, shorts are going to get in pain. But that doesn't mean it's not a valid short, right?
I am in pain right now.
It's just market to find a direction.
So, I mean, what I'm looking at is we had that nice sell-off. We just had a nice rally or pullback or whatever you want to call this, right? Reversal, rally, pullback. People who are buying the dips are going to be calling this reversal. People like myself that are shorting up here is going to be calling this a pullback. Call it whatever you want, right? I mean, you can see where we kind of hesitated here earlier. You can see where let me zoom on the 5-minute chart. On what was this, Friday the 6th, we did have a lot of resistance there. That's why I have my stop loss just above that, which, you know, is this another question where should my entry be where my stop loss is? Maybe. But when I look at the way that we sold off today, there's a lot of support right here. We sold off. There's some buyers that stepped in right around this zone, these 5.9 to 5.20 zone. This was major support, and we broke through that. And now I'm looking for this support to become resistance, and also trying to be a little bit preemptive, as I've said before, looking for a 3-bar reversal. 3-bar reversal on a 5-minute chart to the downside is going to be, you know, not official until we break this low of the previous candle. So not until basically 500. So this is one of those where it's unlikely that I'm correct because, you know, the current momentum, depending on what time frame you look at, because this market's been rallying, right? This market's rallying since we were down at 430s, and so I'm going against the current momentum. However, if we do get this 3-bar reversal, then I'm going to look for continuation back down. And this is not as big of a trade as earlier. This is something where I'm going to be looking for, you know, just a 1-to-1 risk reward. Maybe I look for 20 points, 15 points, something like that. We'll see how this comes to fruition.
But let Jerome talk. It'll knock it down.
He does all the work. It must get too tough.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to take advantage of Jerome's power to bring the markets down, but that was used up all the juice on that major sell-off. I should have taken advantage of it. Now we need Hoag to buy one for the sell-off.
There you
go. All that. That's what.
Hoag.
Pulling out all the tricks.
Can I see if it works in a practice account?
Yeah, we'll light some sage and do a little dance and all that fun stuff.
You're done. Whatever it takes. Last trade 21,507.
So I like to see this top wick being printed. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, please.
I didn't mean to. There's this gap between when we speak and when we hear ourselves. So I don't mean to interrupt every time. So I'm sorry. But we're having the top wick, but let's wait for what's going to happen. I like that we didn't go down in a first instance, because usually when we need a wick to be printed, you want the wick to be printed first. That's what you will witness over time. At least that's what my experience taught me. So the 5-minute candle is going to close, and it's closing with indecision, right? The market doesn't know where to go, or too many people is getting in the game right now, but the balance is balanced, right? I mean, it's like 50-50 sort of. So we'll have a huge movement. The question is, will it be in the next 20 minutes or in 20 minutes? So we'll see.
Yes, we will. We will see. All right, Dakota is short from 508. We're right here, right now. We got JD. We got Coach Paul. Get a VIP check-in. Let's find out about the Coach Paul Profiteers. Here, we got about 20 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We got to squeeze some things in, but if you guys are ready, I'm ready. JD, Coach Paul, the Profiteers is here. Bring them in. Go ahead, guys.
What's up? I love that. I love how Hoag is the only person on the planet who can actually flip the script and play mind games on the market and win. That's an incredible, incredible feat. You guys are all lucky to witness that. Pure power.
Pure power.
Coach Paul, head coach of the Profiteers. How's it going? Happy Monday. Welcome back. What is the lesson for the week for the Profiteers? What are we telling our guys this week?
We're disciplined, staying within our trading plan, not varying from it, trying just to make money. We have 3 or 4 that have adapted that, and they're staying within it. They're not blowing out, and they're staying within their confines and making money slowly but surely. So discipline is the name of the game. Not just throwing caution to the wind just to make money and pass, and creating good habits. So we're making progress there.
Very good.
That's our
Very
theme
good.
for the week.
Discipline. Theme of the week for the Profiteers is discipline. All right, we haven't done a real high-level overview of all the teams in a while, so let's pull up that Topstep VIP leaderboard real quick. We got Coach Jay from the Lunatics. That pass rate, he's in the lead with the pass rate, 60.8% pass rate. Started with 51 traders, 28 have moved down to greener pastures, 13 open active combines, total payouts of $8,000. We got the Mindset Hunters and the Market Makers tied for number of payouts. 4 payouts for the Mindset Hunters, total of $64.77 in profits, and 4 payouts for the Market Makers, total of $28.85 in profits. Coach Hoop down there leading the pack with 28 traders and active combines on Friday. It was earlier last week. He had 36 traders and active combines. This was the biggest number that we've seen. So it's 28 traders actively in the markets, not sitting on the sideline waiting for another reset. And he's also in the lead with total payouts, $8,185. He and Coach Jer in a real tight race. So Coach Paul from the Profiteers, we got 38 traders started with. 10 have passed through the trading combine. 11 open combines as of Friday. And we're talking about discipline this week. Let's take a look at Coach Paul's top 5 traders right now. Here they are. No current active combines for Coach Paul, but he has had quite a few pass through the trading combine already. We got Michael at the top. We're getting real close. We're going to talk a little bit more about Michael in just a few minutes. Matri, you talked about last week, halfway to that XFA. Sharf, also getting close. Micah and Cameron, all fighting their hearts out with some pretty decent winning rates there. Coach Paul, who's the leader of the pack in your room? Who's probably the most vocal or active trader that you got? You've been are there certain traders that you are in contact more with than others?
Yeah, Sharf is one of them. He spent 2 weeks just in a practice account after blowing out of a combine. Really working on his mental and emotional decision making. He went to the practice account. He did not like to lose. We went through this where he wouldn't take losers, which is common in trading.
Sure.
So he went through that, and now he's turned it around. He opened up his went back into the live account, and he's making progress. He's got great results. He's really accepted that he needs to learn how to lose well so that he can stay in the game. And it's starting to work for him. So congratulations. Great work.
Well done, Sharf. Yeah, all great lessons right there. Halfway to passing that trading combine, just about $3,000 away, almost exactly halfway there. All right, well, we got a couple minutes left. Let's take a look at that trading card for Michael. Michael B. Now, here is a trader who is no stranger to passing through the trading combine. Michael's currently trading in 5 150K XFAs. Reset this account last week, so only 4 trading days in this current trading combine. 100% winning days, averaging $1,280 a day in this trading combine. Getting real close, less than $1,000 away for Michael B. He's not trading huge size either, decent hold time, so he's not really. I wouldn't say he's actually swinging for the fences on every trade. He's got great trade locations. It looks like, based on just looking at these trade reports. We don't have we don't know what the intent of the trader is every time they put a trade on, but just based off the numbers solely. Averaging 6 trades per day, an average of 36 lots, and putting up $1,280 a day, $1,280 a day. That looks like pretty consistent, disciplined trading. How do you feel about this trading card right now, Coach Paul?
I like that he's getting risk rewards 4-1. This is disciplined. Excuse me. But time. Can you keep doing this? I know you said he reset, but right here he's following his plan. And now if the markets are moving the way his plan is, just be prepared for drawdowns, that you don't try to avoid taking the good loss and turn it into just trying to make money. But great results. I like that the average loser is 113 versus the average winner of 447. That means he's holding winners, cutting losers. So keep it up. It seems to Michael has a plan that he's executing. My concern is that you keep the discipline. If you've been resetting frequently, this is an opportunity to understand that you don't need to reset. You need to keep it alive and follow your plan. Don't avoid drawdowns that are going to happen. There hasn't been a trader who hasn't had a drawdown. And that's following your plan, sticking to risk management principles, and understand that you have a nice plan here, a nice trading system. Follow it. Don't veer from it.
Yep, definitely in capital preservation mode right now. Less than $1,000 away from passing the trading combine. Like you said, Paul, drawdowns are a part of the game. They are just another fact of life in the life of a trader. So don't let that losing day wipe you out. Money management, risk management, get across the line, get into that XFA, and start taking some payouts.
And
all right, Coach Paul.
Management.
And emotion management, yes, for sure. Speak a little bit about that. We're going to close out in just a minute. How about a lesson on managing our emotions?
Well,
trying to get that last 1 or 2 winning days in
yeah,
and pass the trading combine.
And it's a common thing when we're right near the finish line that we don't want to, you might have a loser or a losing trade that you don't get out of because you want to turn around and get over the hump. This is very common. Our humans. Focus that we have no control over whether our trade is going to be successful or unsuccessful. So we have to accept that emotionally and understand, okay, it's not this one, but that's why we're talking about discipline of executing our plan. And we can't force ourselves over the goal line. And even when we get over to the goal line, it's it's part of a stage. You still have to trade. It doesn't end when you pass it. It's continuous. The old saying, it's a marathon. I don't think it's a marathon. Marathons end. I've run a couple. They end, and you're so thankful. But trading, it keeps going. And if you're going to create a career of this, that's where the emotional management of understanding that each trade is its own entity and being disciplined and executing your plan will bring you success over a long term.
Well said. Thank you very much, Coach Paul. Coach Paul, coach of the Profiteers and the Topstep VIP experience. That's what we got for your VIP update today. Thanks for joining us, Coach Paul. We'll catch up with you again later this week and next week. So, all right, guys,
All right.
we're going to kick it back to you. Have a great day,
JD.
Paul. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Very impressive card there. 85% winning trades, 4-1 reward over risk. Michael's going to create an empire like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice. Coach Paul, another one of those great coaches. I'm flat now,
Sir.
so I closed now at 485, 485,
Nice, Dakota.
47. There's a nice little
Beautiful.
support on our way down that we held. I actually closed a couple contracts off right near the bottom of this. This was a little bit of resistance. Closed some off here, the 96s. Held two on to the 86s, closed them out. And that was more of a short scalp. And over here on the 5-minute, you can see where we got that 3-bar reversal confirmation. Had a little push down, got 22, 25 points off of that. So there's a nice 1-to-1 risk reward on this trade.
Dakota playing it like a concert pianist.
Very nice.
A pianist, yes.
Yes. That's what you call a
Why is
piano.
that funny,
That was
Dakota?
beautiful.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's what you call a piano player, Dakota. That's what. That's
I know. Trust me, I go to the Salt Lake City Tabernacle, and they have a beautiful
Oh, nice.
orchestra here in Salt Lake.
Salt Lake City getting a feature, a whole show on CNBC. Oh, it's the new up-and-coming tech hub of the West. I just saw Dakota. Salt Lake City getting a lot of love.
It is.
Seems
Here's
we
Silicon
could see more
Valley. It's,
downside option,
Silicon
though.
Slopes. Silicon Slopes.
Like that. All right. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,500. JD's ready to come back in. He's ready to come back in. I'm not going to get in his way. JD just putting in the hard work. JD, come on in. There's
Hey,
the
let's
face.
do it. We got our hot streaks and live funded call-ups. What do you say we take a look at these real quick? All right, here are your hot streaks from Friday. Not much change on the board. VJ made about $8 trading the MNQ. It's now at 56 days, worth nearly $3,800. We've got Ali. Ali made about $2 trading the MNQ on Friday. Now at 54 days, worth $48.26. Again, Ali's in a couple of accounts on the hot streaks board. Oh wait, nope. One account lost. Ali had 2 accounts on the hot streaks board. I'm only seeing one today. So Ali did drop one. Stephen M made about $2 trading the MNQ. A lot of MNQ traders on this list. Now at 54 days, worth $2,000. And we've got Elareza. Elareza's back after a little short hiatus. Made about $130 trading micro gold on Friday. Nice job, Elareza. 35 days worth $10,774. And then Jacob F, who is being pretty consistent. Came back from a little drawdown on Friday, made $6.50 trading the MNQ. Now at 33 days, worth just about $3,000. There are your live funded trader hot streaks from Friday. And if our guys in the back are ready, we can do those VIP call-ups too real quick.
Sweet.
We got a couple of traders, only 2 traders from Friday. 2 traders called up on Friday. First up is Zhang Yang from China, coming in with a starting balance of $5,138. Trading the NASDAQ. Nice job, Zhang Yang. Welcome to the club. We'll be seeing more of you soon, I bet. Then we've got Kevin. Kevin trading the S&P, NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil. Over $10,000 starting balance. Kevin coming in from Texas. Coming in hot, deep in the heart of Texas. Nice job to these 2 traders. Moving on up to the live funded account. That is the goal here at Topstep, to get everybody to the live funded level. Just a couple more examples of some great trading, great traders here at Topstep. All right, folks. There you have it.
Thank you,
Pro ball.
JD.
That's it.
Dakota, we got a couple more minutes. We got some call-ups. Boom, we got appreciation coming up in about 7 minutes or so. Dakota, what made you cover that short?
Over on the 100 tick chart,
Yeah.
if you can see that on our way down. So I'm a price action trader, and when we're at all-time highs, it's very hard to trade because there's nothing on the left to reference. But on our way down, we have reference points, right? We have areas of support and resistance that we can reference on our way down, and that is basically what I was looking at to cover. Number one, the 5-minute chart, we had the 3-bar reversal. I was looking for a 1-to-1 trade, and it's like, okay, where's some targets on the way down? Where did we, find support and resistance? And sure enough, there was a couple areas, and then maybe there was an opportunity to hold it all the way down there, but I wasn't looking for a big continuation because we've already came so far so fast. It doesn't mean we can't continue and make new lows, but this trade setup was purely a scalp looking for about 20 points. But since I have that beautiful opportunity to have 5 contracts, I could scale out too. So I closed a couple on the way down. Let me see. I could probably pull up the executions on that here, and you guys could probably see. Yeah, there's a good example. I don't like having this just because it makes it very ugly, but you could see where I closed it out, and it was at these levels, right? So I closed one out down here, then we broke to the next level somewhere right here, and then finally that last one at 85, which corresponds with this pivot low. That was simple, straightforward, and simply a scalp. That's all.
Beautiful.
Nice see money, take money trade there. It was a great job.
Yeah, for this one. Yeah, and that's where
first trade,
not every trade is exactly
was a
the
100-point banger.
Yeah, I mean, the last one was a better and a bigger setup, right? Where we were short from 640s. Well, first we were short from 620s, got stopped out, got back in from 640. The house account followed. That's why the house account is up $1,800. And we caught, 116 points on one of those contracts. So that was the bigger trade, the bigger setup, and the trade of the day. And then everything after that is just kind of scalps, see money, take money, not looking for another giant move to the downside, not looking for a giant reversal based off of today's price action.
All righty. Okay, well, we got some appreciations coming up. But we got some Tuckman coming up after this. We got morning recap as well. Coaching, shoulder tap. With Topstep also coming up. Back to the futures and Power Hour. Mohammed joining us for Power Hour. But yeah, we got Tuckman coming up. Give us his take on the markets as the week is starting. After Peter, we got Hoag with the morning recap. After that, we got Funded Trader. Number 654 on the board. They join us for Trade with Topstep and Dolby.
Oh, we lost them again.
Who did we lose, Hoag?
Did we lose them?
No, who did we lose, Eddie?
We lose.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought we lost somebody here. I heard the Klingon mothership passed over my house.
Oh boy. Oh, boy.
I don't speak, so the market goes up, right? So
yeah, there you go.
He's good.
From here on out, every time you come on now, they're gonna want you to be. You're gonna be the eternal bear. You're gonna be bear. Everyone's gonna say Jerome. Oh, that was fun stuff. All right, well, we can do some appreciations now. Why not? Let's put up the graphic. There it is. Appreciations. What if you're new here? First of all, welcome aboard. Appreciations. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session and keep things in perspective as we move forward. Today is Monday. But first off, chat, what are you thankful for? What are you appreciative for on this Monday? Let it cook for a second here in the chat. Let me throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Monday?
You know what? I'm going to start out with my good friend Andre. It's very nice to have you back here with us, brother. I tell you, the energy you bring to the show is electrifying. Also, I want to thank my lovely wife for just being the apple of my eye. And, of course, my God, my family, of course, the chat here, and, of course, Topstep. Friends that we have here. Very appreciative. And that's where my love is shown here today on this Monday, 12/9. Thank you, Andre.
You the man. You the man. You the man. It is 12/9. Then I'll go to my main man, Hoag. Oh, what are you appreciative for on this Monday?
Oh, My God, my family, my country, and I was gonna appreciate having you back, Andre. But I also want to appreciate the entire Topstep TV team. Everybody works so hard at bringing you this entertainment and this opportunity to spend time with great traders like Jerome, like Dakota, like everybody we have on here. Just a wonderful appreciation to be a part of this team. Thanks, everybody.
Absolutely. Well said, Hoag. You're here. And I'll go to Mr. Jerome, Dr. J. Dr. Jerome, what do you appreciate for on this Monday?
Well, always appreciative again for living another day, being able to breathe, especially after this crazy weekend around the world. So I'm always grateful to be able to live in a country almost free of all these problems. I mean, not almost free of these problems, but we have others, but this is not a life or death kind of problems, right? So always be grateful for that, and grateful for being invited here. As always, when I'm invited, being surrounded by amazing individuals. Today we had so much fun. We had a great trading session, and it's always a pleasure and an honor and a privilege to be around you guys and learning and see that the way I'm seeing the market is in confluence with you guys, and that reassures me, saying that most of the time what I'm seeing is good. Sometimes it's not, right? Because we can't see things every time, but it's a very good point for me. And as Coach Dakota and you guys say every time, trading can be very boring. So being with you is always a pleasure. It's like having your team of buddies, of friends, and being able to share ideas and being able to see together what we want to see or what we are seeing. So it's always a blessing. So thank you for that. And thanks to the chat today, who's been very reactive as well. So thank all of you. I mean, it's a beautiful Monday to start the week off.
Wow, I like that. Very reactive. Well said, Jerome. All right, Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for on this Monday?
Yeah. I'm appreciative for you, Jerome. I mean, that is one of the better statements I've heard for a while. I've heard it before. We are always looking for the grass to be greener on the other side, but it's true. The grass is greener where you water it, where you put your time, and you take care of what means the most to you. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, it's been a great. Trading's boring. I love it. I'm gonna go ahead and lock myself out because I'm done.
Ooh.
I mean, single live account. We all know that. So go ahead, lock myself out all day. I'm done for the day. And yeah, I'm excited. Big shout out to Nick for a tick. I see he's up live. I see Rips. He's up in his live account too. And it's a great way to start off the week.
Great. Well said, man. Good trading today, Dakota. And locks it up. Ends on a high note. Be sure to check him out on Slow Markets in the evening here in the States. And to wrap it up, I am super appreciative just to be back here. I missed this. I missed the markets. Like I said, I got itched about 3 days being in Mexico. I go, what are the markets doing? Turn on the TV, and the girl said, turn that off. I said, okay. I kept taking a peek, watching the shows. I'm just super happy to be back. You guys all rule. The trading was great today. The ideas were great. The conversation was great. Pretty great trading. Anyways, we got Peter Tuckman coming up on the other side of this. We got Trade with Topstep. Stay tuned. Topstep TV. Let's go.
right, traders, it is time for the morning recap. I'm Hoag. Very interesting and fun and profitable. Fast market this morning. Just looking at what the markets were looking at this morning. Not a lot of economic data due, nothing all that impactful. We did have some wholesale inventories and sales, 10 o'clock New York Fed inflation expirations, 10:30 3-month bill month auctions. The market had already set its tone for the day by that time. So just going to go over a couple of the trades that we took here in the S&P, or excuse me, in the NASDAQ. Dakota was looking for shorts. We ended up getting stopped out right near the high of the session on the first trades that we took. Dakota had a 5 lot. The house took a 3 lot on that. We took a $1,438 loss on that one. But again, sometimes you get in a little bit early, you get stopped out. If the setup presents itself again, you take the trade. So Dakota saw the setup again. He got short again, right around. I think Dakota was short at 612. We beat him on that entry at 621. We were a little bit late getting into it, which actually worked to our favor. But we really didn't take much heat on the trade. The market started to move. It took a long time. It seemed like we were in that trade for quite a long time. Probably about an hour was until we were both out of that trade. We started to see the market continuing to push lower highs, lower lows. We got a little bit of continuation, a nice little drive to the downside, which was what we were looking for. Once we broke the initial balance low, the market continued to push lower, and I think we got out pretty much right around 100, 110, 120 points by the last trade, by the last contract that was out. So a really, really good trade. It made the house account back up to green, about $1,827. Dakota also had a very nice day off that trade. He also took another trade later on in the session here, which he was looking for a little bit of resistance at this level here. I think he got short somewhere around 514, 516, somewhere in here. And he really just did a really nice job of seeing money and taking money off of that trade. The S&P's really a nice opportunity, and there's a little bit of confluence between Jerome, Dakota, and myself in the S&P's here. This was the gap, the session gap from last Tuesday to Wednesday. Well, the weaknesses tend to get targeted on down days. This weakness in structure was targeted. It took all the way through the gap, finding buyers, coming back in, and then just kind of settling for the time being above that gap. So the trade that I really was looking forward to today was gold. We've been talking on the daily chart, and again, very range bound. We opened, we flopped around a little bit here near that weekly kickoff high, 2684. But once we drove above that 2684 level, we saw lots of buyers come in. I'm looking for a possible continuation to this move. One of the things that I will be looking at is, where is our IB high? Let me get this and move this to where our IB high is for the day, for the session today. Let's call that, there's our IB high approximately. Again, this is on the 730 open. Looking for it to hold above that IB high. We're seeing some pullback. We're seeing volume just getting crushed on this pullback, which leads me to believe that this could end up being a bull flag and possible continuation to the upside. If you're holding longs in this, you really want to see this market start to get back above that initial balance high. It's still a valid trade as long as price remains above 2684 even. And that's pretty much what we're looking at here. Crude oil hasn't really, I don't think, moved all that much here. We've got a weekly kickoff low, 66.90, tested Friday, looked at on overnight. Overnight inventory was long. Longs continued to get paid, taking us to the naked point of control from Thursday. Now just finally kind of giving a little bit of rest for those shorts, at least for the time being. But again, a very interesting trading day. Happy Monday, everybody. Lots more information as far as data and economic numbers. A little bit thin this week, but Wednesday and Thursday have the major numbers, CPI numbers and the PPI numbers. We'll see what happens. That is going to do it, I think, for the morning recap. We'll see you again later on. We're going to be bringing in Mr. Tuckman and Andre here. I think we're about ready for that. And then after that, trade with Topstep, Andre, Dolby, and Vince. So let's get it on, or as Andre likes to say, let's go.
Let's go. Hit it, Eddie.
Einstein of Wall Street on the NYSE.
Wow. What's up? That's the Tuck Tune. We call it the Tuck Tune behind the scenes. What's up, Peter Tuckman? Haven't seen you in about a week. We got some catching up to do. First of all, where are you right now?
I'm going to write that into my will, that song is played at my funeral.
Where are you located right now, Peter? I see you are in a new room every time we join you. Wow, look at that. Where are you at right now?
Where am I? I'm actually in the it's a hard place to I don't know. I'm actually in one of the lobbies downstairs near the cafeteria. It's right below the trading floor.
Excellent.
It's my new little hobble. What's up there, buddy? Talk to me.
Okay, well, really quick. I was out last week. I'm just catching up with you. I want to talk about Art Cashin, a legend on the New York Stock Exchange floor. Art Cashin passed away with us last week. I want to know, do you have any cool? I don't know if you talked about it last week, but I've been watching that guy forever. He's a New York Stock Exchange legend, Art Cashin. Do you have a quick story or two about him? Just to give an insight as to who the guy was.
I told a couple last week. I mean, he was the guy. Look, I'm the guy who always prints up the Dow Jones hats when we hit these thresholds from, and then whenever he's the first one I give the first hat to. It was sort of a deal we made when I started printing them, which is probably Dow 10,000. Although I think I was here for Dow 6,000. Anyway, and then we'd post for a photograph. And then the story I told on Friday was that he was getting really impatient one day. I think he was wanted to go to the bar because he spent a lot of time after work. He went to a watering hole, and he would always say he's going to marinate his ice cubes. That's how he used to refer to his drinking of scotch. And anyway, and then he would have these he would have groups of people would just come, and it was just his spot. And then you'd go there. He would hold court for hours and hours and hours. Anyway, so one time the Dow was at 17,999, like 0.2 of a point off the 18,000. And we had always agreed that we never wear the hats until it actually closes above those levels, right? You don't put it on if it happens intraday. You put it on intraday, but you shouldn't, right? And then it should only be when it closes above that level. We decided that day we were just going to do it, even though it hadn't even hit 18,000. It literally got to 17,999 spot 99 and reversed, and it took another 4 months or even longer. It ended up going down 1,000 points. And and he got really angry because he claimed that I was the one who talked him into putting on the hat. But anyway, besides that, he was a great guy. He was a great storyteller. He was sort of a bit of a curmudgeon. He didn't smile a lot, but so bright and so nice. And I mean, I've known him for 40 years, and so he was a big mentor to me in a lot of ways. Just his history of the stock exchange. He would write a what was it called? Cashin's notes or something. He would literally handwrite this thing every morning before he got to the exchange. And it would start with a story going back to like 1640 or some incredible historic data that was amazing. Super great guy.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that.
If you guys look on Instagram, I posted a bunch of photographs of him and I wearing hats going back to like Dow 15,000 all the way to 40.
Very, very cool. All right, let's get into these markets, Mr. Tuckman. When does the Santa Claus rally begin? We did see a little bit of light selling here. Let's try and get some buyers stepping in. Do you believe in the Santa Claus rally? Is there anything to that? You've been doing this forever. Do you believe in it?
100%. I think we're going to get it.
Why is it a thing? Why is it a thing, Mr. Tuckman?
Why is it a thing? Well, think about it. You come into Thanksgiving, as I told you maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, that there is some little bit of historic data, especially around presidential elections. 8 times out of 8 times coming into the election, there's a rally. There's a little sort of rollover follow through on the rally. Then you see a pullback into like November 22nd, 23rd. And then the market will then rally into Black Monday, Black Friday for Thanksgiving. And that's just, it's a bit psychological, but it obviously has a lot to do with the retail numbers coming out of Thanksgiving. And then you'll normally see, look, at the end of the day, there are two reasons you're going to have a Santa Claus rally. Irrational enthusiasm around the market. People have missed the boat and they just want to buy in and they don't want to close out the year having no positions at whatever the levels are where we close. Or there's a thing called window dressing, right? Window dressing is when you've had a bad year and then and a lot of the hedge funds and institutions like to mark up their positions so that their P&L looks better at the end of the year. Santa Claus rally can be a number of different things. It could be just the fact that, you know what, that we've had a good year. The market is solid. Look, we are up 25.5% in the S&P, 26% in the S&P in the light of some of the most drastic global geoeconomic madness that we've seen this year, right? You know, we've been running on two wars. We obviously have the whole interest rate story and whatnot. So many of things could have dislocated this story. You know, the whole stuff about the sort of divisiveness around the election and whatnot. There could have been so many different stories that could have, disrupted this bull rally, but it didn't. Right? I always just say the market tells you what it thinks of the information, and you know, at this point, these are real numbers, real landmark numbers. I mean, they're amazing. Right? We're literally at 45,000 on the Dow and 6,100 in the S&P. Nobody would have, short of Dan Ives, who's my buddy, who's a tech analyst at Wedbush, would have said that there was going to be a 6 in front of the S&P. He called it back in February. He said that this AI thing is an absolute revolution. Trillions of dollars is going to be secondary and tertiary relationships of AI into a whole nother sector of stocks. And then he thought that this was going to really support the market. And then look, we're seeing today, right now, I think in these last couple of days, we did close at a record high on Friday with the labor numbers that came out that were reasonable. I think there was enough of a mismatch where we still are going to get one more cut before the end of the year, right? But right now you're seeing a little bit of a rotation. So you're seeing a little pullback in crypto, a little pullback in equities, and you're seeing today the Russell hitting record highs and gold is back up again. So, you know, there's rotation in money too as people position themselves into 2025. You know, I think 2025 should be a good year unless Professor Orange, you know, throws a wrench in this whole thing, wakes up from a bad box of Kentucky Fried Chicken and decides to, you know, go after China or something.
Here we go.
But net, let's hope he doesn't throw a wrench in what's proved to be an incredible last 4 years in the market. So all that being said, I still think Santa's coming to town. Look,
Santa Claus is coming to town.
A pullback.
Hey,
Friday was a record high. Today's nothing. Today's just a nothing burger.
Peter, one question. You are the perma bull. You are the perma bull indeed. Have you ever been bearish? Was there ever a time, COVID, were you bearish during COVID? If that didn't make you bearish, will anything ever make you bearish?
I was so screwed up during COVID. I don't even remember it at all. But
fair enough.
you
Good
know,
answer.
that was for me. That was a really hard time. I was patient zero. I got COVID on March 15th, 2020.
Whoa.
I was the first one on the floor to get it, and at one point I was given like 4 days to live. I got meningitis.
What?
I almost died, and from this ridiculous disease.
Okay.
I've had seven neck surgeries due to COVID. My whole cervical spine collapsed. I was in a neck brace for 4.5 years before I met you guys. So,
oh man,
fortunately, we're climbing out of that. But was I a bear during COVID? You know what? Look, there were those days. There were those days when the market was, you know, when we opened. Those were wild. The day that we actually opened and closed right on the opening trade, right? Because the market was trading down more than 10% away. So the market actually opened, and then all the screens went blank, and that was pretty crazy. You know what? I'm not sure if I was even a bear there. You know, net. If you look at the S&P chart for the last 40 years, it's literally goes from lower left, upper right, with a couple of pullbacks along the way. In 2024, you can virtually count on your hand, if it had 7 fingers, how many times the market has pulled back or had any consolidation. Right? Once in April, once in July, August 5th, the first week of September, and October 5th. Those were the only kind of pullbacks we've seen in the market. And every one of those has been a way better buying opportunity. Each one of them. You could have gotten NVIDIA at a $100 discount 3 times during the year. You could have bought some of the greatest stocks that have rallied this year beyond belief during those small 1 week, 2 week pullbacks. So, markets go up. That's what they do. They go up and
Love
go
it,
down,
man.
but they go up more.
Love it, man. Dude, Peter Tuckman, you are an absolute fighter. So glad you're here. We love your energy, love your passion, we love your insight, we love your knowledge. You also love what's going on at Wall Street Global. So before you get out of here, tell us what's happening over there.
So you know what? Last week we had our last masterclass of the year. But you know what? Look, one of the great things we've done this year is partner up with Topstep. We're really happy. We actually literally pivoted. We were probably 80% equities and 20% options and maybe 5% swing trades. Right? I think that's more than 100%. I'm not very good with numbers. But anyway, but when we got together with you guys, we have pivoted. We are now 80% futures. We've gotten everybody in the. We have a 90 slide presentation in our course now, all on options. So if anybody is here and you're watching all these wonderful people on Topstep TV and you're trading with the Topstep platform, join us. Come to Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We have a whole section in our course about the futures, and that's what we talk about on our Thursday coaching and mentoring classes. So we'd love you all to come and join us.
You're the man. Peter Tuckman from Wall Street Global. Thank you so much.
Check it out.
Yep, back
Pleasure,
from
buddy.
Dubai, back in New York, fighting through COVID. Santa Claus rally coming to you shortly. Peter Tuckman, thank you so much. Have a good rest of the week. We'll check back in with you Friday. That's Peter Tuckman, everyone, Wall Street Global. Yeah, man, you're the man. That guy is the absolute best. All right, we got Vince and joining us. We got Dolby Time joining us here. Shortly, Trade with Topstep. We got Hoag's morning recap as well. There's Dolby Time. Dolby, are you in the blizzard? Where are you, Dolby?
Whoa, I'm on air. Yes. Dre, it is very, very snowy out here in the forest. Got my Starlink, and I've been camped out since you've been gone, actually.
That is a fantastic internet connection you have there in the forest. Able to trade it up. Uh-oh, ding dong. Who's here? Who we got?
I believe we have
Vince?
Smile, Vince. You're live on
Vince.
TV.
Vince, you are live on Topstep TV. What's up, Vince?
How are you doing?
Oh, man, a lot better now, man. Joining us from Florida, we got Topstep funded trader in the house, number 654 on the big board. Vince, and what is happening, man? First question. When people come on top, this is Trade with Topstep, of course. How did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
So I was on YouTube, and I found this ad.
Really?
Yeah, I was on YouTube, and I got like an ad like a year or two ago, and I'm pretty sure that's how I found out about Topstep.
Vince, was it the ad where MP is sitting in this big chair and it looks like he's in the Matrix? Was it one of those?
I don't even remember, to be honest with you.
It
was so long ago.
That might be then. That ad really made its way around the internet, and I think a lot of people got tired of that ad. I'm not sure if it's still in circulation. But Vince, welcome to Topstep TV. Have you placed any trades today?
Yeah, I'm actually up on my accounts. I'm probably not going to take any other trades because I'm going to request a payout today.
Oh, Vince, requesting some payouts, huh?
Yeah, how much? We going big?
Across 5 accounts will be about 10,000, a little under 10,000.
That works.
Are you taking it today? Do you want to take it right now, live on air?
I can't. I have to wait until 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. to request it.
You teased us.
Damn, Dre.
You absolutely teased us. I love that. Yep. Hey, all right. What's up, Dolby Time? I haven't seen my partner here in a minute. Just got back, catching up with Dolby Time. We got the house account open. House account's up about $1,800 or so. So let's get to know Vince, the trader. Vince, tell us about your trading. You became successful. You are 654 on the board. About to take $10,000 in payouts. So Vince, let's get to know Vince, the trader. Go ahead.
What do you want to know?
Well, what do you trade? Your charts, your indicators, all that good stuff.
Favorite setup, why are range trades the best trades, things like that.
Okay, so I trade the NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil. I just have these like psych level. So I have a zone at every $50 mark, and I don't really use any indicators besides like VWAP and the 9 EMA and volume. I take most of my trades using Bookmap. So I'll try to find like a zone of liquidity on Bookmap, and I'll take it like that based on volume and based on what's happening at each price.
So you drink Celsius and you're on Bookmap. How well do you know Rips?
How well do I know Rips?
How long have you known
How
Rips?
well
Yes.
do you know Rips? Yeah, Rips is one of our traders here.
Big fan, big fan.
Okay, perfect.
He doesn't know Rips.
I mean, you got to know.
He doesn't know Rips, Toby. You don't know Rips, do it.
Yeah,
Admit it. Say, I don't know Rips, Vince. I love it.
I'm a big fan. Big fan of Coach Dakota and all of the games.
All right, you do know. Awesome stuff. All right, well, let's get into the trade. Dolby time. What are we looking at here? We got the NASDAQ. We got a little bit of a range right now. Things have seemed to quiet down a little bit. Vince, what are you seeing right now here in the NASDAQ?
I see that I'm not going to take any trades because there is no like setup right now. I'm just if
what is your
anything, I'm
preferred
waiting for price to move towards 21,487 because we see I have like a stack order here on Bookmap at this range right here, and I want to see how price reacts off that. But for the most part, I'm probably not going to take a trade because I'm done for today, basically.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with being done today because you can always trade vicariously through the house account, which is what we have
we're
up
not.
currently.
We're not, Vince.
Yeah, we're not. Absolutely not done yet, Dre.
Bell to bell, baby. Bell to bell.
Yeah, you know
Let's get it. Let's see what we got.
What trade
here.
did you take today?
Yeah.
So you said you took some trades. Do you want to just kind of quickly go over what trade you did take today? Then we can kind of get back into it.
So I took NQ shorts. I took so I took the fake breakout of the 550s into, it looks something like this. I took the fake breakout into here, rejected, and then I took the short going down into the 500s from the 550s.
Oh, okay.
So I see you.
500.
You were ranked as high as 67 on the big board about a week and a half ago. So this guy is the real deal trader. I did take the short in the NASDAQ. Let's go around the world right now. It's 21,505 last trade in the NASDAQ. 60.75 last trade in the ES. Buyers did step in. We on that selling that Vince was talking about. Looking at crude here, $68.59 last trade. And gold could not crack 2,700. It did print. Did see some selling come in last trade in the gold, 26.89. Dolby, if looking at the NASDAQ, I mean, we get up to, let's do that. Hey, let's do your range breakdown right now. I missed this, man. Missed it. Let's do that range breakdown.
For the whole thing?
The NASDAQ, it looks like it's on the 5 minute. The whole
5 minute? We'll definitely have it on the 5 minute. You can even go to the daily too, actually.
Okay.
Let's see. For the daily, we have like a really nice base around 21,436. So you could theoretically say that we have a 3-day range. That's really big, but that's okay though, because we did get a little bit of like this 4-hour consolidation that broke. Then we went down to the base. 1 hour, nothing. 30-minute is getting there. 15-minute, I would say, is like our short-term range right now, and that's between like 480s and 520s. So I understand why Vince is like, I'm hands off. I already made my money today because we're in a very tight kind of 5-minute range right now. Very tight. But daily, we're still okay. We're just kind of like in the bottom of the daily. What do you think, Vince? It's kind of what you're seeing, right?
Yeah, there's nothing I would personally take here. There's no high probability setups at all. Bookmap's just in this range right here. We're kind of just bouncing around zone to zone. I have my profits for today, and I'm pretty much set, honestly. I don't really want to force anything that might not be there.
If you did have an account open though right now, I mean, what are you looking at? Because we absolutely can take the trade for you, or if you want to switch to a practice account in the meantime, you know, we could follow along your trade in the practice account. Because people want to know, Vince. People want to know, how do you view the markets? What does it take for someone to get on the leaderboard?
Good question.
Well, to be honest with you, this being disciplined is like the most important thing, and I'm probably, sometimes I do struggle with being disciplined, and I rush into trades, so I'm trying to stay patient with everything today. Um, you know, Forcing things is how you lose money. I mean, no one really knows what the market is going to do, but it's like an auction, right? So as long as you kind of manage your risk and everything will work itself out through probabilities. Because realistically, you don't. Right now, we don't know if it's going to go up or down. Right? We're in this like little downtrend right now, but it's just in this little range, and I feel like taking something right now is just forcing something for no reason. You're just kind of wasting money at that point.
Yeah, totally get it.
Okay.
So how did you get into trading?
My parents introduced me to it.
Really?
So at first I was trading options, and then I had a good little run on options, and then I found out about like prop firms with futures, and then I followed this guy on YouTube. It was Isaac Suffren, and then he kind of put me onto Topstep, and then I've just been here ever since.
Isaac Suffren, man, it's been a minute. Shout out to Isaac. If you're out there, hope you're doing well, buddy. Wasn't Vegas. I think he moved to Texas after that. But yes, Isaac, great guy, very cool events. He's coming full circle here. We did see an attempt from the Bears, the sellers, try to push the ES lower. Range bound share said, nope, I don't think so. Back into trading 60.75. Hey, Dobie, looking at the 5-minute on the NASDAQ, is there possible short around 21,515-ish?
Sure.
Oh, you don't like short? You don't like shorting. You don't like shorting equities. You don't like shorting? Yes.
Not my favorite. What are your thoughts on shorting equities, Vince? I know you took a short today, but in general, do you lean bullish, or do you just have a system that sets up and you just take it?
I actually prefer shorting, believe it or not. I prefer shorting, but sometimes it doesn't work out because we're in this like economy where everything's bullish right now. But if I could choose between being long and being short, I would much rather be short.
That's interesting. Why is that?
I don't know. I feel like it's better for my psychology. Like I feel like I do better whenever I play shorts compared to longs for whatever reason. It's probably it probably has zero effect, and it's probably like me just being like superstitious or whatever. But I feel like I perform better on shorts.
Someone's saying in chat the moves are faster to the short side.
Elevator down, stair steps up, as they like to say. Vince, we're going to learn all the cliches here on Top Step TV because that's what we do. We know all the all the trading cliches around here. Okay, last trade, 21,499 in the NASDAQ. Nothing really showing on the tilt. Dolby time, how did it go last week trading wise? Up, down,
I think
flat?
I think it went pretty good. I think we're mostly up. Jay, we've been kind of... The house account has kind of been in the garage a little bit for most of fast markets. We only take like a handful of trades, not nearly as much as we were doing before.
Probably.
So house account might be changing a little bit going forward, at least for fast markets. I don't think for our segments in particular, it's going to change all that much. If Vince or someone else sees a trade, we'll take the trade, but it's not quite the main focus, if you will, as it used to be. But we'll see what happens. House account's alive. It's alive and well. I think we did pretty well. I thought Hoag could tell you. He's the master of the house account.
He is the MC, master of the house account, indeed. All right. We're starting to see some bids creeping lower here in the NASDAQ, 21,493. Looking at the range, Dolby, I don't know. Vince, looking at the range here, 490s, 487s, perhaps. I mean...
Vince, you have a trading buddy? Trading mentor?
I'm sorry?
Did you have a trading buddy or a trading mentor?
So I trade on Discord with some of my friends I know like in real life. And then I also have a friend who was in the same mentorship from like Isaac that I was in, and I trade with him as well. But yeah, we just live.
So you guys are all in the same Discord trading live in real time together? Is that how that works?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, we just get on every day at 10 to about 11, and win or lose, we kind of get off at 11.
That's awesome. Anyone watching?
Yeah, shout them out.
Yeah. So shout out to my friend Mo, Nevin, Dylan, my parents.
Yeah.
Shout out my parents. Shout out God.
No, I love it. Wait, are your parents watching right now, Vince?
They're at work. They might not. They might be. They might not be. I'm not sure.
Come on, mom and dad. Son is on Topstep TV right now. Click like, click subscribe if you want some more Vince in the house. We're having fun here on Topstep TV.
You got on the Topstep hoodie.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Good.
Chat wants to know how old you are. I don't know why. I think there might be. Yeah, if you can say if you want.
I'm 23.
Yeah. Nice.
23. Chat. Young energy in the house. You're not old. Shut up. Okay, wait. Do you know what Beanie Babies are?
I have no idea what a Beanie Baby is.
Oh man. Oh, that's Dolby. Now you just made him walk off, Vince. Man, we are old. We are old. We are old. You just made him walk off, man. All right, so Beanie Babies back in like the 90s, they were like these little mini stuffed animals. They were all the rage, and they were going for like ridiculous amounts of like resale. Like when eBay first came on board, like Beanie Babies were the first things like people were flipping on eBay. You'd buy them for like $15 in the store, and somehow they go up to like thousands of dollars worth of value. There's these stuffed animals. It was all the rage, and yeah, you're too young to know what they were, but I still has his. There's the bull one, the Princess Diana one come to mind. Those were the two biggest ones of value that come to mind. But yeah,
real quick right here, the Princess Bear sold for $500,000.
There you go.
Whoa.
Wait, a teddy bear sold for $500,000?
Bing, you nailed it.
Teddy bear.
Smaller than teddy bear. Pretty much. Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, it was like the NFTs. It was NFTs before NFTs. Yeah, it was
right.
That's insane.
That's all. That's all.
You can get
that's hilarious.
Rage.
For a teddy bear?
Yep.
Effectively. Apparently, there's a documentary on Apple TV. So if you're interested
about Beanie Babies
and toys, I think so. Toys from the 90s.
This was definitely one. What else was in there? It was Pogs. It was Pogs in there. Dolby.
Yep.
Pogs. There's no way, Vince.
Yo-yos. For a while.
Yeah, no, all this was before my time, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it was, Vince.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently we have.
I'm getting up there in age. I don't want to make y'all feel.
No, you're not. You're not at all. You're very young. You're very, very young. Stay right there.
Hold on to that youth, Vince. Never let it go.
That's Pogs. All right, question for Vince here. So you say you typically trade the mornings, and you and your crew pretty much stop trading around 11 a.m. You guys do the power hour? You guys do any, or do you guys just stick to that time frame?
We stick to the 10 to 11 time frame most of the time. Sometimes we'll swing trades overnight if we can catch a nice little setup, but most of the time it's from just 10 to 11.
That's a short. So you're really just dedicating a full hour of concentration to the markets, and then after 11, you're done no matter what?
Yeah, I feel like most of the bigger moves happen from like 9:45 to about 11. I don't really play the opening candle just because it's very volatile, but I feel like most of the time, I mean, you'll get a nice move on GC around 8 p.m., and that's like what I'll play sometimes. But for the most part, the NASDAQ moves from 10 to 11, and then after that kind of slows down, or at least that's what I've noticed trading. And so anything after 11, I feel like I'm just forcing something, and it's just not really there. But if I can just focus and concentrate for an hour a day, then that's really all I need.
Wow. Chat, how many of you concentrate for an hour a day in the markets and then stop? Just give it a good hour, and then you wrap it up for the day. I gotta say, there's probably very few people in chat who are that dedicated to trading for such a specific amount of time and then stopping. That's very impressive. How quickly did you figure that out? That you were just after 11 o'clock, I'm burnt. I don't want to trade anymore.
Well, it's like anything you do, right? Whenever you focus on something for too long, you kind of lose concentration. And so if you can just focus you could realistically, you could probably choose any time to trade and just really dedicate X amount of time and it'll probably work out like long term. But when you're on the charts all day, you just want to take a trade because you're sitting there looking at opportunities that are there, but they might not actually be there, and you're just forcing trades. So that's why I try to focus on the bigger moves from 10 to 11 and just get off. Don't look at any more screens. Like if I wasn't on this right now, I would not have a chart open.
What would you be doing? What does Vince do when he doesn't have a chart up?
The other 23 hours of the day, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Gambling.
What do you?
I'll be gambling.
Yeah. What's your game? What's your game? Oh boy. What's your game?
I'll be on stage playing blackjack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's rigged though.
So you are
don't play it. Don't play on stage.
Online?
Oh, you're playing degenerate. You're playing degenerate blackjack.
You don't even go to the casino. You don't even go.
We don't have any casinos in Florida except for the one. Well, we have a casino, but it's about 3 hours away.
Hard Rock, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours away from where I live, though. That's the only one we have.
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay, so you're gambling online. You trade once an hour a day. What else? What else is going on?
Yeah.
What do you do to
I can read your bio. Like I can tell you. I can tell you what you told us, Vince, or you can tell us. So
no, we're gonna fact check them in real time, Dre.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, let's do it.
So most of the time, I'm really just hanging out with my friends or going to see my girlfriend. I mean, I like driving my car around. I mean, if that's what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, that's what car do you have?
That's cool.
What kind of car do you have?
So I have a McLaren and a Lamborghini.
Bro, this is my guy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And for those who don't believe me, here are the keys.
Oh, yo, right there, ready to do it. Look at this. Oh, this just got good. This just got really good.
Get out of here.
All right.
Grab your webcam, go to the garage real quick, give us a tour. I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that.
My webcam's plugged in. I would, though. I swear I would with my webcam.
I know you would. I bet it's on your social. I bet it's on your social. Okay. So you're 23. You got a girlfriend. She loved being seen in the McLaren as well.
I don't think she really cares, honestly. She's not really that type of person. She's like a very sweet, down-to-earth girl.
What's she doing with you?
Nice.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah,
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. I love it, dude. I love your energy. I knew I could just mess with you like that. All right, so we got to ask. That begs the question. I'm joking with you. You're awesome. That begs the question, Vince. What'd you do to get these? How'd you earn these very nice cars?
Trading, working, and just having a good support team around me. My parents helped me a lot. And just like my parents are probably my biggest like motivators. When I have a bad day trading, they always kind of keep me up and keep my mental right. So all credit goes to them and the man upstairs, and that's really it. And my best friend Mo, he helps me a lot. He like keeps my mental straight whenever I'm losing. I've had a few max loss days, and I'm just frustrated, and they kind of just keep my mentality right for tomorrow. So
love that. All right. Well, we are seeing a bit of an uptick here in the NASDAQ, 21,510 last trade. Looks like NASDAQ trying to figure out to do this 21,500s. With you. So do you think, Vince, as you grow older, become more of a mature trader, you think that time window, will you go from 1 hour to 2 hours, 2 hours to 3 hours in terms of screen time? Or do you like that 1 hour? So is there times where you will not take a trade for those 60 minutes if nothing shows up?
There are times where I kind of just sit here, and I'm not going to lie. I mean, being on the chart from 10 to 11, sometimes I do force a trade that might not be there, and I do lose money. I'm not going to lie. I'm human. I don't know what the market's going to do 100% of the time. I have an edge, but sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay. But for the most part, I'm off at 11 unless I'm like actively in a trade. Like let's say I get in a trade at like 10:30 and it's 11:15 now, and I'm in my original position. I'll hold it until I get out, and that's the only like reason I would stay on the chart. But I'm not entering any new trades past 11.
That makes so much sense. There's absolutely trade degradation the longer you sit in front of charts, and the fact that you realize that and just stop doing it is a testament to your trading and discipline. What's the biggest trade you've ever made profit-wise, regardless
gotta know
of
this.
if it's futures or not? There's so much more to uncover here.
Yes, there is.
So my
Coming
biggest
back.
trade on futures, I had a 5-lot trade. This was during FOMC. I held it from like the night until like probably 2 p.m. the next day. So I got in probably like 9:30 until 2 p.m. the next day. And that trade ended up being like a $15,000 trade during like FOMC.
Nice. What about options?
that'll
Do you
do
do
it.
options?
That's got to be.
I used to do options. I don't do options anymore.
That's
You
what
got big
page.
trades
Why?
in
What?
options,
Yeah.
or
What
no?
happened in
Yeah,
options?
what's going on
Why'd
here?
you guys? Why'd you break up?
Got a bad beat one time, and I was like, "This isn't for me. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to feel like this."
That'll do it, man. Options are brutal, man. You gotta touch the stove and know it's hot,
It's so
and
bad.
it's wild, man. All right, well, let's take a look here. The NASDAQ are seeing, if you look at the 5 minute, we're about 5 points. If you look at the 5 minute last trade, 60, 77. Looks like the range has been defined. Never able to take that short, Dolby, but I'm kind of with you, Dolby, and Tuckman for that matter. Look at the long-term charts
490s were
from
good.
the lower left to the upper right. 490s were good. The question is, where would you have gotten out? Would we have been humble enough to take out, just get out the 511s right here?
It's like a 20-point trade.
Yeah.
You know, risk 10, make 20, something like that for the range trade. Lots of questions in chat, Vince. A lot of people have questions about your cars. They're like, why does this kid have so many sports cars? Also, does he live at home? Do you live at home and own the sports cars? That seems like a silly question.
Well, so the reason why I like cars is because that's just something I've enjoyed since I was a kid. I remember being like 8 years old telling my parents I wanted a Lamborghini. And then I got my first one at 19. I got a Bentley at 20.
What are you Andre, what are you doing at 18? I think I was playing World of Warcraft at 18.
I was popping pimples on my face, man. I wasn't driving. Well, go on. Yeah, man. Go on.
I got a McLaren at 22, a Lamborghini at 21. I feel like I'm missing.
I got a Honda
some,
HRV that I split.
What else? What's your favorite? What's your favorite of these cars? Like, what do you drive to?
My favorite car,
McDonald's. What do you drive to McDonald's? You go through the drive-through. What's the daily, the average car? You gotta go to McDonald's. You gotta go to Walgreens to pick something. What do you?
The car I drive the most is probably my McLaren. I really like that car.
Amazing.
It's very like smooth. It's quick. The doors go up, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I love this so much.
Andre, he doesn't go to McDonald's. He goes to Gibson's drive-through.
Gibson's drive-through. Yeah. What he's got? Oh, this is fantastic. Okay. Well, we gotta get to know more of you as
pleasures,
the trader.
Vince. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Any guilty pleasures, Vince? What can put a crack in your discipline? Is it ice cream? Too much ice cream? Has to be something.
Like in trading or just like in my day-to-day discipline?
Day to day. What's your weakness?
Gambling. I need to stop gambling. I think like sometimes I'll just have like a 20 leg hard rock bets parlay for no reason. That like put in $5 to win like 20,000 and it never hits, but I'm gonna do it every day.
Yeah,
the last part?
If it hits, it hits. What is it? 10-teamer.
What is the last? Yeah, what's the last parlay you did?
The last parlay that I did or that I won?
What's the last crazy one that you won?
Well, there's not a difference.
The last one that I won was actually. Let me pull up my Hard Rock bets. I can probably tell you the.
Let's do it. Let's get Vince the gambler. I like this, man. Vince. You got. Chad is loving you, by the way. Next time you come out here, you got to trade with us, though. Next time you come out, you have to trade. We're gonna get to know Vince right now. Vince the trader also was as high as 67 on the big board. Now down to 654. But go ahead, tell us your last bet there, Vince.
It was hold on. How do I see my history on this? Oh God, there's a lot of reds, boys. I'm not gonna lie. it was Tyreek Hill anytime touchdown. my last winning bet was Tyreek Hill anytime touchdown, Green Bay spread, and then under 47.5 points.
Maybe next time, Vince.
Nice.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Hey, that's the beauty of it, though. All right, let's get back to these markets really quick. Take a look at the GC. I know Vince likes to cut it up in the GC. Last trade 26.87. Again, topped out. We saw 2700s print. Low of the day, pretty tight range, 26.75. So about $25 range there in gold. Looking at the S&P ladder, pretty thin over there. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ ladder. Pretty thin there as well. We did see an 1100 lot on the S&P's trade around, I wrote it down somewhere, 76 or something on the bid there. So I always like to write down those big paper orders that trade. No, but just look like we're going to be able to squeeze a trade in here unless something does pop in.
Probably not. This is very, unless you just want to do range-bound trading and try to scalp, 15, 20 points in the NASDAQ. This has really gotten quite calm here. Wonder if we're just waiting for news, which is kind of interesting, is that we've, settled in the middle of the previous range, which I would say was from like 21,420-ish to say 21,564. The midpoint of that is about 21,000, let's say 500. And so we did come back down, stretch the lows and touch the bottom, and then kind of came back up. And now we're hanging out in the middle of the range that was established on the 5th. So maybe we just chill here for a bit.
Yeah, I like this. Vince is hanging out with us here on Topstep. This is Vince joining us, TopstepTV. Vince, do you watch TopstepTV? And be honest. Nope, he does not. He does not. I love it. I love it, man. No, it's so good. Dude, totally be honest. Totally, I could tell when you didn't know who Rips was. You know who Rips was? I love it. That was so you knew
who's your favorite?
Anyway, yeah, who's your favorite?
Who's your favorite person on TopstepTV? Who's your favorite person?
Coach Dakota, the GOAT.
Ooh,
there we go. The
it.
one. Hey, he had a 6-man trade today, Dre. I mean, that's not bad.
He did. He took the shot.
Not
Vince did. Yeah, man. The GOAT. Look at Vince just.
Vince, how's our merchandise? I see you have a nice Topstep. Is that a rain jacket or something? How's the fit? How's the build quality?
Yeah.
Man, it's so nice. Mr. Michael did his thing with this one.
So you know who Michael is, right? You know who Michael is. Fair enough.
That's Mr. Michael.
Mr. Boss. Okay.
Mr. Michael.
Yeah, that's Mr. Keep My Lights On.
Mr. Keep My Lights On. I love it, man. Hey, Vince, real quick. Do you have your socials? Would you like to be followed on social? Are you on social media? Well, it's too late now. I asked. They're debating behind the scenes. Should we ask for social media? What do you guys for socials?
Absolutely.
I have Instagram. My Instagram is ak.vince with 2 E's.
Hold on. ak.vince, 2 E's. Let's see the goodies out here. I bet your car's on. Yeah, right. Your car's not on this thing? You're telling me your car's not on this?
Probably on my highlights. No, I don't even have highlights. So it's not even on there.
Oh, you're private. Oh, your profile picture's got a freaking exotic car in there.
Yep.
Get out of here.
I see it.
I found it.
You're going to get a bunch of followers now.
Yeah. Go follow him. And also, real quick, pin to the top of the chat. We got the group coaching forum. Get those questions in for later today. We got Hoag and Robert doing group coaching. Again, form is pinned to the top of the chat. Let me know if we're good on questions back there, guys. I'll get those coming in. Got a fun question coming your way here, Vince, in a little bit. Again, Vince is just... Next time you come on here, you're trading with us, okay? We'll get you on. We'll squeeze you in for 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Somehow we'll get you back on here.
I would love to. I would love to see you, or I would love for you guys to see me win or lose. I might be in a great mood, or I might be in a kind of mood, but we're gonna get it done.
I love it. All right, starting to see we're at the upper end of this range here in the NASDAQ. It's 21,519 last trade. This is pretty much the upper end of the range. Look at the 5-minute, that is. Dobie said he liked the daily range on the NASDAQ as well. Look at the ES upper end of the range and look at the 5 minutes, 60.78 upper end of the range. Let's see if the sellers try to cap it off here. People are really trying to get into your Instagram now. People want to know more about Vince. I hope we didn't blow your cover, but yeah, they're going to check out your socials now. So if you want to blow up and be an influencer or what have you, now is your time to shine. A couple more minutes though. Dolby, I think we uncovered a gem here. We can, how did we find you again?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we found you. You were top 100, right?
Top 100.
Yeah.
Yes.
I blew the account, boys. I'm not gonna lie. I had a 50K account, ran it up to about $40,000 and blew it. After
oh no, what happened?
I paid myself out. Okay. We probably paid out $30,000 out of that account, and then I got kind of reckless one day, started revenge trading and not being disciplined, and it kind of hurts. But it's okay.
So
Now we have
what puts you on
5.50K express funded.
What puts you on tilt?
What puts me on tilt? Oh my gosh. Okay. If I'm up a lot on a trade and then it comes back to my break even and then it hits my stop loss, I will freak out. I will get so upset and I will revenge trade, which is not good. I don't recommend anyone do that. That's really stupid of me. But that's how I blew my last account, and I learned from it now. But no, that will put me on tilt. Like if I'm in a trade and it's working out and then it comes back and then it just stops me out, or if I'm like, one time I was like 10 ticks away from my take profit and I knew I should have just taken it, but I was listening to Bookmap and the Bookmap kind of screwed me there, and I just held it. I was like, we're gonna touch this liquidity, we're gonna get out here. Nope, it reversed on me. It hurts.
All right, well,
go ahead.
yeah, Vince, this is we don't do this with everybody, but when they come up for the first time and we think you're cool, we think you're fun, you're got a good vibe, so to speak. I'm gonna introduce my man Eddie. I know you watch Topstep TV, you already know who Eddie is. So Eddie, come on in, let's ask Vince. Eddie, hit Vince with our fun question. Go ahead, Eddie.
Vince, how are you, partner? Hey, I've got questions here. I've added some more questions. I've got 1 to 40 questions here. Give me a number, 1 to 40. I'm going to ask you the question, and if you can give us a short answer, that'd be great.
1 to 40? 23.
23. Here you go. As a child, what career line of work did you want to be in? And out of high school, what was your career path?
So growing up, I wanted to be a doctor actually, but then I discovered in high school that I have a fear of blood and I literally faint at the sight of blood. It's like very, very bad. So I knew I couldn't become a doctor. I went to college for 1 semester and dropped out. I went to UF for 1 semester, the University of Florida. Dropped out after 1 semester. This was during COVID too. And so like online school, that's what they were making us do because we couldn't do in-person classes. I was just getting my AA at the time. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I started taking trading a lot more seriously, dropped out, and then just started trading. And here I am now.
All right. There you go. So no doctor, but you're in a great place right now. Well, I appreciate that answer, my friend. And thanks for being
with us. That's why there's no red candlesticks on his chart.
Yeah, man. I love it. All right. Well, real quick, we got, that came and went. We got Talk About the House. You got the morning recap. We got to meet Vince. Vince, you're coming back out of this. You're going to trade it up. The people want more Vince. We also have another another trader with us here named Patrick. He's around your age as well. He, college wasn't his thing, and he likes nice cars and nice things as well. So we got to figure out a way to get you and Zona on together. You guys get to know each other. I think there's some magic that can be had. But anyways, coming up next, we got JD and Ben coming up for shoulder tap. Then Hoag and Robert will be over. We'll take over for group coaching. Then at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. we got number 2 live fun. Dakota and Amory will trade together at 1 p.m. That's cool. See how that goes. Anyways, that's all for now. Dolby time. I'll see you again shortly. But Vince, it's been a pleasure. Will you come join us again?
I will. Whenever you guys want me on here, I'll be on here. I had a
All
great
right,
time.
Vince.
Genuinely.
The pleasure's all on this side of the table,
Okay.
Vince. Trust me. We enjoyed this very, very much. Anyways, we got Show Tap coming up next. JD and Mick in the house. Let's see how Mick is. I haven't seen Mick. Who Mick is. Had a risk here at Topstep TV. Anyways, Show Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for the shoulder tap. I almost said group coaching because normally I come back on air for group coaching, but I am not Jack filling in for Jack today. It's JD and Ben for the shoulder tap today. Ben, what's happening on the wrist side of things? How are you doing? How was your weekend? Happy Monday.
I'm doing well. I think we pump faked the audience today. They were expecting Jack and Mick, and last second we did a little musical chairs. But happy to be here with you, JD. It's been a while since we've done one of these together, so I'm doing well. And there's been quite a lot of activity on the live boards today. Multiple five-figure P&Ls, which is really nice to see. As always, there's plenty of red there too, but some traders have really been connecting on the ball, so to speak. And, I'll give you a quick rundown. Some of the P&Ls here. House account up green at the moment, up 1,800, which is nice to see. We've got Dakota as well, up $6,100 at last check. Nick for a tick up 1,900 and Rips up 2,000. So lots of green on TV today. And then we've got a few big ones. Cien Cheese up $20,000 at last check. Rafa, someone else we'll be talking about this morning, up 16,000 at the moment. Balkaron up $6,000. And we've got Xavion up 10,500 and Stefan up 10,700. So we've got five-figure P&Ls today, JD, which is interesting to see. Pretty sharp sell-off. It looks like in equities, we know that the NASDAQ is the most commonly traded product here at Topstep. So when there's volatility, particularly in one direction, in the equities, a lot of times we see some handful of people caught the meat of that move and were correct on the direction. It ends up with a nice big P&L. So a lot of usual suspects on that list as well, Rafa being one of them. So yeah, tons of activity and good to see some big P&Ls on the live board, JD.
Yeah, excellent. A lot of all-star names you just announced there. And on a day like today, a nice trending day, you see our breakout traders really rising to the top. You mentioned Shen with the $20,000 day. We're going to be talking about him in just a minute, in a few minutes. But when you hear Jack talk about things like Club DLL, this guy really is a prime example of it. I was just looking at his trade report a few minutes ago. We'll get into more detail, but yeah, 2 winning days out of 18, and they were both huge. I can't wait.
That one deserves That one deserves a full breakdown for sure, and we'll get to that. Start off with some. We'll hit the lime first, I guess. Go with Rafa. Rafa's one of our trading cards today. It's been a little bit since we've spoken about him last, but there's some recent developments, and today's P&L in particular is quite interesting. So for those of you who maybe are tuning in for the first time, Rafa is someone who is at current standings is the number one live trader at Topstep. He's been really excelling in the live program and has taken down multiple six figures in the live account. So love seeing that. That average daily P&L is quite significant, especially when you look at the fact that he's closing in on nearly 100 trading days completed. So usually roughly 200 trading days in a year. So over approximately 6 months, he has put up an average daily P&L of $2,400. So really fantastic. That's what the top of the leaderboards look like at Topstep. And he's got a very steady JD. I was looking at some of the older trading cards. Each time we feature him, we update the statistics, and the changes that take place are very minimal. Usually we're talking 1 to 2% on the winning percentages. And then, maybe a few $100 on the average winning day versus average losing day. There's just not a lot of deviation in those numbers. And that speaks to the level of discipline that he has. A lot of traders, as they find success, can really wig out and start doing different things, altering their strategy, taking trades that aren't in their, playbook, all sorts of different behaviors. But, as Rafa's continued to put up larger and larger P&Ls, we've seen even more consistency, really. Pretty classic, 2-to-1 reward over risk with about a 40% winning trade percentage. He milks the winners, 4-hour hold times on the winners typically. So, I've looked up and down his trade reports. I've looked over a lot of the fills. I've had, multiple conversations with the gentleman. He's always very respectful of the risk team. He's just a true professional, and I love his trading style. And we've talked a number of times on Shoulder Tap about this style being, something that a lot of our top traders adopt. It's, multiple hour hold times. They pick a spot in the market, a particular price level, whatever it may be. And then, they're correct on the direction. They let the trade work out for them. I know we had Jake R on the broadcast last week talking about the same thing. He's looking at some higher time frames and really just putting the trade on, giving it a wide stop and letting it work for him. So that's definitely something that Rafa does within his trading, and he just sees the markets really well, JD, and puts on winning trades. I'll give you two more quick interesting pieces about him to chew on. So just recently, I'll check the exact date here. It was on the 3rd of December. Took a $108,000 payout from this live account. So took a 6-figure payout from the live account. Not much to say about that other than good job. That's incredible from a proprietary trading account to take home $108,000 single payout is sensational. So happy that he was able to do that. And today in particular, the trading performance, I know we talked about him being up roughly $16,000 at the moment. I had an early conversation with the risk team about current daily loss limit level relative to his account balance. That was something that, almost got him in trouble a couple months ago, where he had, taken a very significant payout, and he pays himself aggressively, which we love, but that can put you in somewhat of a precarious situation sometimes if you have a, $4,000 or $5,000 daily loss limit and, only $15,000, $20,000 in account balance. When we see situations like that, we make outbound calls, communicate with the trader, and talk to him about reeling it in potentially just until we build that buffer and that account balance back up. So he was receptive to that. We actually didn't make an adjustment to the daily loss limit this morning, but just had the conversation with him because at that time he was down a couple $1,000s, and subsequently took the U-turn in the right direction and is up almost 16,000. So just he's just a great trader, and I don't have much else to share there, JD. But that's the most recent update on the activities from Rafa.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. $108,000 in payouts from the live account. I can't remember the last time Rafa was not number one on the big board. I think the lowest he's been in the last 8 months was maybe 7th or 8th place. But that's it. Right. He's been number one for so long, I can't even remember when he wasn't number one. But yeah, you nailed it. Those hold times on a day like today is a day that Rafa shine. His star shines a little brighter. It looks like, based on his trade report, there are a few days I see where he's got where he's trading a little more heavily than on his normal days. So it's possible he has a strategy for ranging markets too, just as much as he does trending markets. This guy's versatile. He can trade sideways markets, trending markets, and he's making money all around. So you did not raise his daily loss limit today. Is that correct? Is that what it?
So we were actually discussing the prospect of lowering it, given the account balance,
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if he saw that as a challenge or what the case was, because almost immediately after that phone call, it was actually Brett, one of our other risk managers, who spoke with him. And almost immediately afterwards, got in the green and has stayed there since then. So yeah, he's an excellent trader, and I think a shining example of what kind of an opportunity that live account presents, because we work actively with him on a weekly basis. We want to put additional resources and risk too, for that matter, into his hands, because we trust our capital in his hands, and we want to see him take down as much as he can when the stars align, so to speak, and that A+ trade is sitting right in front of him. So he does a great job of maximizing those best trades. That is what great traders do, is when they really see, the A+ setup, not only do they put, size on that trade, but they give it room to really work out in their favor to the tune of 2, 3, or 4 times, what they're risking.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he does that. He does a very good job of that. Not a perfect trader. No one is, but what's important is he protects the downside. We saw that in spades when, like I mentioned, about 60 days or so ago, he was kind of in jeopardy of the losing the live account based on the daily loss limit and the account balance,
Yep.
but was able to recover from that and has been foot on the gas since then. So just wanted to give it's been a couple weeks since we last featured him on a trading card. Wanted to give the community an update on Rafa's success and looking forward, as we close into the end of the year, what he finishes with on the year, we'll make sure to report on that and then talk about next calendar year and goals and whatnot. So I love having a part of the program. And unless you have anything else, we can move on to our next trader.
I just want to say, if you're listening, Rafa, great job fighting back. He was down to less than $400 in his live account balance at one point a couple weeks ago. He went a few weeks without trading it. He really built that back up. So big shout out to you, Rafa. I guess we can, 94 days in the account too. That's real pro ball trading. He hasn't let us down with our trading capital yet. So big shout out to Rafa. All right. Who else we got?
Great. Yeah, next up, let's pull up Chin. And this is another one of our traders up big today, but someone that is in need of a little bit more of a traditional shoulder tap, let's say, because Chin is absolutely looking for the home run trade every single day. And, Rafa is proof of that. There's a number of other traders that, are proof of the reality being that home run trade is not going to come across your screen. That opportunity is not going to come across your screen every single day. And, it's important. That's why we have the daily loss limit in place, to help protect traders, protect the capital, and live to see another day. But Jack has coined the club DLL, and Shin is definitely a member of that club. It's also not good to be, using that as your backstop unless you have stepped in and said, hey, I'd like to, cut my daily loss limit down to, from $2,000 to $500, right? You want kind of a mechanical stop for yourself in that way and you want to lower it. That's an inquiry that we get very, very often from the risk team. We have traders reaching out, hey, I'm not seeing the market well. I'd like to lower my daily loss limit to, $700 from $1,500, whatever the case may be. And we always like hearing that. It's almost in every single case a very, very productive step and helps them get back on the right track. But we've yet to hear that outreach from Shen. And despite being up, well, with today's P&L, should Shen actually close out, with the nearly $20,000 current profit for today's trading session, that average daily P&L would flip to positive, most definitely. But it's very, aiming for kind of the boom bust, where if you're looking up and down that trade report, JD, you can see a number of days where Shin was up, 4,000, 9,000, 1,700, 2,500. There's a number of days there where the P&L high, that's flat, closed, actual P&L realized in the account was multiple four figures, and then continue trading and let that go red on you and take that daily loss limit is not only is it not winning trading and difficult to sustain, but it's really tough psychologically as well. To be up $9,000, clearly this trader's looking for that, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 plus dollar type days, to have it go back and go red on you and be locked to the account. Yeah, it's very frustrating. It can be angering. There's a lot of emotions that can kind of set in, especially if you're doing that a number of days, in a row or have a lengthy cold streak. So we try to be empathetic with that, but we also want to see, I think the biggest change here that could be productive. Well, for starters, let's lock in, $15,000 plus on the day. That's step number one. Let's make sure we take home, 70 or 80% of those profits from today. But going forward, we'd really like to see Shen commit to, some loss limit and daily profit target, ratio that makes sense for them, right? So if your daily loss limit, we'd love to cut it down to $1,000, let's say, right? Out of the box in the 100K account, it's 2,000. We communicate with Shen, say, hey, let's do $1,000 and, target $3,000 or $4,000 profit for the day. That's, if you hit that mark, you're going to lock yourself out and walk away. I think this trader could be, successful, consistently successful doing so, because right now, it's a very sharp roller coaster up and down. We're big peaks and then kind of a slow trickle out afterwards. We'd really like to even that P&L curve out. JD, one quick thing before I kick it back to you. I've been spending more time with data visualizations, looking at these traders P&L curves, on a line graph over time, with certain criteria. And it's really, really insightful. I think there's a lot of tools out there that you can do that yourself. Got basic understanding of Excel, you could probably put that together on your own. But you're looking at that, and I looked at these two traders that we've talked about on these cards today. Rafa's P&L is very much, it looks like a set of stairs. There is a big move up. He's made money, a big winning day like today. There's a sharp move up. And then there's, nearly horizontal, you could even call it consolidation, right? Like some winners, some losers, like not really moving the needle in a big way. And then another big winning day, right? So he's not putting himself in a spot where Rafa, that is, where a number of losing days in a row, or whatever that ratio looks like, is not going to take him out of the game. So Jin has to work on that, because right now we see a big peak and then just trickling all the way back out over a period of a couple weeks. So just something interesting to note. I think there's a lot to take away from those types of visualizations. So what else do you have for this trader, JD? I know we were talking about it before we jumped on.
Yeah, I mean, excluding today's trading, just based on what I see in this trade report, because I can't see today's P&L on this trade report right now. But this guy just looks like a total liability to me. On his best winning day, November 15th, he went home with $22,544, which is an excellent trading day. Don't get me wrong. However, the P&L high for that day was $43,200. So I'm curious, did the risk team reach out to this trader on his second day in the live account and say, you're up 40 grand, make sure you're taking a little bit home? Or did Chen just on his own decide to call it quits after giving back half of his trading day?
No, so this is something this is something you can bank on, and you can expect. If you're up $30,000-$40,000 on the day in a live account, you will receive a phone call or an email or both from the risk team, because we want to work with you on. To me, it's more about what is the exit strategy here. Like, is there a particular price level? Like, what are we looking for? Because so often it's happened to me personally, and I've heard this, from a number of our traders. You can kind of get big eyes when you're up 20 or 30,000. Say, well, I'm not, I'm within spitting distance of 50. Like, let me go, and it all of a sudden becomes about the P&L and not about the trade. Mm-hmm. And so one call, I know we keep coming back to Rafa, but he is such a good example of this. There was a moment in time, 4 or 5 months ago. It was a very big day, something similar to that, about a $40,000 winning day. And I called Rafa and said, hey, what is our exit strategy? What does this look like? How are we going to lock in profits, like more than 50% of the profits you generated? And, he was very detailed and specific. He said, I'm looking at this price level. I'm trailing, behind blank. And, this is how I'm going to let it work to that target. And if it doesn't, I'll make sure that I keep X amount of dollars, in profit. So it was very structured, and you could hear in his voice how calm he was. So yes, Chin was someone that we reached out to. Ultimately, I think, kind of the stars in the eyes took over, where, mm-hmm. Up 43,000, trying to go for 50, whatever the case may be. Right. And, and we had to step in and make sure that they kept, at least half of that, because we're not going to let 40 grand turn into zero on the day. So that's something that, the risk team definitely has your back in that regard. That's a big part of our, daily duties as we're watching these P&Ls. And we want more than anything to help traders lock in those days and then pay themselves. And we've all experienced how difficult that can be when you're in the heat of the moment, when you're in the seat, you got your hand on the mouse and you're staring at, $35,000 in unrealized profit. It can be difficult. So it's important to have a good, a team behind you. And that's a big portion of what we do, the risk team at Topstep.
Excellent benefit to being on the live funded account at Topstep too. You have a support team, a risk team that's going to step in front of you to help you avoid disaster and keep some of that money keep that money, keep those profits, keep some money in your pocket. And ever since then, this is the first winning day. Today would be the first winning day this trader has had since November 15th. 15 out of 16 trading days in the live count, DLL. And then, 22K day and up 20,000 today. So let's hope Shen learned a lesson from last time and he keeps a little money in his pocket today. We'll give you another update on Shen when we get it to later on. But as far as I can tell, got to stay away from that club DLL.
Yeah.
14 consecutive days of hitting the daily loss limit since the last winter.
Yeah, absolutely. One other quick piece, JD. I know we're closing in on the end of the year. This is something that I've seen a number of traders grapple with. I think when you have big days or when you're targeting, a certain dollar amount over some short period of time, that field of view really starts to narrow. You can't really see beyond the trade that you're in, let alone, tomorrow or a week later or a month later, so keeping that in perspective, keeping those kind of longer term goals in mind will help you really, I think, keep a decent perspective, keep a cooler head when you're in that big trade, knowing that it's just a single trade. You want to make sure that you take a big chunk of it home if you are up big, and then just breathe and let it work for you. We hear that feedback a lot, that it can be difficult in the heat of the moment, and that field of view, that focus really narrows to seconds rather than days, weeks, and years in the way that it really should be. You're targeting long-term profitable trading. So that's all I have left to say about that. Just wanted to get that in there.
Well said, Ben, and thank you for the input. Big shout out to both these traders. I know I had some harsh words for Shen, but hang in there, buddy. You're still in the live funded account, and I don't see you going anywhere anytime soon. And good job to Rafa also. Number 1 on the leaderboard, number 1 in your hearts. He's been there for a while. All right, guys, that's all the time we have for the shoulder tap today. Thanks for being here, Ben. Pleasure as always. We don't get to do this enough. Looking forward to the next time. Well, I'll be here all week, actually. Jack is out all week, so I'm covering shoulder tap for the rest of the week. All right, folks, we're going to step aside. We got group coaching coming on next. Coach Robert, Coach Hoag, the two of them will be here coaching you and each other. We're going to take a short break. Ben, I'll catch you later. The rest of you, be back with more tradertainment in just a few minutes.
Topstep VIP is an experience unlike anything else in the trading industry. This exclusive opportunity gives a select group of traders a VIP shot at funding on us. Imagine getting the tools, support, and coaching you need to take your trading to the next level for free. With Topstep VIP, we'll set you up in a 100K Topstep X Trading Combine for free. Plus, we're giving you 6 free resets if you need them to help you stay on track. You'll also get exclusive access to our VIP Discord channel, where our performance coaches will be there to guide and support you every step of the way. And when you pass the Combine, there are no activation fees. We'll activate your Express funded account for free. If you ever need assistance, our white glove trader support team will be there for you, making sure you have everything you need. As a Topstep VIP, you're getting something most traders would pay thousands of dollars for: personalized coaching and mentorship from the best in the business for free. Meet your VIP coaches. Coach J's Lunatics. Coach J brings 8 years of experience, including 2 years in Topstep trading combines and funded accounts. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop spent nearly 14 years working at the CME. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Coach Ray, aka Wildebeest Trader, brings 25 plus years of trading experience, specializing in futures since 2017. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Coach Vince brings 20 plus years of trading experience. Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul has over 40 years of trading experience, including 20 years of trading on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. These elite coaches have years of experience helping traders succeed, and you'll have direct access to them as part of your VIP experience. Want to be the next VIP trader? Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV for all the latest updates and details on how you could be selected for this game-changing opportunity. Good afternoon and welcome to group coaching. We're very happy all of you are here. Today we've got Coach Robert, one of the best, one of the finest, one of the most knowledgeable people you will ever get to know. And very excited to do things a little bit just juxtaposition today. I'm usually not kind of driving this segment, but this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. Robert, how you feeling today? You doing well?
I am. I'm doing well, John. We're switching places here. You know, we have people taking vacation time and coming to and fro, so we all got to cover each other. And took the back seat for you on Friday, and you're driving for JD for me today. So it's a team effort. We always know that. We always support each other, and I'm looking forward to this segment as well, sir.
All right. So are you ready for question number one?
Are you ready? Yes, we are. Let's go.
All right. This comes from our good friend Shubham. Hello, Coach. Can you please explain what does it mean when the majority of the volume occurs outside and inside the initial balance? Does a breakout from the initial balance range usually indicate a continuation or a false move? And then the last part of the question, how do volume and volatility influence the reliability of initial balance breakouts?
Well, that is a good question. John, do you want to start with the IB, what it is? And I'm marking up my chart here for that first hour session. And I'm going to put a couple of notes on here, and we'll help out Shubham.
Of course. So for those of you that aren't familiar with what the initial balance or the IB is, it's the first hour of the range for any particular session. So, for example, in the E-mini S&Ps or the NASDAQ, the initial balance is the price range that occurs between 8:30 and 9:30 a.m. Central. Of course, you can place an IB in an overnight session or anything like that, but for these purposes, we'll talk about regular trading hour sessions only. So the initial balance, the first hour of really any particular session you want to start it at. But again, I trade during the regular trading hour sessions. So to me, the IB is always the regular trading hour open that first hour. So let's go with the first one here. What does it mean when the majority of volume occurs outside or inside the initial balance? Robert?
Here we have it, John. That's a great setup. I get this all set up for us. We are looking at the NQ. This is a 15-minute chart. I marked off the initial balance, and for us, it is 8:30 Central Time to 9:30 Central Time. And there it is. There's our high. There's our low. So this is pretty much it is what you would call the initial balance. So the question being along, what does it look like if there's moves or false moves, and how is it based on volatility and volume? It's actually kind of a crapshoot, just like trading is. There's no hard fast and set rules on this. We can have a drop down with high volatility and a lot of gusto, like I like to say, a lot of volume pushing down, but then the buyers just buy it right up because of some historical information, and it comes right back in. So would that be a false breakout? Potentially, but it depends on what you're looking for. If you were buying the initial break, selling the initial balance break down today, roughly 510, and you're only looking for 20 or so points, you have no problem. 50 points, no problem. 60 points, no problem. So that would not be, in that sense, a failed breakout in that case. However, if you're looking for a continuation, well, you are right back above, showing a little bit of a negative in your P&L right now, in your unrealized P&L, if you took that trade at 510 as a short. So what does it mean? Well, it's just kind of an idea of where the market is at that point in time, just like the opening range. I know Hoag likes to use the opening range of 1 minute on the ESNQ, and it's a personal preference. I think Coach Jay uses a 3 minute. And if I'm doing an opening range on ES, I like a 5, but I like a 1 on NQ just because it moves so far so fast. Initial balance is pretty much hard set rule. It's the first hour, high to low, and that's those where your levels are at. And if I click on this, it will show me we are at 509 quarter to 649. So what is that? About a 150 point initial balance for today. Now I'm going to make one more comment, John, on the volume of these, because candle volume, this is my opinion, it doesn't have as much to do as volume profile, like what is happening at those particular price levels versus a vertical level. And I'm going to show and I'm going to demonstrate this. If we look at some of our volume candles here, this is what I have marked off. This is red volume. We see we drop in red volume from one candle. This is the 8:45 close to the 9 a.m. Central Time close. And we have almost half of the amount of volume to the downside. Let me move the initial balance over a little bit here. Yeah, we'll keep just like that. But the candle size is pretty close to the previous candle. And we say, oh, okay, so we had our first candle. We have a green one, doji-ish. Our next one, we have a rejection up. This made our initial balance high. It's 8:45. We don't know that until after the hour is done. But we have red volume, down volume, a little less than the green, which makes sense in and of this candle. Very, very small body on this candle. Make this a little bit bigger for you. And then we look at the next one and say, all right, well, we had a big push up on the positive side. And then we looked at sellers coming in, and then we have half the amount of sellers coming in. And that's even less than half of the amount of buyers we had 2 candles prior. So we think that potentially, remember, we are assumptions, we're speculators, that, wow, you know what, those buyers came in, the sellers bought it back up again, but sold it off again, but they really jumped out here very quickly. I might not want to take a short here because there's not a lot of sellers. All they did was recover from the buyers. But what happened? The very next time, we have a candle that is almost 3 times as high as the one prior. So I'm only showing this to say, be careful with volume. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's a matter of preference. I personally have a hard time with candle volume itself, especially when you're playing breakouts. Because remember, if you're doing a breakdown, so let's say we're on the short side, and there's a whole bunch of buyers that come in, driving that market down hard, but there's not that much volume on sellers, but they're taking larger positions, they're going to eat up all of those shorts. But you're going to look at a lower volume candle at the bottom. So it can be a little bit misleading. I'll use that word, not confusing, but misleading at that time. So said all that to say this: your initial balance is that first hour of the U.S. Open, 8:30 to 9:30 Central. Be careful in the breakouts. And even Dakota said this earlier, said, hey, if this drops here, I'm going to wait. And so if it came up at that time, it's going back up again, I'm going to wait for it to come break over, reject again, confirmation, and then push higher to get into any type of long. And I think that was a fabulous call. That was a great example of what he was looking to do in a great show of how to read a type of breakout. Breakouts are tough because you don't know if it's a false breakout until it is. Like, you don't know if it's a trend until it is one. So you don't know if it's a failed auction until it is one. So just keep all that in mind. We're just keeping a fluid, open mindset when you're dealing with these particular levels. This could be opening range, initial balance, breakout to previous highs, breakdown to previous lows, VWAP bounces. Just keep an eye on it. Remember, there are tools to help you, give you some guidance. Some may work better for you than others, and some tools may not work as good for you, but work great for other traders. Just try to keep that all under the hat. That's a little bit of a long-winded answer, but Shubham, you've been here quite a bit. I love the question. I love the initial balance stuff, and I really wanted to hit this one and give my perspective on what I believe in the candle volume versus volume profile, which you see on the right-hand side. John, anything to add to that?
Well, we're seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ testing back to their IB lows today. The IB low in the NASDAQ, 21,542 and a half. The IB low, 60.80 and a half in the S&Ps. So, just this pullback is something that is can be an interesting opportunity. If you don't mind going to my screen for just a moment, I can show you a little bit, maybe expound a little bit on what Robert was talking about. So, we have the initial balance high in the NASDAQ, 648.75. Initial balance low, 542 and a half. The market opened and drove and then continued to push below the IB low. The majority of the volume right now in the regular trading hour session only is below the IB low. This market is attempting to accept through time and through volume pricing at lower levels, pricing below the initial balance low. If there's an accumulation down here of possible longer time frame buyers and we reaccept above the initial balance low, then this would be a failed opportunity for continuation below the initial balance low and a potential move back into the initial balance for the day. So when we're looking at volume outside the initial balance, it's the market attempting to change value away from the initial balance, which it did successfully today. And now, if we do, start to show some re-acceptance above the initial balance low, that may tend to bring value back higher, and that might kind of lead to an excess low on the daily chart today, if that helps. Robert, I'm going to get back to you on another part of that question here, if that's all right.
Sure, let's cover it.
Does a breakout from the initial balance usually indicate a continuation or a false move? How do volume and volatility influence the reliability of IB breakouts? First off, we can basically say with relative statistics that most breakouts do fail. Most breakouts are going to fail, at least on the first attempt. Robert, what are your thoughts on this?
I find that exactly to be true, sir. The breakouts, that's what I was saying before. You gotta be careful of them. Yeah, sure. Depending on what you're looking for. If you're taking a breakout, let's say you're taking NQ breakouts, you're looking for 5-10 points, you'll probably get that because of the way the NQ moves. You won't get 5 or 10 out of the ES, it just doesn't move that way. So you maybe want to target, 2 or 3 or 4. But as Hoag just said, and as Dakota said earlier, and as I alluded to, be careful with them because there are a lot of false breakouts. You need to have a lot of push and a lot of failed structures and a lot of open real estate for those that keep going. You figure this is the first hour, very, very volatile, very, very volumetric time in the markets, right at the first hour of the U.S. Open. It can be kind of hairy. So in order for it to finally make this really wide initial balance, either up or down, to break out above or break down below, it really does have to have some good steam. Now, if the initial balance is small, you have a better opportunity and a better option for those to trend or continue in those directions. But again, I think, John, was it Friday or Thursday? Thursday was the horrible day where we almost didn't even clear the initial balance. It was just, it was a little bit wider, but it just went bouncing forth all day long. And I don't know, I don't recall exactly what time. It was something like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We finally broke out of it. So yeah, that was a hairy day on Thursday. Not a look good P&Ls that day for sure.
Yeah, what I think, Robert, you just kind of brought up a really important part or an important piece of information there. Depending on the market, a very small, narrow initial balance doesn't take as much energy to extend outside of. A wide initial balance takes a lot more energy to extend outside of. So you may be able to use that information to determine how much you're willing to risk on a breakout trade. If it's a narrow initial balance, that lower necessity of energy to extend might give you some information you can use. I liken it to a narrow initial balance is like knocking over a lamp. It's not that hard to do. A wide initial balance is like trying to knock over a pyramid. It's a lot more difficult to do. It requires a lot more energy. So excellent answers, Robert. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to the next question, if that's all right with you.
Sure, I did pull it out. You can look on the screen, those watching. I did pull out the initial balance on, and it was Thursday. It was just a mess of a day where the ES didn't even break out of the initial balance until 11:45 Central, and all it did was pop up by 2.5 points. And then when it finally broke down, it was 2:15 Central Time. It only went 1.5 points down, and then did it again at 2:30. And then it finally left it at 2:45 to the end of the day. So that was I remember watching that thing all day long, like, what are we doing in this market? Trying to come up with stuff to say. So great feedback on there, John, too, as well. And I love going through this stuff. So yeah, let's see what we got next.
Okay. Jacobo has a question here. I have a winning strategy. The backtest tells me so. It generates great signals. However, I have an attitude of modifying everything, adding things, and then I realize this and I go back to the beginning and I do well. I always want to learn more, and that leads me to try new things. However, I will not generate consistent results if I do not do the same thing day after day. You're optimizing your strategy. What do you think of that, Robert?
I think that's great, Jacobo. Thanks for the question. This is kind of my wheelhouse. I love doing these things. I would first and foremost be careful with back testing, and it depends on which platform you're using, or if you're just simply doing it manually, because you can be misled a little bit. I'm not saying it's wrong, but just be careful with it. And if anybody knows me that's on here, I do a lot of this programming automation stuff, and I can tell you straight out, I've actually put up, and this is on NinjaTrader maybe 1.5 years ago, and I had some video where I had put 4 charts up, and I had 4 different products. I had it going to Sim. The same product, but 4 different accounts. One going to Sim, one going to actually a Topstep practice account, one going to my personal account, and then the NinjaTrader account. So I ran the same strat at the same time for the same length of time with the same settings. And at the end of the day, technically it was about 2 hours. Let me clarify that. It was about 2 hours I ran it. I had 4 different P&Ls. And then later on that day, I went back and ran replay, and I had yet another different P&L. So just be careful if you're looking at large amounts of data when you're doing back testing. And here's one of the reasons that's like a non-argument why. In a sim environment, you may get filled. In a environment like I had where those 4 charts up, one firm I got filled at, the other one just wasn't in order. And wouldn't you know it, it's the one that was in local sim based on NinjaTrader is the one that had the best P&L, and my live account going through AMP Futures was the worst account, even though we had the exact same setting. Because sometimes it didn't get filled, sometimes it just moved past. And sometimes the slippage was more on one than the other. So just be really careful. You can imagine if it was that far off on a 2-hour sample, imagine if you took 2 years and said, yeah, just run this and give me the result in an hour. So just that, I want to make sure I'm really clear on that. Be super careful when you're back testing. And what I always use as a line is use back testing for functionality versus profitability. Doesn't mean it's not going to be profitable. Just be really careful with that, and always take it with a grain of salt when you're looking at these things. You don't know how the fills are. You don't know if there was a gap up or gap down that didn't register in the sim environment, didn't register in a back testing environment because that gap was filled later on. But if you were in a live environment, you just blew out all your stops and lost your account. So just be really careful with that. Regarding what John had mentioned there about optimizing and jumping around for new systems, exhaust one of them first. If you have an idea, put all your parameters in and track it day after day after day after day. And do this in a practice account. Do this in paper trading. There's no harm in that when you're trying to figure these things out. Because you can look at things and say, man, I have this idea and it just is not going to work. That's okay. That's the learning environment. That's what you should be doing. And if you have one that's really going to work really well, cool. Run it in a market replay so you get in the market tick by tick on a slow time frame, meaning don't wrap it up to like 100% speed and 500x speed if you're doing any type of market replay. But you're getting a lot of slippage, a lot of false information that way. So just take it step by step and stick with something until you can confirm that it's just a horrible environment, rather than try to jump around with a little tweak here, a little tweak there. I'm not saying don't do that, because you need to do that on your initial setup. But once you get it locked in, so to speak, let it go for a little while and give it a shot. And the final piece of this, your third variable of this, is that the market changes too. Imagine if you look at these 3 days that I have on the chart right here. This is today so far, Friday's in the middle, and this is the ES, and then last Thursdays. You may have an algo, and not an algo, but even a strategy, I shouldn't say algo, but a strategy that says, I'm going to buy this initial balance breakout. Well, we just showed you did horrible on Thursday. You did pretty good on Friday. And today, hey, if you were short, you did okay also. And again, it's going to based on the time and the distance and how many points you're looking for, what your risk is. So let's take this past week and say, last 3 days, What? Hey, excellent. I have a really winning strategy. And my strategy is I'm going to buy the breakouts of the initial balance and sell the breakdowns of the initial balance because you did really good the last couple of days. Well, let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow. What's going to happen tomorrow? All we can do is speculate. Just be careful with that too, because the market is always changing. So there's your 3 points. Careful with back testing because of the fills in the structure. When you do have a strategy put together that you want to look for it for functionality and operability versus profitability, and do it over time. And then the third one is just keep in mind the market's moving. So you can have something that works really, really good in an environment, and then all of a sudden it just goes to hell after that. That happened to me with COVID. It was doing pretty good the first year. COVID came through. Everything I did just didn't work. I had to change it. And then after COVID started slowing down a little bit toward the end of the year, I had to change it again because it didn't work that well. Now, if I ran a back test for that entire year, it depends on which strategy I use. If I use the strategy the first part of the year, it was horrible the next two. If I use the strategy in the middle of the year, it was horrible beginning and end. And then at the end of the year, it was horrible to beginning and middle. So just keep that in mind when you're doing all this stuff. I get asked that a lot. Hey, can you give me 5 years worth of back testing data? Like, hell no. It makes no sense whatsoever. The market was different last Thursday than it is today. What's it going to be like 5 years prior? Jacobo, I love answering those questions. Thank you very much for being here and sharing that with us. And hopefully others learn from that as well. But appreciate it.
Yeah. Jacobo, if you have a winning strategy, why would you trade anything else? Don't optimize it. Run it until you have to change it. You know, if you got something that good, try not to optimize, because if you've got something that's going to, pay you money over time, just maximize that. And should something change like the market state, then worry about making changes. But great answer, Robert. Thank you very much. Real quick one for you here, Robert. When is the right time to move stops to break even?
Never. That's my answer. That's a real quick one for you. So in all seriousness, it does depend on the trader. It is a personal preference. My feeling, just the style that I trade, I just don't like to. If I feel like I move my stop to break even, I'm just going to close the trade and wait for the next one. It's just a style, just my preference. If you're a longer term holder and you want to let something go down and you're in multiple contracts and you're gaining and then you scaled some out and you're looking at profit, sure, bring something in. I wouldn't even say break even. Let's just get it added. You can start with break even, but then get it to a point where it actually makes sense. Because break even might be really big in the middle of some wide range. Well, you may not need it. You may have to put it on the other side, or even on the near side. If you're watching volume profile, see how the market's reacting. If you're just continuing down like it did today, you saw what Dakota today. He started shipping them off, and he just dropped one down, pulled it way down under the break even point. Left that runner running on there just in case some catastrophe happened. He's got a stop loss on there. He's going to lock in the money, lock in the profits. So what was the question on this? Pradeep, the honest to goodness true answer is it depends. It depends on the trader, depends on your style, on the instrument, the time of day, and what you're looking for as far as profits and risk goes. If you're going to ask me specifically personally, myself, I just never do it. Not that it's bad. If I'm just seeing the profit, rather saying, "Oh, I'm not too sure about this," I'm just going to take the money right there and then not worry about it, just wait for the next trade. Again, that's a personal thing for me, but I have no qualms one way or the other. If it's going to work for you, moving it, I think the only thing would be not too soon. You start breaking, see a little bit of profit, and jump to break even. There's got to be some wiggle room there. So I'll stick with that. John, what are your thoughts?
I think most people move that stop to break even way too early, way too quickly.
Okay.
I've worked with hundreds of people who've said, when I move my stop to break even +1, the market always seems to come and hit that stop, and then I get to watch the trade play out without me. So my answer to them would be, well, then stop moving your stop to break even. If you're going to move your stop or you're going to trail stops, it's got to be logically, it's got to be technically. If you're long and the market's going your way and you get a little pullback and a little swing low there, okay, well, then maybe you can move your stop up below that little swing low. But I think a lot of folks try to eliminate the risk on the trade way too quickly. The market is free to come back and recheck a level that you've deemed a good level. And if it doesn't hit your stop, the trade is still valid. Let it go for a while before moving your stops to break even. And thank you very much for the question, Pradeep. Got a deep one for you, Robert. Wheels BT, somebody we see in the chat quite often. Always a pleasure to have them there. How do you have advice for keeping off the market stress compartmentalized? Ever since the summer, I've had an ongoing frustration that I think throws me off some days. When I feel that when I feel that, is there a good way to segment that away? When I feel that there is a good way to segment that away, or should I simply not trade when I feel that frustration on a given day? Asking something outside of trading is bothering, and getting into their trading. How do we compartmentalize? Boy, that was tough to say that. Or
Right.
is that even possible? Do we just wait until there's some sort of resolution to what's bothering us before getting back into trading?
Wow, all the above. Wheels BT, first of all, yes, you're in the chat a lot. We see you here. Thank you for being here all the time. And kudos to you. You made the first step of fixing your specific issue or question that you have here. You've already done that, and that's identifying it. You already know this. Okay, you already know. You've said it in here that what should I do? I feel this frustration? You can always not trade. You can always scale down and slow down. Okay, you can certainly just take the day off. There's no harm in that. Maybe the market's not doing what you would like or what matches your style. Totally fine. Speaking of compartmentalization, that is a personality trait. Okay, some traders can do it, or some people, if we take traders out of it, some people can do that very well, very easy, and some have a hard time. Personally, I don't have a problem with compartmentalizing. I can do that super, super, super well. But you can talk with trading coaches, trading psychologists, regular, I say the regular, but non-trading psychologists, like a therapist, and work through those personal side of things that work specifically for you. I will say that it's not easy, okay? But you can do it. It's just going to matter of what adaptations you need to make. And I'm certainly not a pro at this. I just know it works for me. The other piece here, you said ever since the summer, you had an ongoing frustration. Well, Wheels, forget about it. Forget about it. It's the summer. It's entirely different. That's where your compartmentalized goes. That's the summer. What happened this summer isn't today. What happened last month isn't today. What happened yesterday isn't today. So try to let that stuff go. John's going to say, don't carry the venom. Let it go. Let it out of your system, because it's not helping you in any really way, shape, or form. Just carry that along. We do it. I get it. I have the issue with that myself. We always do it. But to compartmentalize and say, you know what? That was the summer. What am I talking about? This is a Monday, like into December now. It's a different market. So just take it slow. Take a step back if you have to segment it out. And if you're feeling that frustration, you're feeling that going on tilt that you hear a lot of, just stop. Just get out of the market. That's the easiest, quickest, fastest way. I don't know if you exercise, but hit the gym if you need to. Get some food, go for a walk, or just take a day off. Just close everything down, except TopstepTV, of course. Make sure you keep that going. So, Wheels, thank you. I really appreciate it. John, this has been great. We traded the favor from me on you Friday, and then you're taking care of the back end questions here for me today. So always a pleasure being on with you, John.
Yeah. Wheels, sometimes things that are bothering us, they're going to stick around for a while. And it reminds me of, going onto the trading pit, you were in a different arena. It was easier to separate yourself from other things that were going on in your life, moving to an office or something like that. You're still away from the, usual things that bother you in life. I don't know where you're trading from, Wheels, but just putting yourself in a different situation, move to a different part of the house, set up a little office in your house, something where you can close the door and you can kind of separate yourself from the other things that are bothering you and focus on trading. We hope that this is going to help. We hope this is going to help all of you. Robert, thank you so much for your answers, for your wisdoms, and for being here for everybody today. And it's always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure spending some time with Robert. And so we are going to take a quick break. We are going to be back with Back to the Futures. We've got JD, we've got Dolby, and two of everybody's favorites. We got Anne Marie and Coach Dakota coming back to the Futures. We'll see you in just a few moments. Real trading, real traders, real markets, TopstepTV. Let's go.
How do you manage your emotions in trading? Are you taking anything from the ski, like professionalizing your mindset to get that in the right spot that you've done over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
To do anything and bring it over to the trading world?
Yeah, I mean...
You meditate, right?
Yeah, I'm meditating, and exactly, exactly that. Because you're not going to have a great day every day in training. Like you said, it's a love-hate business, and it's the same thing with skiing. It's a love-hate business. Not every day is going to be the most beautiful, sunny, slushy day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of days that are super icy, and you don't want to put your body on the line.
Yeah.
And
conditions of the day change and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to adapt. Yeah.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. You know, just a minute ago, we were talking in the green room, and something is happening right now that has not happened yet in the history of Topstep TV. And if you had asked me if it happened before, I would have said, absolutely, this has happened before. But Anne Marie and Coach Dakota have never shared the stage together on Topstep TV. Can you believe?
I thought we did. I thought we did. It's my bad
How
memory.
has this been
then.
allowed to happen?
I am so excited. I can hardly stand it. I'm not kidding. I'm so excited.
How is that not happening? I don't know.
Would have lost a lot of money on that bet. I thought that you guys for sure had been on before.
I thought for bad memory, I guess.
I can't explain how this possibly could have slipped through the cracks,
I've
but here
always
we are now.
wanted to be on with them. I'm so
It's
excited.
a banner day. It's a historic day.
Are you sure though? Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Someone in chat's going through the archives right now.
It's been on my bucket list. And I'm not kidding. I've even asked Tim, hey, Tim, when am I going to get to be on with Dakota? I'm not kidding.
There you go. List.
It is. It's one of my bucket list things.
Fair enough. Well, I'm honored. Excited. So everyone knows I locked up my live account, trading responsibility. I'm not going to be trading my live account. So if I do see a great setup, we could try and take that in the house account, right, Dobie?
Yes, please.
We were talking in the green screen that maybe
house.
15, 20 minutes ago, we had an amazing short setup where we had this nice rally. And this was a rally, and this is a nice level of support and resistance. Rebar reversal, short, 536, 535, somewhere in this zone. And I mean, 15, 20 minutes, a little bit too late. It looks good. And I heard you, Anne-Marie, say that was the VWAP is up here somewhere.
Yeah, anchored VWAP right there, as well as the put wall, the gamma put wall.
And Anne-Marie, you're scouting out a long position potentially right now, aren't you? You're
Yes,
looking at the MNQ?
I am. I'm going to add to it if it holds this zone. But yes, right off the rock fight zone at 500, we've spent 2 hours and 40 minutes around this 490 to 511 area. So if we hold it, we ought to be able to retest that anchored VWAP again.
Understood. What is your current long price? Where are you long from in the MNQ currently?
498 and a
498.
quarter. Yeah, 498 and a quarter.
I'd get behind this long. I like it. I like it. If I'm not in a trade, this would be something I do. We did come down, test that trend line towards 500. We found some buyers. We have an opportunity for another reversal around 518. I mean, the only thing I do not like about this is there's nice resistance right there at that 519, 518 level that we would need to break through.
Get up and over. Absolutely.
Yeah, but this is a good risk reward for the longs.
For sure. Dolby, so Anne-Marie is working in adsware position at 21,500. Maybe we should think about opening a house account trade right around there.
500s? Or should we go to like
and what's your
499s or something?
We could do that. What's your risk on this trade, Anne-Marie?
480, it should not lose. So maybe 16, 17 points.
Okay, perfect.
That works.
I'd be for just maybe even buying now. Where's your original entry, Anne?
Just get in. Original entry, 498 and a quarter.
Okay. It's hard to beat that price. That's great.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty good. Maybe we can always add one here and add one lower. We'll just be in more size.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to vote for that one. If we break 512, we could see a continuation upwards.
all right, we're in at 511s, and then we'll set a stop down at like 800 at 480s. And we can still add it 499s. What's the take profit?
I'm looking at that 550 again. It could breach, but 549, 550.
Yeah, so it's about 1 to 1. Cool. Let it play.
Very good.
540s, 550s.
Yeah, I'd like to see it go past that, but like Dakota said, there's a lot of resistance up there at that 516. So we definitely
Yeah.
need to.
It's scary. It is scary because this was resistance. We tried to break through it. We came back down. Now that resistance is acting as resistance again. So
Yep.
It's
Most
always
definitely.
scary. We have to get
Yeah.
back over that to feel confident, comfortable, maybe even adding if we do
Yeah.
get trades above it.
Just to recap, house account is now long 1NQ at 21,511. We're looking to add around 21,499. Anne Marie is also in the market long 1NQ at 21,498 and a quarter with an add at 21,500.
Some traders on the chat pointing out the 1 hour. I do trade the 1
Yep,
hour.
I was just taking a look at
and
that also.
Yeah. And yes, 100%. This was major resistance on December 4th, December 4th, December 5th. And, sure enough, that became resistance again.
I know
So that is, another negative playing in our favor. So, I mean, it doesn't invalidate this trade, but this could be something where, hey, maybe not build a position because of this, or it's not going to be like, I know some traders say A+ setup, B, C, D. This would be not an A+ setup for me.
Yeah, I agree, which is why I only went in with one. Though I did add, it came into my 500 and picked me up.
Okay.
The only thing I don't like also is that momentum is a little bit sleepy here. So I'd like to see momentum lift a little, but it's I think it's a coin toss trade, really, with the higher lows just giving it a little bit of an edge.
Fair. I mean, there's a reason why this has a high risk reward, because to me, this is a lower probability trade. So you must have a better risk reward to trade, to enter into it.
Yep, for sure.
We didn't get an ad there, did we, Dolby? Did we miss it by
No, it should come for
Sorry.
you.
No, we're in. We're in.
We're in.
21,505. Yep. Long 2.
Average price.
21,505.
Average price.
The guys in the back, house count long 2 NQ 21,505 average price.
Yep.
With a stop around 480. 21,480.
2 to 1, right? 2 to 1? 2 to 1 risk reward?
Yeah, about.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this
Said
is fine
yes.
I'd
by
like
my
to see it blow off.
blow off. Yeah,
I'd like to see it blow off, but
shorts are in a very happy position right now.
yeah,
After we
for
reject
sure.
those higher.
Tilt's pretty flat. Nothing happened on the tilt. 54% long in the NQ right now.
I'm hoping we don't
Average
do
price.
like a stop run down to like 470.
Average price 21,520.
Yeah.
21,522. Longs are in the hole in the NASDAQ for sure.
There is there's a level to this where we could be in a range bound market now, ever since the sell off, to where it could be just one of those markets, Toby, where we can push down to these 90s, 80s, reverse back up to 518, and then bears are unhappy, bulls are unhappy, and the range traders are loving it.
Yeah, I could see that, especially on the 30-minute chart. Starting to get quite a few 30-minute candlesticks that are all kind of smushed together. It's about 1, 2,
A couple
3,
of big short
4-ish.
trades just popped into.
Ooh.
So, but when you see the shorts there sitting where I see them, I think they're trying to trade the break of 500 without realizing that there's a current underneath that's pushing price action up. So we'll see.
I like this. It's a range trade. We're range bound since we sold off. I mean, we've been range bound for the past, since 10 a.m.
Almost
since we
3
finished
hours, yeah.
markets.
Almost 3 hours.
Markets. It's been range bound, and I don't see a reason right now why we wouldn't stay range bound, hovering around 500 plus or minus 20 points.
So do you think that we should cut it off when it gets to 517 or?
No. I mean, this is a market where we tried to break down. We tried to extend it lower. We failed. We rallied all the way back up. We got up to these 50s. And so technically, the last two pivots in the way I read the market on the 5-minute, it's a higher low, right? We've officially made a higher low, and we officially made a higher high. So one could argue on the intermediate side, this can be bullish. This could be looked at bullish, and then it could also be looked at as consolidation, depending on how soon, because we lower low over this period of time, and then a higher high. So we talk about the megaphone pattern, right? Like this is the start of it when you make lower lows and higher lows, and yeah, it's still too early to tell, but that's the part of trading is you never know until after the fact. And so are we going to come push to a new low? Maybe, and then turn around and get back up to these 515s? Possibly. And that would be the market to probably upset the most traders is come down and break and run stops and turn back. And then we're sitting and hovering around 500 plus or minus 10, 20 points. And it's really is, I think Rips says it best, is the washout, to just wash everybody out who can't hold trades for over 10 points in any direction, 20 points in any direction.
It makes perfect sense, yeah.
We never did get a 3-bar reversal.
We did not
get that 3-bar reversal. Nope.
We never got what? I missed that. We never got
the 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, where I was looking for it to break above 518. We never did get that.
Yeah.
So,
Dakota, is that your favorite time frame for the 5-bar or the 3-bar reversal 5-minute chart? Or are you looking at any time frame?
It's one of the simplest things on the 5-minute chart that I look at, and mainly to explain to the traders who are new and learning, where it's a lot more. There's a lot more in depth to than just buy or sell a 3-bar reversal, but in the simplest terms, sure, that's part of what I'm looking for. And you have to have a 3-bar reversal in order for the market to turn around, right? You have to have that. And for a new trader, I don't want to go in depth every single time. It might take another 30 minutes to explain a lot, right? But in the simplest terms, yeah, 3-bar reversals at support and resistance, like we've seen here. We've seen one earlier during fast markets when I took the short, and then we see one up here, which was the big one that we caught 100 plus points off of. But yeah, in simplest terms, a 3-bar reversal can be very powerful if you're looking.
That was a beautiful trade this morning. Absolutely.
Oh, that was excellent. Yeah.
Some luck, to be
your
honest.
Conviction, it's funny. I love it how you say luck, but it happens all the time. So, which is not the definition of luck, incidentally.
Better you are, luckier you get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, luck is between, what is it? The preparation and
preparation meets a thing
and opportunity.
An opportunity.
Preparation meets opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way I would ever predict a 100-point sell-off, but I happened to be in at the market in that same way and was able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Okay, so I'm going to move my stop a little bit further out.
Ooh, here we go.
Just to give it, I know Hoag says you didn't get any smarter doing that, but I see that congestion zone around 485, and there are a lot of buyers that are piled up on the ladder there. So
where's your new stop at? Should we also lower the stop here or no?
See, I'm going to move my stop to 468. So that's about 25 points. 468, 30 points, something like that. And again, my goal in counter trend trades is always smaller size. And that's why I'm in the just a couple of NQs, because one, I'm going counter trend directionally, and I'm sitting in an area where I think the chart needs to suss out support. And so that's the reason that I'm able to do that. So that's where I'm sitting right here from that perspective. Why it is that I'm able to squeeze that stop just a little further away. We just got a little buying tail, but no follow through there. A lot of negative momentum, which I don't love.
Well, keep us posted. I'm trying to refresh my platform, and it looks like
Yeah,
I
I'm there as well, Dobie.
I've been bitten by the bug.
Yeah, we seem to a lot of complaints come through the chat about Topstep X. It has been reported to our tech team, so we should have an answer for you in just a minute.
Okay.
Well, fingers crossed that hasn't happened to me, but the day is still young.
Don't refresh it.
Don't touch anything.
Don't hit the refresh button. Don't refresh it.
Don't refresh it. Were you able to, Dobie, were you able to move the stop, or we still have our original stop in place?
No, I think we're original stop. I didn't want to mess with it, JD, because God forbid I accidentally move it too far, then I get locked out, then I have no control over risk. So
noted.
Stop is in.
Oh, Bob, I didn't. Yeah, I said complaints. Reports. I should have said. I shouldn't have said complaints. Reports. Getting correct.
I can't even.
Incorrect.
I can't even get in.
We got the confirmation this morning, right, that the negative trades that were affected earlier were
they'll be canceled. They'll be erased.
Oh, okay, sweet. No stress.
Topstep always makes it right.
So we should
Nothing to stress about.
Max contracts, and if we win, we don't get erased, and if we lose, we get erased. Right? Is that what traders do?
Exactly.
That's take advantage of it.
Oh wow! Speaking of which, just as I said that, I had a limit buy there, and it's flushed right through it and did not fill. So it's super interesting. You see it on the screen?
I do.
Oh no! There it is. It went. It went.
Did it trigger? Okay, cool.
I can see it, but it's not. It's still got the limit buy sitting there.
Ooh.
So, yeah, that's weird. All right, see what we got.
Interesting.
I know, super weird. Oh, it won't let me move my stop.
Okay, I'm back in. I'm back in. I'm back in. Back in my live account. I hit refresh, and it's working fine now for me.
Okay.
Yep.
We are in. We have not gotten stopped out. However, we are about 8 points away from getting stopped out. So if we want to move the stop, we can. So let me know.
For everyone in the chat, go ahead and refresh your Topstep X accounts. It seems to be the solver.
Should be back.
Go ahead and give it a refresh.
Henry, where's your new stop? Are you looking for a stop down below 470 somewhere?
471 even. 471.50.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a bold claim here, and I'm gonna say adding.
Yep. Where?
Well, I just added. Yeah, I just added. So we'll see. I still think. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, you go.
No, I was just gonna say it's bold because it's near the bottom of this. What we're looking at, this support zone, and if we're looking for this to be a range bound in the afternoon, this would be my idea of a range. My idea of the range is what we're seeing right here, right now. Dobie, you can probably speak on this better than I can. But the low of this range is going to be these 80s and 90s. The upper end of this range is going to be 510s to 520s. So this would be I don't like using the word cheap, but a better risk reward to be adding near these lows and then selling near these highs.
Where did you adding into 83, 80? Like that range, or right here, right now, and then some more later?
In this zone. So it depends on
somewhere around here.
Maybe wait for the 80s. I got in at 80. I added at 85. That's where it triggered. And
Let's see
so
if we can get 84s or 83.50. Okay, that puts it 3. Dakota, how much size did you want to go up to? We're at 2 now. We have 3 all day if we get filled.
Yeah, 3's about there. There's 3. We could even if we wanted to, we could get in at the bottom, and then if we do reversal, then we can add while it goes in our favor.
Cool.
So that way we're not getting into a big position while the market's going against us.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I just want to
Well,
see structure build. Right? There's no structure building down here on
No.
the tight time.
Nope.
On the tight time cycles yet. We want to see a failure to hold lower, a breach up into that 500 area, and then a pullback that holds our 490s.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for adding here. It'd be nice if we could get this average down a little bit from like the midpoint of the range down to say closer to the bottom over
Closer
here.
to right here.
Closer to right here, pretty much, yeah.
Are you working a bid for a third contract right now, Dolby?
We are. Yeah, we're working 83.50s. Let's see if we
83.50.
can get this average bumped down a little bit. Like Dakota said, we're adding within the range, so we are taking on a little bit extra risk, but it's not like full risk.
Stop should
Gemini-
not change.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not
Totally
changing the
agree.
stop.
68 stop.
Yeah.
So we're like risking almost 30 points on the first one, and then maybe only like 10 on the third one. But same structure, same idea, just a way to average into a trade.
Have
Sounds
we
good.
looked at Delta at all today?
I haven't heard anything about Delta. Are you looking at it?
I don't know how to look at it
okay.
anywhere around here. I don't have that.
Oh, if
know.
you are in the chat. Oh, there he is.
Negative 2,600 in the NASDAQ, negative 12,000 in the S&Ps.
Negative
Isn't
Delta.
that interesting?
Okay,
His
long
name and
3, average 21,498. Stop is still at the same place.
At 68.
No, do you want it to be at 68s though? I can
68
No, I
stop,
was just asking. It was simply me just asking.
Sure, we're at 68. We are at 68. Long 3, 21,498. Let's see if this range holds.
Okay, here we go.
Feels like we're going to see a bit of a liquidity grab right here.
Yep.
We're gonna see our stops being the best entry.
Yeah, no. As soon as
That
we got
always
stopped, I'm just going to
sucks
say
so
long
bad.
50.
That it happened to me this morning. You guys seen that? I was short. I got stopped out. I re-entered, and then it played out really well.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Usually how it works, right?
Yeah, it was
That's awesome.
really nice. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty.
Take some cojones to do that, because if it ends up losing, then you're back to back, like just stopped out really fast, and that can get kind of triggering for some traders.
Yeah, I didn't have the guts to go short until after it lost that anchored VWAP, and then I took it. So I was watching you and waiting for it to fail. That anchored
Waiting is
VWAP.
sometimes the best options, but
Well, you got way better price than me.
well, that's just probabilities over like risk reward versus risk percentage or win percentage.
Dang it. I do not like this price action.
Something that's kind of spooky is long and strong candlesticks into our level. But hopefully it can perk up a little bit here on literally any time frame. 1 minute, 30 second, we'll take anything.
Keep changing the time frame until it looks good, Dobie.
Yeah.
Hey, hell yeah. Whichever
Is that
one
how
looks the best.
everybody does it? That's how everybody
Yeah,
does
you
it.
just find the time
that's how you
frame
do
that
it.
looks the best.
You just keep changing the time frame till it looks your direction, and then yeah.
It does get a little bit
Wonderful
sweaty
idea.
when none of your time frames work. Then you're like, uh-oh, I am truly on the wrong side. And you go through like 6 or 7 time frames, and every single one has like a red candle, and you're long. There's no time frame to save you there.
I'm not gonna lie, that's happened to me.
Hindsight is a powerful thing.
Sure. Come on.
Getting back
Okay,
up
so
to these
we have
86s.
we have to find a person who does the opposite of Jerome. Whenever he does talk, the market goes up. So we can have them on together.
Ooh, Nick for a tick. Where are you?
Oh, yeah?
Need Nick for a tick back. Oh yeah, he was always the guy who was like, "Oh no, NQ new highs again. Let me blow the air horn." He hated it.
Mhm.
So the market did always rally when he was here. So we got to phone a friend and see if he will maybe come on for 5 minutes for this trade.
Man, this 1 minute candle
Yeah,
feels like
long and strong.
Wait, so if I refresh, are things going to go bonkers on me, or are we okay?
You should be good.
You're okay. I've been refreshing a
I think
few
you should be
times.
good now.
Everything's okay. The candles might look a little off right now, but price action and I'm watching the order flow is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but recommendation if you're not in
lower.
a trade to not trade right now until we get until there's confirmation, because these candlesticks are still a little bit off because of but
candlesticks are
the
looking
DOM
weird.
liquidity is
Oh,
fine.
crudsicles.
Just broke through 80.
Long 50. Long 50.
By the open of every 3-minute bar until I tell you to stop, Bulby.
That's the martingale strategy, and just keep doubling down. Eventually there'll be one that's correct.
That's so weird. What's going on with the charts?
The funny thing is, I've had this happen to me quite often on Ninja Trader 8 when I am trading with a different one as well, where the data is skewed. It's accurate. The current bid and ask is accurate. Order flow is going fine, but the candlestick from where it happened,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
it's
the
just
rendering. It's weird.
They're not painting right.
Yeah, similar to that.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know
So
the technical.
there's
I'm not
50
extremely
lot waiting at 470.
Not me.
470.
Not us. It's not the house account. Hands up. There's no 50
Bulby
lots
stop
on this
entry.
side.
All right, guys. Just a quick update. We got house count long, average price of 21,498. Anne Marie is also long. Oh, we got an update on the Topstep X issue, folks. I'm going to read directly from an update. We know about the issue affecting Topstep X, and we are working with our partners to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. We'll make another announcement as soon as we get information and the issue is resolved. I believe the issue is in the process of resolving itself, or our tech team is in the process of resolving. Refreshing seems to be working for a lot of people right now, so make sure you give that a shot. With that said, we're going to bring our man Eddie in real quick for a couple jabs. Jab, jab, jab. Eddie, my man, what's happening?
Yamo beater, and here I is. All right, this is jab, 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 and we have this every day. What I do is I sort of try to look and search for those that are using the jab, jab, jab technique, moving forward, making progress, getting payouts, passing combines, everything else. So let's kick it off. In this corner, logging into Topstep every weekday, trader who does the work, strives to be successful, and keeps on jabbing when opportunity calls. This can be you. In the other corner, went to the dentist to get his Bluetooth fixed, never using a game plan or a stop like a damn fool. Author of the book, Buy High, Sell Low, My Trading Memoir, Buster the Mongoose Whirly. Let's take a look and see who is using those jabs to make things count. Now, earlier today, I saw Casey Casual up 800 so far, peeling now 3 out of my 22 micros. Hopefully, Casey is still jabbing away there. Segi passed another combine, made 1,600 on my birthday. Happy birthday, Seggy. What a great day. Locked out. Thank you for all you guys do. Congratulations, Seggy. Great day for you. We got Predict. Topstep provided my payout always. Apex denied my payout, 10K profit. 8 straight winning days above 600. Max loss, 1,000 on the 250 account. Topstep always rocks. So that's great. Pradeep, that you got our payout. Keep it coming. Bob L., who is one of our bell-to-bellers here and always posting good things here. Bob L., 1,100 on the XFA. What a great Monday here. Calling it and switching to practice. Very smart. Balance is still on the low end. Rather lock in profits. Then go with more risk at this point. Bob L., you're being very smart here. That is some good jabbing. Johnny T. Poison. Locked out. Sweating, but a 2.9K on the day. 100K combine going well day one. All right, Johnny, remember coming back tomorrow, be frugal. All right, be humble. You had a great day today and don't give it back. And also, we've got J Main. I was 20 away from losing my XFA. Now I'm about 60 from losing it. All right, well, you're moving, you're jabbing, you're taking a step-by-step approach to get yourself away from losing that XFA. He also did say, this is awesome. Doesn't sound great, but hard work. And I consider that a fantastic jab. Hopefully, J Main, that you are now in a safer environment, much further away from losing that XFA. So that is it. That is our jab for today. And I'm going to pass it back to JD. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, house count's still long. We are.
Yeah.
We're still in
Just
this.
stop me out.
Oh.
Where would you stop at, Emery? I thought you were in
I
at 68.
thought it was 68. I must not have had it at 68 because it stopped me out.
Well, we're at 68, and let me tell you, it is not much better than 70 something. Just barely. Just barely.
God. Look at that. Just absorbing all those buys.
Gonna get us. Okay, now what we need to do.
Can we long 50?
Okay, if we would have got long at our stop, I'm marking it. Long at 69, 68.
Bullish our stop. Unless we're just going like all the way back down to like 37.
Yeah. Or 35 or something like that.
It's exactly playing out how it looked on that 1 hour we were talking about, right? Where there's still no major reversal. This 1 hour resistance is resistance there for a reason. It's very ugly and bearish. That's why small size, if we're going to take it, not in that full position. So I'm happy it wasn't full position for the house.
No. I'm looking at this 1 hour consolidation, and it's just low of 21,436, high of 550. Since we've already been to 440s, we can easily go there again today. And we are not that far away.
Nope, not at all.
And that would be a hell of a range trade.
If we had a runner from this morning though, that's
I know.
There might be some traders out there. Do we have? I'm sure Mick and the team are probably watching. We got to have some traders out there holding. We have some amazing live traders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben mentioned a few on the shoulder tap today. We had Rafa up significantly. Trader named Shen also up significantly. 5-figure traders right there. Likely one of them is holding a runner. We can get an update on that in just a little bit.
All right.
I'd be really intrigued on bidding like 440s all the way down to like 426s. If we could get down there, because that seems like a juicy little run.
I'm going to pass Dobie on anything until the data is clean. Because I can't see anything, right? Other than just a one candlestick going straight down.
Yeah, big long candlestick. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
See, I'm on the bullish chart though. I found the bullish chart, so that's where I'm trying to find. my entries.
Oh man.
Where are you finding
Yeah,
this bullish
I
chart
should
at?
reverse that trade. Momentum told me to do that.
Hold on, I have to find a bull emoji first.
Alt I? Is that what it is? Alt I? Looks pretty bullish.
Closest I could find is a deer with some antlers, so we're going to go with that for the bull. And I feel like the 1 hour. I think there's a 1 hour range play possibly, but that starts all the way down at 440.
Okay.
There it is, recovering that 68. Just got about
right back
maybe
through it.
8 or 9 points.
Well,
This is that
guys. We only got
range
Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was just gonna say that this is that megaphone pattern where what I was just
Yep.
talking about at the start of this,
Yep.
where run down, run some stops, and go right back towards this 510, 511.
Yep.
And the middle of this zone to where we're consolidating in the middle of this, and yeah, we're playing the bottom end of this range, and where our stops were the better entry, obviously.
Big range is going to do big things. It's important to look at like larger time frames for that sort of stuff.
For sure.
See what the biggest range is, and then see where you're at relative to the biggest of the ranges.
Well, guys, I hate to break up the party, but we got Hoag
I
coming on
have
for
to head back to the library.
And Ray looks like a textbook librarian today, by the way. My wife happens to be a librarian for Chicago Public Library, and I can attest to this. But anyway, we got Hoag coming in for the afternoon recap. If you've never seen this before, he's going to come in and talk about some of the trades that we took this morning, some of the price action throughout the day, and then we're going to slide right into Power Hour, where Muhammad is going to be here. Don't go crying to Muhammad if you didn't hold a runner this morning. So we're going to take a short break, guys. Hoag's going to be right here. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for joining us. Coach Dakota, always a pleasure. Dolby time. Yeah, it was my pleasure sharing the stage with you two being together for the first time. That was,
I
it was a nice little session.
Yeah, well, let's plan it to where we could have a nice good full session. So maybe sometime in the future we could be on and
I
talk
would love
some
that.
trades without any interruptions.
Absolutely.
I'd love that. That'd be awesome.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. TopstepTV will be right back with the afternoon recap featuring Mr. John Hoagland. See you in a minute.
Why did you ping me to talk about the markets? And then after that, why did you listen to Dre's advice?
I don't need my money just sitting in a savings account. The interest is low. So it's like I get $20, I think it's a month, every few months on interest in it. And I mean, I kind of want my money to start working for me while I'm in college because I don't really have that income that I'm making anymore. I wanted to do something with it. And I thought the stocks would be a good idea because, I mean, that's what you do. And I know I'd have a lot of good people I can look up to and talk to about it, so I thought it'd be a good idea.
So the natural path for a trader is to start in stocks. And he thinks we're in stocks, but we're not in stocks. But we are trading equities of a futures contract. He's now in spiders. He's now in trip Qs. He can actually do this if he wants to be an active trader. Those that are here that are trading stocks, those here that are probably are in the future space, probably started with stocks. I want you guys to be like, hey, you're a trader, you're an investor. You got to know the difference because one of them has a different time frame than the other.
Many times, the fear is not just a fear of losing, but a fear of feeling like a loser, that we're fearing failure. And so we need to rehearse the mindset that losses are part of the game, there's inherent uncertainty in financial markets, and that our evaluation of ourselves is based on our learning and our growth and our development, not by our absolute P&L at any moment. So again, it's back to the cognitive approach, changing our thinking about success and failure, because if we can learn from quote unquote failure, then it's not so much of a threat.
right, folks. Welcome to the afternoon recap here. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit of a different recap. It's going to be difficult with some issues with the charts and things that are going on with the platform right now. But electronic trading is never perfect. Yeah, we've got an issue that's going on right now. We are working very diligently with our partners to try and get this rectified, get everybody back in business and back into the market should they choose to. You do not have to trade right now, of course, especially with an issue with the platform. These issues do happen occasionally with pretty much any platform you're trading with. And I've seen a lot of really bad issues with a lot of different platforms. We are again working with our partners to alleviate these problems so that they don't ever happen again. We appreciate your patience and understanding. And remember, Topstep is a company that will make things right for you. We've always done that. When things go wrong, we make it right for the traders, and we are going to continue to do that forever. So I know a lot of folks are probably pretty angry right now, and I understand that. We all understand that. We understand how frustrating this can be. After all, we're traders too. Just remember, if you do talk to a trader support rep, be nice. Everybody is here to get to help you, to support you, and to get you back in business. So that's going to probably be it for the afternoon recap. We are looking forward to seeing what's happening in the Power Hour. We do have Mohammed with us, along with Andre Dolby and a little bit of myself in there as well. So stay cool, stay calm. We will get this fixed. We will rectify your issues. We care for all of our traders, and once again, we will get this taken care of and make everybody right. So blessings to you all. Be angry if you need to be. Let it go sometime. We'll get back to business as soon as we can. Blessings to you all, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes for Power Hour.
Yes, welcome back, everybody. This is Power Hour. We are aware of the issues. We are working on it as we speak, and we'll keep you updated as we get those updates from Tech and everyone else. So, yes, welcome back. We got Mohammed in the house, Hoag, and Dolby Time. Welcome, Mohammed, to Power Hour. Mohammed, how's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good. However, I have a rule in my trading plan. Whenever you have a technical issue, whether it is your fault, it is the company fault, it is the telecommunication company fault, it's, devil, anybody, don't trade. This is a clear, direct to the point. You don't have to trade. It's an optional. And now it is a must not to trade because there is technical issue. Something is outside from your hands. Yes, Topstep will make it right for you. They will clear the deals the trades that affected you. Yes, but in your live account later on, nobody will come and clear anything for you, even if it is their fault.
It's true.
Even. And I hear it's not only Topstep X. It's not defending Topstep, but it's not only, it's data provider. So first, don't hate me for that. Please, just give me some likes, just to make sure. Give me some likes. Let's see if that is affecting me or not. Be cool, be calm. So this is happening in all your life. You will find some challenges. This is one of the challenges. When the platform is not working, be kind of yourself. You might be, saved from a bad trade. You don't know.
Correct. And in live trading, like you said, there are no clearing out of the trades. But yes, we do understand your frustration. Like I always like to make there is a pit trader out there saying, I told you so. It's never would happen in the pits. Always trades too bad. But yes, here we are.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe what happened in the pits.
Yeah.
No, right. Okay, let's get right into it. Real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. Just up at TopstepTV. It says your memes, trader wins, performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want to share with the traders here on TopstepTV. Make sure submit those hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Let's get right into it. Dolby Time, you're going to be executing the house account, I believe.
Yep.
Hoag, like any levels down here? What are you thinking?
Well, ever since we retested the IB low in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, and we couldn't get back above there, it's been a short for me the entire time, but now we're right at the low of the session. Just extending the range to the downside here in the S&Ps, there are some visual targets that I would look for the market to kind of seek out. Well, first one would be 60.59.5, but again, here we are in that same position, but in the opposite direction, thinking, well, if we're going to go lower and we're at the lows, we've got to sell low and then buy lower. It's a hard trade to take. And usually the harder trade to take is going to be the right one. I am not interested in buying anything right now. NASDAQ, similar situation. The market came back to the IB low, rejected. It's been selling off ever since. We're right near the session low. The session low I'm seeing at 21,436.
Yep.
And not, are we looking for some sort of basing down here in the NASDAQ? Maybe. Are we looking for some sort of basing in the S&Ps? Until I do, I'm not looking for longs. Do we go short is the question. We're going to see if these profiles are going to help me out with anything. We filled the gap in the S&Ps from a few days ago. Here it is.
Yep.
Okay, this is Tuesday to Wednesday. That's a session gap. We filled that in the regular trading hours. That put in a low for a period of time back to the initial balance. Now we're back down below that gap. Lots of visuals down below to seek out. Look at the NASDAQ. However, let's go back to the 30-minute chart because we're going to be looking back in time. This is that same gap, NASDAQ, last Tuesday to Wednesday. We're not gone into it. NASDAQ has been presenting as the stronger of the two markets for the last 3 to 4 sessions, I would say. And it's still presenting, even with NVIDIA, still down 3% on the day right now. NVIDIA is holding up better than the S&Ps. So I'm I'm at a position here where I want to get short, but I can't find good trade location. I don't want to go long because the nuances, since, returning back to the IB low, are saying it's a short. So I got to chill here. Not seeing anything in my time frame now. We can always go to a smaller time frame. Charts are a little bit messed up. That's going to change things a little bit for us. I'm of Mo's school of thought. Really, is if things aren't operating correctly, you don't have to trade. We are looking for an opportunity here to see something good here during power hour. Just basing off of profile information, I can't buy it here, and I don't want to sell it here.
Yeah. All right, Dolby. So we're gonna wait. Be patient here in this power hour. We got the disclosure up. Hey, you. It says, give that a read. Really appreciate it. We did have a delta coming in to power hour. Hoag. Can we get an update for the traders?
Yeah, it's congruent with direction, of course. We're seeing negative 4,300 in the NASDAQ and negative 16,400 in the S&Ps. So the aggressive sellers have been succeeding at pushing price lower.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So it is growing. Yep, growing with price action.
No
right
real
now.
squeezing going on, just aggressive sellers.
Mm-hmm. Mohammed, any levels you're looking for?
Yeah, actually, type of day today is reversal down. It started like a range in between 21,660 and 21,590. That's about 70 points of range, the starting range. That was the initial range. And then the markets have a strong sell-off, and that was the trade, I think, for today. I think Dakota successfully took it and managed it very well. And then the markets tumble in the extension of that range. This is the first extension, and this is the second extension. And see how beautiful this is rebound from those levels. So the level, the down here, we can see a double bottom here. I'm not interested to buy this market today. Only if we get back above the 21,514, which is this level, maybe we can take it back to the original range. However, I'm looking to see now the recent low that we made, 21,440, which is very close. And then maybe low of yesterday, 421, 425, this area. So it's the selling has a lot of levels that the market could sell off very quickly. A lot of stop loss around this area. Maybe we can see a quick run and then back again above. So if you are selling here, it will be see money, take money, and tight stop.
Okay.
That's the issue. If you buy here, you're gonna make sure that you try again and again. So they make stop you out and run back up. So you have to try again until it works. And that requires that you manage your risk very, very carefully. So buying, it's difficult.
Indeed. Did for a second look like the S&Ps want to test the lows. We're about to tick off the lows right now. Last trade, the S&P 60, 64 quarter. And we're out at the lows right as we speak. 60, 64 evens. Low of the day trading as we speak. See if they can print new lows there. And NASDAQ. We do it.
And waiting. We're waiting.
Hey, Mohammed. I have a question here from Chauncey. Mohammed, what's your strategy for Globex? Is there any different time frames, or is this the same exponential moving average, EMA?
It's the same. It's the same. I just try to understand what happened from the opening of today, Globex here, to see what was the price action. The market goes higher and then tumble down strongly. That is a reversal type of day, reversal down day. So I used to say, don't cry to me buying this market.
Do not.
because it is a reversal down. Maybe tomorrow, not today.
There we go, Hoag.
There it goes.
Yep, we got it. New lows, S&Ps, 60.63 print. New lows. NASDAQ's got about
Not
15
yet.
points to go. Last trade, 21,451. Low day, 436.
Not yet for NQ, correct?
Correct. But 15 points to go.
Dow also hit a new low here today. Took a bounce off the bottom here. So did our friend in, no, not yet. Dow.
We don't do air horns for new daily lows, do we?
Just all-time lows. When oil goes negative, you get the air horn out. Only time.
Only for new highs. Only for new all-time highs.
Indeed. Nice. All right. Take a look at crude here. Last trade, $68.22. Looking at gold. High of the day in gold, 2,700 even. 2,700 even. Last trade, 26.82. About $25 range in gold today. Right now, markets are just kind of creeping lower here in the S&Ps. Like Mohammed said, NASDAQ has a little bit to go, about 15 points. To the downside, a negative delta, 16,400.
Let's take advantage of this time, not trading, just because I don't have a signal and we don't want to buy. I don't want to buy today. So let me explain the idea of the demand area and the supply area, which I use it very frequently. And also I when I shout for a trade or I call a trade, it's not a signal, of course, but when I see it, I call for it because I see it technically. So I call it demand and supply area. So what is the basis of that? The basis of that is whenever you see a new low and the market goes higher like this, then it is clear for everybody now this is a strong support. We call it support. What does that mean? That means that a lot of people are interested to buy this area. And if you buy this area and you took some profit somewhere there, usually when the market comes back to the same area, you will say, oh, I will buy it again because it worked last time. It could work this time. So usually I go and look at this area very closely and I see where did the buyers took control using my EMA close and high and low before you ask. I know a lot of people will ask about it. So this is EMA close and high and low, and the blue one is the root. I call it the root of the EMA or the EMA of the EMA, which is which tells me when did they have control. So they have control at this area because the intersection between the blue and the orange is the close of the EMAs, and then they lost it somehow and they get it back again here. So now we have two positive intersection, this one and this one. When I see that, I mark that the full area between both. So this is an area of interest. If the market one day comes back to this area, I will be interested to buy. Even if it is, 1 month ago or something. This is an area that market will never forget. Market likes to remember the price.
Correct.
So when the market comes back here, as you can see, the market jump a little bit here. So how do I calculate the risk on this call? Obviously, this one didn't work out. So I didn't prepare it. I just choose it because I see it. So I'm very transparent. So let's say we take it from the middle of the area that I draw. Usually I take the stop just below the wick, the last wick below this one. Okay, so that was the stop. Unfortunately, the market did take the stop and run to the target, as we can see here. So it sometimes doesn't work, but there is a solution if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, if it hits your stop, if it hits your stop and get back to the entry point again and close above it, enter again. Enter again, as you never exited that trade with the correct stop loss, because now we know that should be the correct stop loss. And then you take it up to this is very advanced. I don't recommend anyone to try it immediately. Just practice it, and if you have a question, I think one day I can talk about it. Let's see another area of interest here.
Okay.
For example, this area. Let me delete those so we don't confuse ourselves. So this now, we get back. This is a clear support. The market runs from it. Buyers took control here. So that was the intersection. So I take it from the intersection area, and that is the buying. Whenever the market comes back again to the area, I buy it. This time, it works wonderfully without any heat.
Like that.
No heat in this one. And yeah, and that will work more if you have Fibonacci level. You can add it to it. Maybe you can use other indicators to improve the result of that one. Let's see.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Yeah, there is no selling happen today because that was the area for the sell side, the supply side. The market never comes here. Never. Okay. And now we have a new one. This one worked.
Yep.
This one. This intersection. This is a new support. The market goes up. We come back to it. It works only for 1-to-1 of the risk. That's it. Sometimes it just gives you 1-to-1. You don't need to see. So how do I manage it? This is my stop loss at the wick. I take first target 1-to-1.
Yes.
And I keep a runner. I keep a runner until I out. This one, it just gives you the 1-to-1 of the entry. So you entered here. That was your risk. And that was your reward.
Thank you, Mohammed.
So far, we don't have any area of interest. Yeah.
Nothing yet. Markets are just chopping around, moving sideways for the time being. We got about 40 minutes, 39 minutes left here in the session. See the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. It did look like the S&Ps wanted to take a look to the downside. Buyers kind of stepped in. We're just kind of chopping around. 2 points off the lows. 60-65 last trade. 60-63
Mo,
low.
thank you very much for that. That was very, very interesting and enlightening. Love that.
Sure. And some people, they use fair value gap for that. If you see the fair value gap, it was around this area. So in my book, I buy here or I don't buy. So sometimes you find fair value gap, same area as the intersection, which I think will give more confirmation to the level.
A bigger green bar.
Yes. We was talking about big green bars in
big green bar.
Yes, last segment. Careful those. Right now, markets are just chilling right now. We have MOC in about 27 minutes.
I might take this short. Might take this short, only 2 mini, because the market did come back to the moving average, and it's about to give us a strong red candle. Only looking for the lows here. And if we have a strong run, we can trail it.
Not in a market. You're waiting for a pullback, right? What is that? 21,493.
We did have the pullback to the moving average. The first one didn't touch the moving average, so I cannot take this signal. This one didn't touch the moving average.
2 orders working on your chart. That's why I got confused.
Yeah. I'm waiting for this to close. Then I will fire it.
Mo, you're watching NQ. NQ, correct, Mo?
NQ. Yeah,
Okay,
this is
excellent.
NQ.
Looking for a short.
And the stop will be
range.
Yeah, the stop will be at 465. Entry to be determined.
465.
Upon the close. Yeah, upon the close of this candle.
No entry
about
yet.
to close. Yeah, it's about to close strong. Looks strong now. Yes, trigger of this one. Yeah, I'm in.
All right.
Come on, fill me. Come on. Come on.
What price you working, Mo?
All right. We're short
No,
too.
it was 47.
Where's your stop at, Mo? You
47.
said 64s?
6.5, 6.5,
Yes,
Dolby.
yeah, let's say
6.5?
yeah,
Okay.
6.5.
House is short too.
What price are we?
6.5 and 6.5 and quarter.
446.
446. Okay. How many
Yeah,
times?
and we.
Two.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will take my first target.
At 1 to 1.
A little bit more, 1 to 121.
Oh, nice.
Mo short
Yeah, so
from 47.
425. I will take one at 425.
Okay. 425
So
target.
that means we need to see. That means we need buyers to lose so we can win.
You need wood buyers.
Yeah, we want to take their stops.
Yep. Yeah. Sweet. And Mo short right now.
All right. Mo found us a way in short. Love it.
Yes, he did. It's heavy.
ES is really struggling, so there might be some legs here.
It is, Dolby. I just saw that quietly just made some new lows there. Just grinding lower. Nothing on the tilt.
Yeah. Yeah, but they make new low for the day recently, but the NQ didn't. So
Not yet.
not yet. They
Not
haven't.
yet. No. I got 4 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We'll see some injection of liquidity. K Trader says ES Delta minus 21,000. Hoag, are you seeing that as well?
Well, some
I know
platforms
different.
look a little bit different. I'm seeing regular trading hour session in the S&P Delta negative 19.5.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's growing.
I like to draw this arrow in my chart when I take a trade. I don't know, but when I do it, it is visual for me. When I see it, okay, yeah, this looks a correct area. So sometimes I draw it and say, what I'm doing? No, that's doesn't look nice. So this time, yeah, I will take this trade 100 times.
Hey, Mo, are you working the 25s? Are you working a bit on the 25s?
Yep, I put one bid at 25. So this arrow that I draw, don't ask. I draw it myself. It's not a signal. It's nothing.
That's
So when I see it in the chart, when I see this one, I have that visual feeling that yeah, I'm doing this right. Sometime when I do it, for example, if I say I will take this short, for example, this one. When I see it, I go, oh, come on, this is not right. It's not closing below the moving average. So what I'm doing? So I immediately exit the trade if it helps me. It helps me to confirm the trade.
how's it going? And Mo are short right now. Let's trade 21,443 in the NASDAQ.
Let's see if we hit the 36, 436. If we hit it and we immediately, snap up from there, we might trail our stop. That means we don't have a breakout. So let's see. So buy the market goes there. Let's just picture the thing. So let's say market give us a nice red candle here at this low. Okay. Then at that time, last thing that we want is to see the market getting back again. That means this was only a trap. So what we'll do, I will minimize, take my stop loss to this range. Do you see this range? This is the range.
Yes, it is.
I will give the market some time to test it. Fine, you can test it, but don't go inside it. No inside. No inside. That means the breakout didn't work. So if we hit 36, my stop loss will go to 53. So we minimize our risk.
If we hit 36s, stop goes to 53.
Yeah.
For Jeff.
CYA.
CYA. Right. CYA. Feels like it's heavy. Let's go. 1 minute till the bottom of the
Why
hour.
you are saying CYA? Are you afraid from the market to go to it? This is my stop loss market. Come take me.
Oh boy. Oh, Mohammed.
Yeah,
Come
I don't
Mohammed.
care. This is my stop loss. STOP.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're taunting the market, Mohammed. Oh boy. Let's see if we can go. Never get there in the first place. 40 seconds till the bottom of the hour. Let's see what happens.
You don't need stops when you're always right.
That's that's the ultimate right there.
Yeah. Market is heavy, but it is very slow, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
Slow. I mean,
It feels like wet snow. That's what it feels like.
I wonder how the 1 minute looks like. Wow, ATR is only 6 points.
Entry?
Just gets very cheap for longs down here. Very, very cheap for longs.
Yeah.
Will they
will
they go to the discount bin and pick it up? That is the only question.
Yeah. Do you think that if you go long here, do you think that your stop here is protected? Or it is just stop like everyone?
No,
I
it's
know what
always
he's
the same.
Everybody will
Are there stops just beneath the lows? Are there stops just beneath the lows of the day? Just beneath the 36s? Or
100%.
So it is very obvious. Once it's very obvious, the market tend to go there.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially
even on the
NASDAQ.
4 hour, we're trying. A lot of little wicks on that 4 hour chart. They're all kind of around like 440, give or take like 5 or 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta make up its mind. Still just with 19 minutes till MOC. And house count and Mo short. Couple in the NQ. See if we can do this thing.
Let's take the moving average again.
Uh-oh.
A little bit bouncy.
Yeah. Every time.
No, did you get that snow reference? I don't think you do you get snow? You don't get snow over there. You know what wet snow feels like?
North of the country, there is snow.
Oh, okay.
Around Israel.
go skiing?
There. No, I never do that. I never went there.
It's a silly sport.
It's
It is. 20,457. Last trade in the NQ. Just chop around. Ladder is moving a whole heck of a lot. Let's see 1,000 lot in the ES today. Really in the NQ. Okay.
We did see that. I don't think the offer ever got filled, or unless they moved it down.
I don't think it got filled either. The bid did get filled.
Yeah, the bid did.
Yeah. Offer, I want to say, got pulled.
We're still keeping our stop at 465, yeah?
Yes. We want to see a strong red candle here. Even if we get stopped out, let's be prepared. If the market give us strong red candle, I will, if we have time, I will take it again. Now, if we see a strong red candle in this area, it will fire another short signal again. But we need to see the sellers now trying. Now, the buyers are trying.
They are trying.
Yeah.
Well, come failed, come fast moves. So, sorry, come failed moves, come fast moves.
Yeah, we'll get close here. I got a question here for you guys. Mason's asking, what's that blue staircase line like? What is that?
Yeah, this one is the moving average of the moving average. which is the close EMA. So how to do it? Just double click on the EMA of the close, check the smooth MA and input, make it EMA, and the value is, or the length is 21. And you will see it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You can have it yellow. It doesn't need to be blue.
It does not. 16 minutes till MOC. Eddie, if you're good to go, I certainly think we are. Hit us with a little bit. Yeah. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Okay.
On this day, Al Pacino stars as a Cuban refugee who becomes a Miami crime boss. Scarface, which opens up on theaters December 9th, 1983. In Scarface, Pacino plays Tony Montana, who arrives in Florida from Cuba in 1980 and eventually becomes wealthy from his involvement in the booming cocaine business. Things fall apart when Tony becomes addicted to the drug and his world collapses. This was directed by Brian De Palma, screenplay by Oliver Stone, big names in the business. And real quick here, if you are a bit squeamish, I suggest you pass on this movie and maybe just watch the Hannah Montana movie. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, thank you for that, Eddie. Yes, the Hannah Montana. Indeed.
Not the Tony Montana movie. Watch the Hannah Montana movie.
The movie came out 2 months before I got my first job on the trading.
No kidding.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Another short signal fired now with
We're
this
still
nice,
short though, right?
very strong, very strong red candle. And that, if you want to add to it, you need to lower your stop to the high of that candle, which is 63. I don't want to add this one.
No ad.
Did you move your stop down yet or no? That was only
No,
for the
no,
ad
no.
condition, right? Got you.
No, if you add, this is a new trade. This is the entry at 52 with the stop at 63. And its target, this is how it calculated. So the trigger of the candle is 52, stop is 63, 121. So that will make the target what? 38. 25. Yeah. Let's see what happened. The difference between our stop and the new stop is what? Only 3 points. So it's not worth it to add for it. If the stop is like, let's say 55, for example, then I will add and lower my stop.
S&P's about 1 point off the lows. I'd call it 2 points. 62 quarter. Low there. 64 half. Let's trade.
Yeah, it's trading right at the daily low from December 4th. It's kind of where we're seeing the bounces in the ES.
Guys, I need to step away for just 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Sounds good, Hoag.
Yeah, now we see the sellers trying, and looks, they are failing because they try to do what? To make a new low. Correct? So they didn't. Strong green candle is a failure of this try. Not closed yet. So that will give you some sentiment of the market right now. The market right now, sellers are trying and failing.
Push it here.
If they do it again, they try and fail, then I might exit, even before my stop loss. Because you enter a trade short, you want the market goes down.
Right.
But the market trying to go down, and they failed twice now. So maybe I am entering at a wrong timing. Maybe I'm entering at a wrong level. Either way, I will exit and I will see if they try next time. I will try with them. If they don't, I saved myself from losing more.
Right.
Right. Let's do a pulse check from chat here. Do you
Chat's
think
fired up,
NASDAQ is going to finish above or below 21,480 by 3 p.m. Central?
Okay.
480.
The old above or below game.
One more time with that price.
21,480. Eddie, above or below by 3.
What about we say above 480, below 436, or in between?
We only got so many options, Mo.
Yes.
Here or here, above this area, below this area, in the middle.
Where's Jerome when we need him? Talk this market lower. This morning,
yeah.
Mohammed, every time Jerome spoke, the market went lower. And for whatever reason, where is Jerome now? We need the market to go lower. But yes, we got some answers coming into the chat. Again, market be above or below 21,480. Let's trade 21,454. Here comes some a little bit more selling in the S&Ps.
Okay, now this is the second try for sellers. Let's see if they succeed or they will fail. If they fail, I might exit before the stop. If I see a failure, what does that mean? Seeing a failure, that means seeing a green candle after they try. So now, obviously, they try now here. They try. If I see a green candle, or maybe even this candle, if it's closed strong green, that means, come on, sellers are out of the game now. For now. They are looking for my stop.
I gotta say, your patience is pretty impressive, Mo, because we've been sitting in this trade for a long time in the red. How often does this sort of trade, will this reverse in your favor and head lower?
I haven't calculated, but it is not strange. I'm not surprised because we are selling against the low. We are expecting a run for the stops. So sometimes it takes some time. Sometimes they need. This is the exit now for me. I'm close. Can we close the trade? Are you Hoag with us?
Yep, I can flatten. You want to flatten?
Yeah, I'm flat now. I flat. Just saving a couple of points.
Okay.
Because sellers are not doing what they're supposed to do. Not supposed to do what I expect them to do. So I'm wrong.
All right, let's trade 20,460. S&Ps
losing 500, better than losing 700.
That's right.
So now let's see. Because when they try twice, and you see him try twice and fail, look left. Where is the nearest stop? They are hunting that stop. So if I know this, and I have seen this a lot of time, so I will exit at minus 500, better than minus 750. That means it's like I get into a new trade with 250. I saved 250.
Do you like the shorts up here, or no?
No.
Well, what do you do if it hit? What if you do if it would have never hit your stop?
Yeah, if they show me another try, I will jump in again.
Then you'll jump in it again. Got it.
Yes, yeah. If they give me a strong signal here, I will jump again.
S&P's looking heavy.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. S&P's
weakest.
Yes, they are. Now new lows.
We got right to top of range.
Yeah,
this 5-minute range has been very, very good in the NASDAQ. I mean, everything between 441 and like 462 has been a really nice range. Very clearly defined top.
I don't like this close. I don't. It has an equal wick between the low and the high. Equal wick. That means there is a buyers somewhere, and there is another strong wick here, as we can see. So I'm selling against them.
Yep.
I wish that I had better close. Maybe if this one closes below that wick, let's say close
Then we can chase
below
them out.
50,
Exactly.
52, yeah, then that will be
Reason.
confirmation.
Hey, poll results up.
Choppy
Above
in
or
this
below.
range.
21,480. Pretty much 50-50. 55% of you with 350 votes say above 21,480 in the NASDAQ. Nothing on the tilt. Push it. Yep. One eye on this, on the ES here. Low of the day, 60.62. It's heavy.
Okay. ES is doing a much better job at pushing
Yes,
and
it is.
testing lows. Will NQ follow is the question. It has not been making lows, while ES has been making lows.
Yes, it has.
NQ has actually tightened up a lot more compared to the ES.
Yes. Just
If you like cheap longs, they are aplenty.
Yes, they are.
Depends where your stop is at and how much you're willing to risk on that trade.
Cool. Sounds good, James. I see.
We didn't close this candle below 50. Patient.
Yeah, your
wait.
short's still valid.
Yeah.
I think longs are valid too.
This is the deal. We need to see a buyer try. We need to see the buyers try. Okay. And fail.
All right, indeed. Hey, keep in mind, just under 5 minutes. Just under 5 minutes till MOC.
Save us, MOC.
That's
Our only hope.
As soon as it hits the wire.
You Eddie.
This
50-50 on the tilt. Hoag Delta still heavy negative.
Negative 5,800 in the NASDAQ, negative 20,000 in the S&Ps. Just kind of hanging right here. Yeah, you betcha.
All right. And ES.
Hoag, if you have to put a 50 lot on right now, where are you putting it in the NASDAQ?
Your account.
There you go. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Number one. Top 10 surveyed. Number one answer on the board.
Survey says, hey, new lows print. New lows
Play or
print in
pass?
the ES.
Buy or sell?
Ooh, ES.
Just.
Is there any good ranges in the ES? Like, what are you trying to do here, ES? Where is your home?
All the just Brian lower here.
Maybe 53s.
Start to see a little bit of velocity here.
Yeah. Now buyers that are trying. Let's see if the sellers come now. I will take the short.
It just feels like they're gonna flash crash NQ and then just rip it right back up again.
Well,
that's the vibe.
Yeah,
I'm getting here.
Get ready, Dolby. Dolby, I'm preparing myself to go short. You can fade me.
Just short? I can't. I'm not fading you, Mo.
Yeah, you can.
Never.
You can.
No. I'll only fade you if you're getting short at like 420s. You're getting short
Okay,
that low.
so entry
my
at
finger might slip
46.50.
by market.
46.50.
How many?
46.50. I'm short 2 at 46.50 with a stop only 53.50.
All right, we're short 1.
Oh.
Short 1
and
445s.
Yeah, looking for that sweep now.
Where's your stop at, Mo?
25. Stop at 53.50 only.
Yeah.
This is a short, a cheap short at a strange place. Because this is the range. You agree with me?
Yep.
And we are at the low of the range. If the market gets back to 53.50, that means we have a full rotation to the high.
You're short, right? Okay, you are short. Good.
Yeah,
I thought you were
I'm
long.
short. No, I'm short with the stop now. Stop now.
Okay, we're out.
Stop now.
Taiwan. Can't pick a direction right now.
Not yet.
It's all right.
Yeah, not
All
yet.
right. 90 seconds till MOC. We got another opportunity to present itself.
Let's see what happens.
Yep. Eddie, how was MOC last week? Were anything heavy? Buy side, sell side?
You know what? What day was it that we didn't think anything was going to happen? All of a sudden, it came out huge. I think we have
It was
David
Thursday,
Green on
wasn't it?
with us. That was Thursday, yeah, with David Green. Huge. But we'll see. I mean, Mondays are, gosh, we've seen big Mondays and we've seen really light Mondays, but we'll find out here in about 40 seconds.
40 seconds till MOC.
Soon enough.
Yeah. See, this is why I had a very tight stop in this one. It's very risky. You are selling the low, as this guy is saying. Why this guy is shorting the low?
They're feisty today, Mo.
Because it
They're
works.
feisty. They're feisty. 10 seconds till MOC. Buckle up, everybody. This is money. Let's see if we get some big numbers here.
Big.
3 seconds. Hit us, Eddie, when you get it.
Do it, man. And the answer is okay. S&P 391 million sell side. Sorry. NASDAQ 348 million buy side. Sorry. Dow 242 million sell side. Sorry. Mag 7 127 million buy side. Remember, these numbers do fluctuate. I will be watching this. Hopefully, we could see something jump. But I'm going to pass this back to you, Andre.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Yes. Not a lot there.
Really
We are seeing some buyers now. They're stepping in here in the NASDAQ, 21,472. Are they going to try to squeeze these shorts, Hoag? Give the old college try.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it. If you were long anything, you'd want to be long the NASDAQ.
Definitely the stronger of the two.
I'm looking at 480
Top seller
trade. That's
today,
it.
Microsoft. Top buyer, Amazon.
There you go.
Yeah. Why we try to go short? We was anticipating the close. I mean, a breakout down to this area because the market is keep selling. And you see, if you see this is a low, yeah, I agree, it is low now. But this area was a low as well, some time before. And look what the market did. This area was a low.
Right.
So it is low now. Maybe not anymore. So we was anticipating the market will go lower. We're wrong. And we exit at the minimum loss. And we did. We tried twice.
You're only selling low until it goes lower.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%, Hoag. 100%. People, yes. All right, let's see what this ES wants to do. Flow of the day, 60, half. 2.5 points off the lows there. And he just doesn't want to go. Nothing really wants to go. We did see the buyers try to push it in the NQ last trade. 21,463.
We are exactly at where did it start our power hour? Maybe we can call it a sleepy hour.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
What are we
Powerless
waiting on
hour.
this week?
Powerless
News.
hour.
You have big news coming up this week? Earnings?
Oh, man.
Anything like that? Juice
Inflation
got.
numbers. Yep.
Okay.
Or this hour.
I mean, the market's got to be waiting for something, right?
Maybe the market's waiting for hashtag power hour content. Maybe that's what it's waiting for. Speaking of which, man, James is there. James, maybe the market's waiting for some hashtag power hours. What's up, James?
Now that's what I call a segue.
Segui,
We missed you
indeed.
last week, Andre. All right, here's your Power Hour content for this Monday. My funded journey. Haven't posted in a minute, but it's been a solid day on the MES. So We've been looking for your post My Funded Journey. Thank you for continuing to share. You've had a good day on your Hoag, Dolby Time, Eddie, Rips, and Dakota accounts, all nicknamed affectionately.
Sweet.
Oh, that was sweet.
Moving on, let me take down the trader overlay so we can all get your rightful TV time. From John, I started trading 18 months ago. For the first time, I am qualified to take a payout from Topstep. I plan on waiting to get this account to 4K and taking 1K. I'm so grateful to have made it to this milestone. This is in my Topstep VIP account. So this is a Topstep here on code
Bravo.
Loon. So John, we hope to have you on TV soon. Want to see some of that VIP trading.
Oh yeah.
I saw this one made it to the Topstep Instagram account as well, but this is in the wild. The top spelling, and someone responding with the classic Bart Simpson chalkboard gag. Topstep is spelled with a lowercase s.
I like it. Perfect.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Please, won't somebody think of the spelling? A couple more here for you. From Atul. It finally arrived. Secured this gem back at the end of August with my $92,000 withdrawal from Topstep. Since then, I've dabbled with a few other firms, but cannot and will not ever recommend anyone other than Topstep. No BS with rules. Genuinely care about improving traders through risk management and all-around amazing company. Stoked to see what 2025 brings. Stay blessed. Trade smart. Remain humble. X is a toxic freaking place. Well, Atul, thank you for your openness and thank you for sharing your hat. And you see, guys, you applied last August. You got it now. Hats are still out there. They're still coming. If you've applied, it's on the way. Really quick to wrap us up for Power Hour. Here's a Carl Hungus that he dropped in Discord. It's Hot Meat Monday. Who wore it better? Yeah. Dolby on the left or Chewbacca on the right?
Cold.
Chewbacca with the Terminator eyes?
Yeah. Very cold.
Ferocious.
There it is. Oh, there it is.
Best Chewbacca noise I ever heard was in the theater for Spider-Man 3. Some random guy in the front did it. I was like, that guy sat by himself. Yeah, that exactly. That one. Some guy was like, that guy sat by himself and did that for hours.
Wow.
He was something wrong. Somebody tried to call him a doctor.
Yeah.
You okay, buddy? Come on.
You're stuck in the fence.
Talk to me.
Well, that's all I got, Andre.
Thank you,
Back to
James.
you,
Oh,
back to you,
really quick.
Nerdburgers.
The song for the title of the show. What was the song?
Oh, I actually even have an image for this too. Okay. Thank you, my NASDAQ. NASDAQ is actually from the Japanese alt-rock band The Pillows on their song Thank You, My Twilight. If you're a fan of anime, you ever heard of the crazy show FLCL? They do all the music for it. They're a really cool prog band out of Japan, so give them a listen if you haven't. And back to you, Andre, for real.
Cool. Thank you, James. All right. I thought the yes was going to do it this time, but nope. This might be stumbling through the finish line.
Yeah, the
Minutes
market
left.
actually. This power hour is
Not so
you
much
better
power.
not to
Sleepy hour.
not to trade around it. We tried.
Tried
We
indeed.
tried. We couldn't see the long, and even the long is not working very well.
No.
Does it?
We gave it a college try.
20 points.
We did.
Yeah, it's just hunting stop. They took the stop of this high at 80. They took the stop exactly there, and now it looks that they will go to the stop down there.
But will we finish over 480 by 3 p.m.? That is the real question here. Chat is eagerly awaiting.
Chat's been
I don't
fired
think
up today.
I
Yes,
don't
they
think
have
so.
Okay, we'll go around the horn really quick. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Hey, micro Bitcoin trading around the lows of the day. Let's trade micro Bitcoin at 96,735, 740s now, about $120 off the lows there. That's crude oil, $68.14 last trade, about in the middle of the range. And 2 minutes to go. We're starting to see some buyers come here in the ES. Last trade 60, 63, low day 60, 60. And they push it higher. Now NASDAQ 21,473. We're talking about the 480s. Can we close above 480 in the NASDAQ? Just
They will close for 79.
479. Go.
It might.
Unreasonable.
Imshi's asking about how do I get a top step cap? Well, two options, as James mentioned, the 5K Club. Of course, our swag. I'm going to put the link for the swag here in the chat.
Ready? Let's trade. Hoag, a lot of nothing. Didn't see the squeeze we were looking for. Didn't see the sell-off we were looking for. Maybe they do this in the last 60 seconds. Here they go.
They will do
Last
another
minute.
trap.
Now comes the squeeze
79.
right at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. You got to save it for the very end.
Watch this. Watch this.
Well, we did see these markets jump a little bit. S&P up about $1 billion.
Oh, okay.
It took a nice jump here earlier.
Oh.
The rest of the market pretty much as is.
30 seconds left in the session on this power hour. Well, guys, it's great to be back here. Markets did give us opportunities. Sold off this morning. And around the lows here. 480s now. 21,480 trades. Down to the 79s.
See?
Ooh. Trade, you vote above or below?
80.
Above.
79.
79. We'll throw it to my main man, Eddie, on the outro.
Oh, 90.
Well, that's not going to help the
there's
case.
the bell.
Wait.
There it is. Day it is.
There it is. Where was
86.
it?
I don't know.
86. 86. You can see a 1 minute candle.
Oh, yeah.
Close at 86.
That was close.
Yes,
That
it
very
was.
What's up? We are back at 70 now.
Yes, we are. Eddie, are you there? I can't see you, my man. Gotta do the outro.
Oh, my goodness.
There.
I am sorry. I am
Oh, good, my man.
multitasking here like a mofo. All right. Hey, Tuesday.
Take it
tomorrow.
Eddie.
10 days in already, Andre. We are 10 days into this month in a blink of the eye. Tomorrow, on the menu, we've got Rip's going to join us. We got Coach Dakota. Hoops is going to do a drop-in. Also coming up here, we've got Tyler R. Trade with Topstep tomorrow. Mick will be in shoulder tap. Scrolling down, Andrew B. Coach J for the Back to the Futures. And end the day here, we've got our real deal Zach, dynamic duo, and our Hoag going to be doing Power Hour. As far as what we've got tomorrow, number-wise, scrolling down here, 7:30, we got our non-farm productivity. You've got labor costs also at 7:30. 3-year note auction at 12. We've got that grain report at 11, just kicking back a little bit here. And API crude stock, that's going to be a little later on in the afternoon. So right now, hey, it's your time. Don't forget about At the Buzzer here. At the Buzzer each and every day, Monday through Friday, 3:15 p.m. Central Time, right here in our YouTube channel. Coach Jay, Coach Paul going to be doing that in just a little bit. Also, don't forget about Coach Ray, 6 o'clock p.m. over in the Discord channel, Volume Profile Supply and Demand. 7 o'clock, Coach Vince, technical analysis, candle charts, and so forth. That's also in the Discord channel. 7:30, bringing it back here to our YouTube. We got Slow Markets here every Sunday through Thursday with, yes, Coach Dakota at 7:30 Central Time. And if you get up early tomorrow, or if your time frame is possible, don't forget about the London Open with Deanna every Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time on the YouTube, London Open, Monday through Thursday with Deanna. So keep that in mind. Just want to let you know, hey, it's your time now. I want you to go relax. We had a very above average Monday. We did see some opportunity earlier. We made some money here. Some of us did not make money. I want you to keep jabbing away. If you're close to passing a combine, if you're close to getting a payout, I want you to keep moving forward. Don't rush it. Take those smaller steps. Whatever the market gives you, you take it and be happy with it. All right. But otherwise, orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy. I want you to have a fantastic rest of your day. wherever you are here. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
5.75 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting to 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up to over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right? Getting better, everyone. All right, switch let's have. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby. Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right? But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double. Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that. There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good. I can do this. I got this. I am this. Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.
Not sure where you got it, but if there's a winning trade, we're sure he'll spot it. 15 years in the game, he knows the plan. A funded trader, Muhammad's a man. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time to strike, you won't miss his chance. Price action's the key, he moves with finesse. 15 years in, he's seen the success. In the market, he's sharp, knows how to adapt. Every trade he makes is like a movie script map. He's not just about the charts, it's a masterful flow. Trade management's his focus, that's how you grow. When the pressure's on, he stays steady and true. No crying, no worries, no soup for you. If you say so, if you may know. Managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made.